Chapter 39-33. The expression of the city, Lord of the Hague City, did not change. He still appeared very calm. Even when he heard the number 289, he was not too surprised. He could see that Ning Chi was a peak middle stage rank 6, only half a step away from entering the ranks of upper stage rank 6. An existence like this could definitely crush a beginner rank 6 Marine clan. If it were him, he could also kill so many rank 6 powerhouses without being discovered by the Marine clan. The governor of the Hague City did not know that most of the Sea clan who died in Ning Chi's hands were intermediate level 6. Otherwise, he would not be so calm. Governor of the Hague City, you've heard it. He admitted to killing 289 Sea clan members. If you don't hand him over to us, the Sea clan will invade us today. If there's a war in the future, you'll be responsible. The Sea clan threatened him. Shui Gue also captured so many level 6 humans. How are we going to settle this? How about this? Ask Shui Gue to hand over all the level 6 humans, and I'll go back with you. Ning Chi smiled. The Sea clan's faces twitched a few times when they heard that. They knew Shui Gue's temper very well. He would only be respectful to those who possessed the Sea King's bloodline. No one could make Shui Gue submit to other Sea clans, including those who had ascended to the ultimate god realm. Everyone knew that Vampiric Ghost captured rank 6 humans in order to ascend to the ultimate god level. He did not use the Sea clan as a sacrifice, which won him a lot of praise. Many ultimate gods were full of praise for him. They believed that Vampiric Ghost's loyalty to the Sea clan was something few could match. It was impossible for him to release a rank 6 human. UEV, you should leave. The commotion here is too big. The ultimate gods will notice soon. When they arrive, you won't be able to leave. The governor of the Hague City said faintly. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. His gaze landed on the city, Lord of the Hague City. The Sea clan has captured many rank SAXS from the human clan. Your cultivation level is much higher than that of the Sea clan in front of you. Aren't you capturing them to exchange for hostages? I have my own way of doing things. The governor of the Hague City smiled. He paused for a while. If you doubt me, I'll hand you over to them. This way, we can avoid the conflict between the Sea clan and the humans. It's not a bad idea. It seems like the rumor that you have the Sea clan's bloodline is true. Ning Chi said thoughtfully. The city lord of the Hague City's expression did not change. He still maintained his smile. How about this? Even though we outnumber him, we won't bully him. Let's have a match. If he can win, we'll leave. If not, he'll have to return to the divine capital with us. An upper rank 6 Sea clan member said. When the humans heard this, a mocking look appeared on their faces. An upper rank 6 wants to have a fair fight with a middle rank 6? Strange news. So the Sea race is as cowardly as a mouse, only daring to bully the weak. The mockery went on, causing the hundreds of rank 6 Sea clansmen present to have ugly expressions on their faces. That's not a bad idea, but you upper rank SXS can't do it. Let the middle rank SXS do it. The city lord of the Hague City smiled and nodded. Middle rank 6? The members of the Sea clan looked at each other. They had been chasing after Ning Chi for a long time, so they had some understanding of Ning Chi's strength. How could an ordinary middle stage level 6 be a match for Ning Chi? Even if it was an advanced level 6, there was no guarantee that they could defeat Ning Chi. Unless it was an expert among the advanced level 6, such as the city lord of the Hague City, then they would have the confidence to suppress Ning Chi. This human is as cunning as a fox, and he's very strong. If we don't capture him this time, he'll become a big problem in the future. We'll also be punished because of this. No matter what, we must take him away today. That's right. It's best to suppress this human with a thunderous force. If we take too long, we might really attract the attention of the godly lords of the human race. When that happens, it'll be extremely difficult for us to escape. City Lord of the Hague City. Among the 289 rank, 6 sea clansmen he killed. Many of them were middle rank SS. This person is extremely vicious, and his methods are extraordinary. That's why we still request for an upper rank 6 to fight. After discussing for a while, an upper rank 6 sea clan member said in a clear voice. He believed that the City Lord of the Hague City would agree. He had killed many middle rank SXS. The humans on the scene were surprised and relieved. At the same time, they were angry at the shamelessness of the Sea clan. Just when they thought that the City Lord of the Hague City would not agree to such an absurd request, the City Lord of the Hague City looked at Ningqi and said, "Whether you live or not today depends on you. Did you agree to their request?" Ningqi smiled and said, "The City Lord of the Hague City nodded. You've killed so many sea clansmen. Their request is reasonable." "Sir," General Flame God frowned slightly. However, the City Lord of the Hague City glanced at him, which made him feel a chill in his heart. He did not dare to speak again. "With your cultivation base, you can easily expel or suppress this group of sea clansmen." Ningqi said, "Sometimes force doesn't mean everything. You're still young. You don't understand." The City Lord of the Hague City smiled. "Force doesn't mean everything, huh?" Ningqi nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at the sea clansmen. "Which one of you wants to come out first and die?" Ningqi's condescending attitude, as if he did not care about the sea clansmen on the scene, immediately caused the sea clansmen to explode. Every one of them wanted to tear Ningqi into pieces with their own hands and swallow him whole. On the Hague City side, many human god territory warriors were ignited by Ningqi's attitude. If it were not for the fact that the sea clansmen were too strong and all of them were rank SXS, they would have rushed up and killed them. "Human, let me do it, but not to die." The advanced rank 6 sea clansmen who made the suggestion first stood up and walked slowly toward Ningqi. 10 minutes later, bang! In the end, the advanced rank 6 sea clansmen could not block Ningqi's sure kill punch. His head was hit and he died on the spot. From the void, energy kept flowing into Ningqi's body. Ningqi looked at the City Lord of the Hague City and smiled. "Force is still useful. Who do you think can defeat me among them?" The City Lord of the Hague City looked at Ningqi with a fake smile and did not say a word. On the side of the sea clansmen, because of the death of an advanced rank 6, everyone was furious, but at the same time they were even more afraid of Ningqi. "Is there anyone else who wants to come?" Ningqi smiled. He calculated in his heart. If he could kill all the advanced rank 6 martial artists in front of him, it should be enough for him to advance to 7th Revolution Great Emperor. By then, if the City Lord of the Hague City had any tricks up his sleeves, he would be able to handle it. Perhaps 2 against 1 is more fair. The City Lord of the Hague City smiled faintly. General Flame God and the others looked at him in disbelief. Then their expressions returned to normal, but their hearts sank. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as the City Lord of the Hague City finished his words, 2 advanced rank 6 martial artists flew out from the sea clansmen's side and looked coldly at Ningqi. They knew that since the City Lord of the Hague City had spoken, it meant that he allowed them to fight 2 against 1. 2 is fine. Ningqi smiled. Chapter 39-34. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs /say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. A middle rank 6 versus 2 upper rank 6. Just now, the City Lord actually took the initiative to say that this is fair. Could it be that the City Lord is standing on the side of the sea race because he has the bloodline of the sea race? Sure, keep your voice down. Don't drag me down with your words. The City Lord might have his own plans, but we don't know yet. Let's just wait and see. Many people in the Hague City were whispering to each other, and their voices were easily heard by the City Lord of the Hague City. However, his expression did not change, and he did not even bother to explain. In his eyes, All beings below rank SXS were like ants. It did not matter what these beings thought. A hint of worry flashed across Feng Jiuyu's eyes when he saw Ning Qi facing off against the two sixth-tier cultivators. Although he believed that Ning Qi was not the senior Wu that he knew, the two of them looked exactly the same. Naturally, he would side with Ning Qi. They hoped that Ning Qi would be defeated by the Sea race. However, right now, the city lord of Hague City was obviously siding with the Sea clan. Everyone could see it for themselves. However, he was the strongest rank, 6 here, so no one dared to make a sound. City lord of Hague City, if we can capture this kid today, we will definitely repay you generously in the future. One of the 2 high-level, 6th-grade Sea clan members who were facing Ning Qi said in a clear voice. The city lord of the Hague City said indifferently, "According to the rules, I did not give you any preferential treatment, nor do I need you to repay me. Brat, you're going to die today. Do you know what kind of punishment you'll receive in the divine capital after committing such a heinous crime? There's an oceanic trench over there. The rank SXS who entered it never came out. I believe that's where you'll be buried. I don't know if that's where my bones will be buried. I only know that today, this is where your bones will be buried." Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, he suddenly transformed into a sky-piercing giant ape. His mountain-sized fist directly smashed toward the 2 Sea tribe members of the advanced 6th grade. Before this, even when he was being hunted by the Sea tribe, he had never used the transformation technique of the 8-9 mysteries. He transformed into a giant ape. This was his trump card. In this form, when he opened the 9 inner hidden gates, his strength would continue to soar. At its peak, it might even surpass the 7th revolution of Great Emperor and reach the 8th revolution of Great Emperor. The Hague City's city lord couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. What kind of technique is this? A grade 6 expert from the Fortune Divine Realm was equivalent to a great emperor. A small transformation technique wouldn't be a problem for them. However, the transformation technique only changed one's appearance. Ning Qi's 8-9 arcane art could even change his spirit. Even the city lord felt some fear. The pores on his skin felt a faint prickling pain. Seeing this, the 2 6th-tier Sea clan cultivators instantly transformed into their true forms. One of them was a giant sea turtle, and the other was a mantis shrimp that was 100 meters long. After they changed into their true forms, they used their physical strength to fight against Ning Qi. In an instant, the sea within a radius of hundreds of miles was boiling. The waves were huge, as if a storm was coming. If it wasn't for the protection of the Hague City, the waves would have flooded the port. Drowned. It was Ning Qi's first time facing 2 upper 6th grade sovereigns, who were comparable to 7th Revolution great emperors. For a moment, it was a little strenuous for him. Fortunately, his physical strength was extremely strong, and his qi and blood were abundant. Even if he was injured, he would recover in an instant. Farong had left an aura imprint on Ning Qi that was difficult to heal. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ning Qi found a flaw and punched the turtle in the head before it could retract its head. Seeing this, Mantis Shrimp turned around and fled. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would be the next to die. "Where are you going?" Ning Qi let out a long laugh. His giant ape body took a few steps in the air and instantly arrived above Shrimpy. Then he rode on his back and madly hammered his head. Along with Ning Qi's fist, the incomparably hard scales were broken beyond repair, peeling off Mantis Shrimp's body. When the rank 6 Sea clan members around saw this, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Some of them were eager to try, exchanging glances with the other Sea clan members. They wanted to help, but they were afraid of the city lord of the Hague City. They didn't know if the city lord would stop them. By the time they were considering, the scalp shrimp was already on the verge of death. "Don't kill me. I'll retreat to the sea immediately." Mantis Shrimp let out a cry of pain. Too late. Bang! With a loud bang, Mantis Shrimp's head was also smashed. Just like the dead body of the Sea clan members killed by Ningqi earlier, it floated in the sea. The visual impact on the humans present was still very strong. The scene was silent. Whether it was the humans or the Sea clan, when they saw Ningqi kill someone of a higher rank, their emotions fluctuated. They could not calm down in a short period of time. In the void, two majestic auras fused together and entered Ningqi's body. Ningqi felt that his bottleneck had loosened a lot. Which one of you wants to fight? Ningqi looked at the group of Sea clan members and smiled. The rank, 6 Sea clansmen present, looked at each other. Just now, 2 of them had lost to 1. If the governor of the Hague City did not allow them to fight together, then they would not be able to fight at all. Whoever went up would die. City Lord of the Hague City, you also have the Sea clan bloodline. This kid killed hundreds of rank, 6 Sea clan members. If the Sea King finds out about this, he will definitely be furious. Please make a decision immediately. An advanced rank, 6 Sea clan member immediately looked at the City Lord of the Hague City. Forget it. I'll give you one last chance. 10 breaths. If you can't suppress him within 10 breaths, then leave. The City Lord of the Hague City thought for a while and said slowly. The humans present were suddenly in an uproar. Shut up. If this matter causes a war between the humans and the Sea clan, this matter is not something that Hague City can bear. The City Lord of the Hague City said coldly. The whispers suddenly disappeared. Although everyone agreed with the City Lord of the Hague City, they still felt that something was wrong. General Yenshin and the others exchanged glances. Although they did not say anything, they had already felt that something was wrong. As the trusted aides of the City Lord of the Hague City, they would usually stand by the City Lord of the Hague City, no matter what happened. However, this matter concerned the humans and the Sea clan. The City Lord of the Hague City was obviously biased towards the Sea clan, but they could not, as they did not have the blood of the Sea clan. That was because they were pure humans. Therefore, they planned to find a chance to report this matter to the ultimate god. Only then would they not be implicated by the Sea clan. Thank you, City Lord of the Hague City. You are the most understanding. The faces of the Sea clan members showed a trace of joy. They looked at each other and instantly surrounded Ningqi. City Lord of the Hague City, you are too obvious. Ningqi looked at the Sea clan members that surrounded him. His gaze fell on the City Lord of the Hague City. If I don't die today, I will beat the sh*t out of you. The City Lord of the Hague City could not help but have a change of expression when he heard that. However, he quickly controlled his expression and looked at Ningqi calmly. I am handling this matter impartially. I hope you will not hold a grudge against me. Chapter 39-35. I'm not angry. I just want to beat the sh*t out of you. Ningqi looked at the Hague City governor and smiled. Usually, General Yenshin and the others, as the trusted subordinates of the Hague City governor, would have scolded him. However, it was not just them. Even the human warriors in the Hague army did not say a word. All right, I hope you have the chance. The Hague City governor smiled and nodded. When the Sea clan rank SXS surrounding Ningqi saw this, one of the upper rank SXS laughed and said, You think you can defeat the Hague City, Governor? You won't have the chance. You'll spend the rest of your life in God's capital. Pray that you can die more comfortably. Ningqi smiled, but his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. Dozens of upper rank, 6 and hundreds of middle rank, 6 warriors. Even if he worked himself to the bone, he would not be able to defeat them. The only mistake he made when he returned to land was that he entered from Hague City. Entering from the Hague City, if it were another giant city, a human high-grade, rank 6 human, without the Sea clan bloodline would be the city lord. He would not let the Sea clan besiege him. The battle was about to begin. The human god territory warriors in Hague City looked serious. They knew that no matter how strong Ningqi was, he would not be able to stop hundreds of rank 6 sea clan warriors. Moreover, there were dozens of upper rank 6 warriors among the sea clan warriors. These people could be considered a big city in the Star Divine Kingdom. It was similar to the status of the Hague City governor. Did your sea clan's blood ghost really capture hundreds of human rank 6 martial artists? Suddenly, a voice came from midair. Everyone looked up and saw a somewhat illusory figure appear in the sky above them without them noticing. The figure was huge, but it was surrounded by black mist as if it was a life form condensed from spiritual energy. It seemed to have no physical body. When the Sea Clan warriors and the Hague City governor saw the figure, their faces changed. There was a huge change. Giant Ghost Divine Lord, one of the 8 ultimate gods of the Star Divine Kingdom. Although the human race had fewer ultimate gods and rank 6 warriors than the Sea Clan, the 8 ultimate gods of the Star Divine Kingdom were all ultimate gods. They were the strongest among them. Even the general in the sky above God's capital could not compare. Lord Giant Ghost. The city lord of the Hague City cupped his hands and bowed. So, it's the divine giant ghost of the human folk. He's a rank 6 human who wreaked havoc in the Sea God Kingdom and killed a lot of sea folk. We're here on the Sea King's orders to capture him and bring him back to the divine capital for trial. The group of Sea tribe members surrounding Ning Chi exchanged glances. Finally, the 6th stage advanced stage cultivator with the strongest cultivation and aura opened the way. Looking at his appearance and the tone of his explanation, one could draw a conclusion. Apparently, these sea folk were terrified of the giant ghost god. This is only your side of the story. Let me ask you, did the blood ghost capture hundreds of upper rank 6 humans? Don't lie. If this really happened, I would have received the news sooner or later. The divine giant ghost said coolly, "This I understand. Go back and tell Shui Gui that I'll personally settle this score with him after he becomes an ultimate god. I know very well that a human rank 6 can't be captured for free. A price has to be paid." The divine giant ghost said coolly, "Yes, you can scram now." But they had come to capture Ning Chi, and now that they knew he was a human and that he had killed hundreds of rank 6 sea folk, it was time to bring him back. The time had come to take them back. Therefore, even though the giant ghost had told them to screw off, they were still hesitating. Should they just leave? If you don't scram, then consider it the interest Shui Gui owes me. The divine giant ghost said, "We'll take our leave." The sea folk gave Ning Chi one last reluctant look, then turned and left. The sea returned to normal. The human god realm warriors of Hague City breathed sighs of relief. Who could have guessed that the divine giant ghost would personally come here to protect Ning Chi? The sea folk who had been so aggressive just moments ago were now as obedient as quails in the presence of the divine giant ghost. The divine giant ghost's eyes were filled with awe and admiration. "Lin Haya," he said, "have you forgotten that you have a human father?" After the sea folk left, the divine giant ghost didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the city lord of Hague City and called him by name. Generally speaking, even god realm warriors of the same level as the city lord wouldn't act so casually. However, the divine giant ghost didn't care. In terms of cultivation base and status, he far surpassed the city lord. "Here it comes." General Flame God and the other 2 exchanged a glance. They had long since guessed that the city lord's actions today would be met with the punishment he deserved. However, they hadn't expected that the divine giant ghost would pass by so coincidentally. They didn't believe that the divine giant ghost had come here on purpose. After all, the life or death of a human god realm warrior wasn't enough to make the divine giant ghost pay a visit. The divine giant ghost would go to war. "Exalted giant ghost, your humble servant's actions today were all in accordance with the rules. He killed too many high-ranked sea folk cultivators. If I protect him, the sea folk might react." The city lord seemed very calm. as if he wasn't afraid of the divine giant ghost's accusation. "The sea folk have already made a move against us humans," he said coolly. "Do you think we humans should care about the sea folk's feelings? Do you have a personal interest in this matter? No matter how you quibble, it's an indisputable fact. If it weren't for the fact that your father is a divine giant like me, I would have killed you on the spot," the divine giant ghost said indifferently. "Is that so? That might not be in line with the rules." The Lord of the Hague City smiled. Divine Father? No wonder he dared to side with the sea folk so openly. It turned out that he had a divine giant as his backer. Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Right at this moment, the city lord seemed to have suffered some kind of attack. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. An arrow of blood shot out of his mouth. "This is a small punishment for you. Next time, it won't be so simple." With that, the divine giant ghost vanished into thin air. Everyone looked over at the city magistrate, complex expressions on their faces. Then they realized that Ning Chi had also disappeared. "City Lord, are you all right?" General Flame God asked in a low voice. "I'm fine. Just a small injury." The city lord slowly rose to his feet and looked at everyone indifferently. Then he turned and flew toward the city lord's mansion. What a pity! That senior was taken away by the divine giant ghost. Foam Geo sighed. The leader of the devil aspect sect's fifth step cultivators shook his head. "Since he's not Senior Wu, don't interact with him. Avoid exposing yourself. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Foam Geo came to his senses and felt a lingering fear. He had really wanted to strike up a conversation just now. The Fortune God realm is really powerful. The divine giant ghost and the members of the Holy Assembly should be experts of this level. The Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom has 8 of them, and the other 2 divine kingdoms probably have many divine giants as well. You've forgotten about the sea folk. In the Fortune God realm, the sea folk are the strongest. Otherwise, why would the 3 human divine kings be restricted to the land? The devil aspect sect's 5th step cultivator side. Still looking for the most powerful dragon slaying system for free? You're still looking for the most powerful dragon slaying system for free? Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. Read quickly without waiting. Chapter 3936. Your name is Wu Yin. The divine giant ghost looked coolly at Ning Chi. By this point, the 2 of them were tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Segal city. All Ning Chi saw was that the divine giant ghost had brought him here and had been completely powerless to fight back. In fact, if the divine giant ghost had tried to kill him, he would have been dead already. The difference between the 7th step and the 6th step was huge. "I am Wu Yin, Senior." Ning Chi clasped hands. "You killed some of divine giant quicksand's subordinates," the divine giant ghost said. "After that, divine giant quicksand placed a bounty on your head. You have a consortium in Heavenly Cauldron City called the Rising Dragon Consortium?" The divine giant ghost asked. Ning Chi nodded. "Nothing can be hidden from you, exalted giant ghost." "Don't flatter me," the divine giant ghost said. "The ocean folks said you killed a lot of their people, and that's probably true. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have helped you. In the future, you'd better stay away from the sea. The ocean folk won't let you off the hook so easily. Once you get close to the sea, they'll be able to lock onto your location. If the divine giant ghost tries to suppress them, then not even I can protect you." After a moment, he asked a few more questions about Blood Ghost, as well as the situation with the captured rank 6 humans. Ning Chi answered all of them. "The ocean folk really are audacious," the divine giant ghost said. "They actually dared to sacrifice rank 6 humans. Sadly, as long as Blood Ghost is hiding in the capital, not even I can do anything to him." Chuckling coldly, the giant ghost looked over at Ning Chi. "Not bad. You didn't lose face for the humankind. You killed hundreds of sea folk which means you got revenge for those rank 6 humankind cultivators. The sea folk didn't get much of an advantage. Exalted giant ghost, aren't you going to save them? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Save them? Enter the capital of the sea god kingdom? I might have a high opinion of myself, but I know my own limits. Once I step into the capital, I'll have no control over my own life or death. Humans with low cultivation bases might be able to sneak in, but at my level, without the guidance of a god king, I won't even be able to take half a step in. Chuckling, the divine giant ghost transformed into a cloud of black mist that vanished from Ning Chi's sight. Rubbing his chin, Ning Chi sighed inwardly. Chai Ching and the other humans had most likely been abandoned. Not even God Giant Ghost was willing to take half a step into the capital city. If they wanted to leave alive, they would either have to rely on a God King or Blood Ghost's conscience. Either way, the chances of that happening were close to zero. Tianding City. Lingyu, Tianding City is thriving and has an extraordinary atmosphere. Ever since you became the city lord of this place, you have managed this place very well. Master will definitely praise you greatly when he finds out. A young man in white was walking side by side with Lu Lingyu on the streets of Tianding City. The corners of Lu Lingyu's mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. Senior brother, you're not really here to catch up with me, are you? When the white-clothed youth heard this, he smiled and said, Catching up is just one of the reasons. The main reason is that someone asked for my help. Since I don't have much to do recently, I happen to be free, so I decided to make a trip. Help? How many god domain stones? Lu Lingyu was a little curious. This elder brother of hers was no ordinary person. Despite his young age, he was already a mid-6th step warrior from the god domain, and was widely regarded as the most promising of the younger generation. He was the number 1 chosen in the sect, and had the highest chance of reaching the late 6th step. With the backing of the sect and the recommendation of the sect, he would be able to work for the divine giant ghost in the future. That way, he would be able to surpass the hard work she had put into Heavenly Cauldron City. Not much, just 10 billion god domain stones. The main reason is that the matter is relatively simple. The white-clothed youth smiled. His eyes swept around, and suddenly stopped at a certain spot. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I've never heard of this Chamber of Commerce. Lingyu, is it a local Chamber of Commerce in Tianding City? It can be considered a local Chamber of Commerce. The Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's background is a little mysterious. I once investigated them but found nothing. The only thing I can be sure of is that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has at least 10 6th grade god domain warriors behind them. Lu Lingyu nodded. A face appeared in her mind. Back then, the Chen, Lin, Chu, Feng, and Feng clans did not think that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce would be able to achieve anything. In the end, what happened later was a slap in the face for all 4 clans. Even the Chu clan initially had a wait-and-see attitude towards the Rising Dragon Chamber. 10 6th grade god domain warriors backing them. This Chamber of Commerce does have some background. The white-clothed youth nodded slightly, but he soon discovered that the manager of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was only a 4th grade god domain warrior. Fian was enthusiastically receiving the guests who had heard the news. Because the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's purchasing direction was different from that of the other families. They specialized in purchasing things that were not worth much in the eyes of the god domain warriors. As a result, many small families and sects who knew about this were very willing to cooperate with the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They would purchase goods at a low price and then sell them at the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, earning the difference in price. As long as the quantity of goods was large, the difference in price was also very considerable. Fian's cultivation was too low, so he did not notice that there were 2 6th grade god domain warriors watching him. Senior brother, there are still many things to take care of in Tianding City. I won't accompany you for now. Walk around by yourself, and if you need help, come find me." Lu Lingyu said, "Go ahead, junior sister." The white-clothed youth smiled and nodded. After Lu Lingyu left, he also turned and left. Not long after, the white-clothed youth arrived at the Feng family. The Feng family patriarch, Feng Sisi, received the white-clothed youth with an extremely high standard. All the elders of the Feng family were called out to welcome him together. In the main hall, the white-clothed youth sat on the first seat to Feng Sisi's left. The rest of the Feng family elders did not have the right to sit, so they stood on both sides, watching their elder ancestor chat with this rank 6 powerhouse who was rumored to have an extraordinary background. "Brother Lin, Xen, we haven't seen each other for many years, since we parted that year, right?" Feng Sisi sighed. Lin Xen nodded slightly. "At that time, both of us were rank 5. When we went out to travel, we encountered many dangers that almost cost us our lives, but we managed to avert them all. If it weren't for that experience, you and I wouldn't have been able to step into rank 6 so quickly." "Yes, but your aptitude is still much better than mine. I'm still a beginner rank 6. But you're about to advance to advanced rank 6. Feng Sisi smiled bitterly. When the rest of the Feng family elders heard this, their eyes lit up. She was about to advance to advanced rank 6, which meant that Lin Xan was at least a peak intermediate rank 6 warrior from the God Realm. This kind of powerhouse was rare in the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom. In Tianding City, she could be said to be the #1 powerhouse. No one could rival her, not even Lu Lingyu. "Who exactly did you invite me to deal with this time?" Lin Xan went straight to the point and said with a smile, "If the opponent is too strong, I may not take action. Rather, it's also a test. I wonder if Brother Lin Xan has heard of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" Feng Sisi said with a gloomy face, "Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free?" Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 3937. Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Lin Xian was slightly startled and smiled. "I just walked around the streets with Ling Yu and saw a Chamber of Commerce. It's the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce you mentioned. What's wrong with this Chamber of Commerce? Did they offend you? I heard they have 10 rank SAXS as their backers." Feng Sisi nodded slightly. "I just want to know if the backer of this Chamber of Commerce is really that powerful. If it's possible, I want the head of this Chamber of Commerce as steward. Is that steward an early stage or middle stage rank 6? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since Feng Sisi had asked for 10 billion divine territory stones, it was normal to hire him to kill an early stage rank 6. In fact, the head of an early stage rank 6 was worth far more than 10 billion divine territory stones. However, due to his close relationship with Feng Sisi, and the fact that they had adventured together before, killing an ordinary early-stage rank 6 would not cause any trouble. To Lin Xian, this matter was as easy as lifting a finger. Neither. He's only an advanced rank 5. Feng Sisi shook his head. Advanced rank 5. I understand. This 10 billion also includes dealing with the rank SAXS behind him, right? Lin Xian said with a faint smile. Brother Lin, I have no other choice. This person's background is unknown, but he has made enemies with the Feng family. If we let him continue to develop in Tianding City, the Feng family will have no place here. However, the rank SAXS behind the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce have never appeared. After thinking about it, I can only ask Brother Lin to test the waters and take this person's head. I believe the other party will make a move. Feng Sisi smiled bitterly. All right, leave this matter to me. Even if he has an advanced rank 6 backing him, there's no need to be afraid. Lin Xian smiled. Feng Sisi's expression changed and said in a low voice, Brother Lin, Senior Hong has advanced to peak rank 6? That's right. Master broke through the bottleneck 30 years ago and reached peak rank 6. In Star Divine Kingdom, Apart from the Divine King and the 8 ultimate gods, my master strength is also ranked. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Only then did Feng Sisi relax. With a background like Lin Xian's, he didn't believe the Rising Dragon Merchant Association could do anything. This time, he could finally vent his anger. Last time, when he fought with Ning Qi, not only had he lost a promising junior, but he had also caused his family to lose tens of billions of god domain stones. Even now, the Feng family couldn't breathe from that loss. Patriarch, the steward from the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, has returned. A Feng family disciple suddenly walked into the hall and cupped his hands towards Feng Sisi. What a coincidence. He hasn't been in Heavenly Tripod City all this time. I didn't expect him to come back as soon as Brother Lin arrived. Feng Sisi looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian understood. She stood up and said, "You don't have to do this. I'll be back soon." Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. UEV after Fei Yan saw Ning Qi. He hurriedly and respectfully reported the Chamber of Commerce's gains during this time. "Not bad. Work harder. I still have some gods' domain stones here. Let's exchange them for the goods I want." Ning Qi smiled and nodded, casually tossing a universe ring to Fei Yan. Fei Yan caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. Immediately his body stiffened. There were too many gods' domain stones inside. If he exchanged all these gods' domain stones for the goods he wanted, he would need to fill several universe rings to the brim. Even now, Fei Yan didn't know why Ning Qi wanted to buy these worthless things. If he wanted to sell them, even if he sold them at the purchase price, no one would want them. During this time, there were even some people who ridiculed the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce in private. However, Fei Yan didn't care too much. He felt that since Ning Qi made such a decision, there must be a reason behind it. It was just that his cultivation wasn't high enough to understand the mysteries behind it. Fei Yan believed that one day, Ning Qi would tell him about this matter. "A guest has arrived. Go receive him." Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Glancing at Lin Xian, he waved his hand at Fei Yan. Seeing this, Fei Yan immediately walked over to Lin Xian and cupped his fists. "Your Excellency, are you here to sell some goods?" "Goods for sale? Aren't you a Chamber of Commerce? I'm here to buy something," Lin Xian said lightly. "Sir, you might have misunderstood. Although this is a merchant guild, during this period of time, we basically only receive goods, not sell. If you want to buy something, you can go to the merchant guilds opened by the Chu, Lin, and Qin families. They have everything you need. Since you've opened your doors to do business, why wouldn't you sell?" Lin Xian frowned. Fei Yan was slightly startled. All along, as long as one was a resident of Heavenly Tripod City, they would understand the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's rules. The goods the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce purchased were very special. They didn't have any competitive relationship with other local chambers of commerce. Occasionally, they would even trade with other chambers of commerce. That was why no one had come to cause trouble for the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce for so long. "Your Excellency, what do you want to buy?" Fei Yan maintained the smile on his face. If the other party wanted something ordinary, he could go to another chamber of commerce to get it. In any case, the process was quick. "I want 10 Phoenix Nirvana fruits," Lin Xian said with a faint smile. Ning Qi's gaze shifted to Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian was also looking at Ning Qi. Their gazes collided in the air. The market price of a Phoenix Nirvana fruit was around 6 to 7 billion god domain stones. In some auctions, due to special circumstances, the price would rise to over 10 billion god domain stones. Even so, at the lowest price, 10 Phoenix Nirvana fruits would cost more than 60 billion god domain stones. The other party wanted to buy 10 Phoenix Nirvana fruits as soon as they arrived. This was clearly a provocation. Ning Qi was sure that Lin Xian wasn't invited by the other families because the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce had no competitive relationship with them. However, among the 4 great families of Heavenly Tripod City, his relationship with the Fong family was the worst. "My apologies, we don't have 10 Phoenix Nirvana fruits here. Your Excellency might as well go to the other chambers of commerce and ask." Fei Yan's voice grew colder. He had already determined that the other party was here to provoke him. "You're open for business, but you don't have what the customer wants to buy. What kind of business is this? From today onwards, your Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce will close its doors. No one is allowed to open it again," Lin Xian said indifferently. Several figures had just entered the Chamber of Commerce when they heard Lin Xian's words. Their expressions changed immediately. "Fei Yan, is someone causing trouble here?" "This matter has nothing to do with you." Lin Xian lightly waved her hand. Those God Domain warriors, whose cultivation ranged from mid-level to high-level grade 5, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. They directly knelt on the ground, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Even the street was affected by the cracks. Many passers-by stopped in their tracks, looking in the direction of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 3938. Is that the steward of Fengsha Chamber of Commerce? I think so. Why are they kneeling here? At the entrance of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, many people stopped to watch. When they saw the people who were forced to kneel on the ground by Lin Xian, a look of shock appeared on their faces. This was because these people were not ordinary people. Even the weakest among them was an early 5th grade god realm warrior. They could be considered as first-rate experts in the creation god realm. Moreover, they had the backing of the Chamber of Commerce. Yet they were kneeling before the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Did they start a conflict with the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Many of them looked excited. As locals of Heavenly Tripod City, most people didn't have a good impression of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After all, it was a foreign force that had humiliated the Fong family. As locals, they naturally felt that they shared a common enemy with the Fong family. It wasn't obvious on normal days. However, when they discovered that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce might be in trouble, they couldn't help but feel this way. That's not possible, right? The Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any competitive relationship with the other chambers of commerce. On the contrary, there are rumors going around that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce has gone crazy, specializing in buying things that ordinary people can't use. Moreover, they are selling them at a much higher price than the market price. I have a friend who recently earned over 100,000 God Domain Stones from the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Fei Yan subconsciously turned to look at Ningqi. Ningqi had forced a grade 5 God Realm Warrior to kneel on the ground with a wave of his hand. Clearly, he couldn't handle such a matter. If you have any dissatisfaction with my Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, you can discuss it with me. Why do you have to make things difficult for my Chamber of Commerce's partner? Ningqi stood up slowly and walked towards Lin Xian. He might not have been able to deal with a peak mid grade 6 if it was before he was captured by Blood Ghost and brought to the Sea God Kingdom. However, Ningqi had killed countless peak mid grade 6 sea creatures during this period of time. Even if it was a peak mid grade 6, as long as it was not an 8th revolution grade emperor, Ningqi could still kill it. A mere mid grade 6 was nothing to him. However, Ningqi was very curious. In Tianding City, who would hire a middle rank 6 to cause trouble for him? The Fongs? Or the other families? Oh, are you the manager of this place? I don't know what to call it. Lin Xian smiled. Wu Yin, Ningqi said lightly. Wu Yin. The guy wanted by Hierarch Quicksand some time ago? Lin Xian was slightly startled. It seemed that Feng Cici's information was not accurate enough. The other party could obviously kill a beginner rank 6. How could he be a rank 5 god territory warrior? Lin Xian looked at Ningqi with a trace of vigor in her eyes. If he really had to deal with a grade 5 celestial warrior, it would be like an adult bullying a child. There was no challenge at all. If the opponent was a grade 6 celestial warrior, then he would be more spirited. Looks like you've heard of me. Ningqi laughed. I've heard of it. I didn't expect that the guy wanted by Hierarch Quicksand would open a merchant association in Sky Tripod City. Unfortunately, your merchant association isn't up to standard. It doesn't even have a Phoenix Nirvana fruit. Lin Xian said calmly, if you don't have the Phoenix Nirvana fruit, then go buy it from someone else. You're just asking for trouble if you insist on buying it from me. Why don't you just tell me who sent you here to cause trouble? Ningqi laughed. Looking for trouble? It's just that an old friend told me that there's a special chamber of commerce in Heavenly Tripod City. That's why I came to take a look. After saying that, Lin Xian raised his hand as if he was greeting an old friend, intending to pat Ningqi's shoulder. Throughout this process, he maintained a smile on his face. However, his eyes were focused on Ningqi. As long as Ningqi reacted, what awaited Ningqi would be even more terrifying. So you're a coward. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Ningqi did not react, even when his finger touched Ningqi's shoulder. He thought that his initial display of strength had worked. Unfortunately, even if Ningqi did not react, he still planned to make Ningqi kneel here and wait. He wanted to see if the grade 6 celestial warriors behind the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce would show up. A wave of energy was transmitted from Lin Xian's finger to Ningqi's shoulder. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. Lin Xian looked at the motionless Ningqi and was slightly startled. Logically speaking, even if the opponent was a beginner grade 6, he should be kneeling at this moment. Could it be that I didn't use enough energy? Lin Xian increased her strength again. However, Ningqi still did not move, looking at him with a faint smile. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Lin Xian's face turned serious. From what happened earlier, he could tell that Ningqi was not as simple as he thought. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian directly used all his strength. He planned to crush Ningqi and make him kneel in front of him. When Lin Xian used 100% of his strength and realized that Ningqi still didn't move an inch, his brain couldn't react. You attacked me 3 times. Now it's my turn, right? Ningqi smiled and put his hand on Lin Xian's shoulder. A wave of energy that was a few times stronger than Lin Xian's surged out. Lin Xian did not have time to react and was forced to kneel on the ground by this force. Both of his knees were smashed into the ground so hard that only his thighs could be seen. The parts below his thighs were all buried in the ground. What's going on? Lin Xian was a little dazed. That was the first time. Now it's the second time. Ningqi's voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. Before Lin Xian could come back to his senses, a huge force slammed into Lin Xian's face. This time his brain was almost smashed into mush. Lin Xian only felt that everything in front of him had turned pitch black. It was as if he could see many silver stars twinkling. If Ningqi hadn't used his strength to suppress him, Lin Xian would have been sent flying out of Tianding City. Now it's your third time. Ningqi smiled and slapped Lin Xian's other cheek. A wave of numbness surged up. Lin Xian's head drooped and he directly fainted. Only now did the few managers who were suppressed by Lin Xian's aura react. They realized that their auras had disappeared and quickly got up from the ground. Everyone, I'm sorry. A mad dog came and startled you. Ningqi smiled. It's fine, it's fine. The few of them hurriedly waved their hands. They looked at Ningqi strangely. Just now, they clearly felt the aura of a 6th grade celestial warrior on Lin Xian's body. Wasn't Ningqi, who suppressed Lin Xian in an instant, even more terrifying? They finally believed that the rumors were true. The 6th grade celestial warrior that Hierarch Quicksand wanted was not someone with the same name. Senior Wu, this person is too despicable. I wonder which Chamber of Commerce hired him to cause trouble. The few of them looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of anger. Just now, Lin Xian made them kneel on the ground without any explanation and was seen by many people. They felt that their dignity had been insulted. When he wakes up, he will say it. Ning Qi looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3939. The Fengs. This is bad, master. A Feng's elder stumbled into Feng Cici's room. Feng Cici frowned slightly. If I didn't remove the restrictive spell, you would have to recuperate for years for your reckless behavior. The Feng's elder quickly said, Master, this is not the time to argue about this. The powerhouse you invited is kneeling at the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Kneeling at the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Feng Cici stood up subconsciously and stared at the Feng's elder. Impossible. Lin Xian is a peak intermediate rank, 6 God Realm warrior. Why would he kneel there? Did you see wrong? Or is the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's backer in Sky Tripod City? Master, it's not that I saw wrong. It's not that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's backer is in Sky Tripod City. It's that Wu Yin. The powerhouse you invited was no match for Wu Yin. He was suppressed instantly and slapped twice. He's still unconscious now. The Feng's elder smiled bitterly. His heart was pounding. The Fengs had probably provoked someone they could not afford to offend. If this was not handled properly, the Fengs would definitely suffer. How is this possible? Feng Cici's expression changed several times. He had always thought that Ning Qi was only an advanced rank, 5 God Realm warrior. Even though he had heard that Divine Supreme Quicksand was looking for a God Realm warrior with the same name as Ning Qi, he had subconsciously eliminated the idea that the two were the same person. After all, he had only met Ning Qi not long ago and knew that Ning Qi had advanced to advanced rank 5 in the Chu family. How could he have advanced to rank 6 in such a short time and even killed a same-rank powerhouse? Master, I saw it with my own eyes. I'm afraid he'll notice me and come back immediately. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Should the Fengs show themselves? I'll go there personally. I invited Lin Xian back. I can't let anything happen to him here. His master is very protective. If something happens to him in Sky Tripod City, I'll be the first person he'll look for. Feng Cici pondered for a moment and immediately decided to go there personally. On one hand, he did not believe that Lin Xian would be suppressed by Ning Qi, but on the other hand, he hoped that Lin Xian would suffer a setback in the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. In this way, based on his understanding of Lin Xian's master, he might be able to kill her with a borrowed knife. He could make her master come forward and help him deal with the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lin Xian only fainted for a dozen breaths before he gradually regained consciousness. However, he did not open his eyes. Instead, he was sensing the situation around him. Just now, Ning Qi had knocked him out. Lin Xian was very shocked and surprised at this. I am at the peak of middle rank 6. If he could beat me up like this, he must be at least at upper rank 6. This is far from the information Feng Cici gave me. Either he hid his cultivation, or Feng Cici set me up on purpose. Considering my identity, the other party probably wouldn't dare to kill me. But if today's events were to spread, where would I put my face? If others were to find out that I was beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground in Junior Sister's territory, I'm afraid that those rascals would jump out to ridicule and criticize me. This won't do. I must think of a way to satisfy both sides. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian decided that her identity must not be exposed. In this way, no one would know that he was humiliated in Tianding City today. Since you're awake, open your eyes. Let's talk about why you came to my Rising Dragon Merchant Association to cause trouble. Ning Qi's voice rang in Lin Xian's ears. How did he know I was awake? Lin Xian's eyes were tightly shut, and there was no change in his expression. However, his heart skipped a beat. Senior Wu, is he awake? Fei Yan looked at Lin Xian curiously. The others also had a strange look in their eyes. They didn't expect that a 6th grade celestial warrior would pretend to be unconscious. This was really too embarrassing. Yes, he's awake. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. But looking at him, he seems to still be unconscious. Fei Yan looked at Lin Xian for a while, then suddenly stepped forward and slapped Lin Xian's face. The strength of a 4th grade celestial warrior was quite strong, and a few red marks appeared on the right side of Lin Xian's face. But in a few breaths' time, the red marks faded away. After being slapped by Fei Yan, Lin Xian's eyes were still closed, showing no signs of waking up. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian should still be unconscious. Otherwise, how could he be slapped by a 4th grade celestial warrior? Senior Wu, he should still be unconscious. Fei Yan said in a low voice. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Lin Xian's heart was filled with anger. He swore that he would return the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Ning Qi looked at Lin Xian suspiciously, then turned to the others and said, Do you guys want to give it a try? Give it a try? Try what? Slap him like what Fei Yan did. The 5th grade celestial warriors that were suppressed by Lin Xian looked at each other, then shook their heads. Even if Lin Xian was unconscious, they wouldn't dare to attack a 6th grade celestial warrior. So what if they vented their anger? If they were to be punished later, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He almost thought that he was going to be humiliated by a few 5th grade celestial warriors again. The resentment he felt towards Ning Qi had already reached an extreme. Lin Xian had never felt that he could hate someone so much. Since you guys don't dare, then I'll do it. I'll slap him a few more times. I believe he'll wake up. Ning Qi smiled, then stepped forward and slapped Lin Xian. Pa! The palm print on Lin Xian's face did not fade for a long time. Still not awake? Ning Qi gave him another backhand slap. Is he going to be unconscious for so long? Ning Qi muttered to himself, then started slapping Lin Xian's face one after another. Ning Qi's hands were waving so fast that they left after images. Cough! Lin Xian finally moved. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Just when everyone thought he was going to wake up, he still kept his eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He continued waving his hands, slapping Lin Xian's face one after another. The sound of the slaps even traveled several streets, causing more and more onlookers to gather. Those who came later did not know what was going on, but when they asked the people who came before them, the way they looked at Ning Qi was completely different. The person kneeling there was actually a 6th grade celestial warrior. Then wouldn't Ning Qi, who had slapped a 6th grade celestial warrior until he was unconscious, be even stronger? After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Feng Sisi finally arrived at the entrance of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. When he saw Lin Xian's face, he was momentarily unable to recognize him. Stop! Feng Sisi came back to his senses and let out a loud shout. The Feng family patriarch is here. Could this person be invited by him? Everyone was slightly shocked, then looked at Feng Sisi suspiciously. He's finally here. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Right at this moment, Feng Sisi sneered at Ning Qi. Sir, you're really too arrogant. Do you know the identity of the person kneeling in front of you? Lin Xian's vision darkened, and he fainted immediately. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 3940. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. He could sense that Lin Xian had really fainted this time. Feng Sisi's words had made Lin Xan faint. With such a huge reaction, it was even more obvious that Lin Xan had pretended to faint just now because she was afraid that her identity would be exposed and she would embarrass herself. Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile as he said to Feng Sisi, "Patriarch Feng, this person came to my rising dragon chamber of commerce to cause trouble. Are you the one who suggested it?" Everyone looked at Feng Sisi with strange expressions. Previously, during the battle between Ning Qi and the Feng family, Heavenly Cauldronal, the gods' domain warriors in the city, knew about this. In fact, the moment Feng Sisi appeared, many people had already guessed the truth. However, the Feng family was also Heaven Cauldron. As one of the city's giants, they were not sure if the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce would be able to do what it did last time after falling out with the Feng family. Gain the upper hand, too. I've known Brother Lin for many years. I don't know about the enmity between you and him, but you humiliated Brother Lin like this. If the myriad ancient god sect behind Brother Lin finds out, I'm afraid your rising dragon merchant house will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Feng Sisi said calmly, "Eternal God sect?" Fei Yan's face paled. The few grade 5 celestial warriors who were suppressed by Lin Xan just now secretly rejoiced, their backs drenched in cold sweat. To vent his anger, he attacked Lin Xan. Almost 80 to 90% of the people present had different expressions on their faces when they heard the words Eternity God Sect. Many people looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression in their eyes. The Eternal God Sect was one of the top 100 sects of the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom. The Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom was vast and boundless. In order to distinguish the difference in strength between the different forces, no one knew when they would open. From then on, the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom had a list of the top 100 sections. Forces that could enter the top 100 sects were basically the first echelon below the 8 ultimate gods, with 70 to 80% of them. The sects in the world were inextricably linked to the 8 ultimate gods. There are more than 50 grade 6 god realm warriors in the Eternal God Sect. Among them, there were 4 high-level grade 6 god realm warriors and 1 peak high-level grade 6 god realm warrior. Among the people, there were more than 10 middle stage rank SAXS, and the rest were beginner stage rank SXS. In the eyes of the heavenly tripod cities, 4 great families, the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was very powerful, with 10 grade 6 divine realm warriors backing it. Compared to the everlasting God sect, the mountain sect's strength was far inferior. His surname is Lin, and he's so young. Furthermore, he's a grade 6 god realm warrior with the primordial gods. A well-informed person stared at Lin Xan with shock on his face. The Eternal God sect's Grand Elder is the only one. Lin Xan, the true disciple of the Eternal God sect. The number 1 person of the younger generation who has the highest chance of reaching high rank 6th grade martial emperor? It's him. Everyone was shocked and aghast, and they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Let's not talk about the forces on both sides. The fact that Ning Qi could easily suppress Lin Xan was enough to prove Ning Qi's strength. I didn't expect the manager of the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce to be so powerful. Could he be a superior grade 6 expert? Wasn't he just an upper rank 5 not long ago? He even had a duel with the Feng family's number 1 among the younger generation. No wonder he must have hidden his strength. Many people looked at Feng Sisi with a strange expression. Although the Feng family was one of the 4 giants in Tianding City, in reality, such a force was practically non-existent in the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom. Even among the top 100 sects, there were only a handful of rank 6 martial artists. The Feng family seemed to have offended an rank 6 martial artist. This was enough to make people gloat. The only true disciple of the Eternal God sect's Grand Elder, the strongest among the younger generation? Ning Qi glanced at Lin Xan and understood. No wonder the other party pretended to be unconscious and did not want to expose his identity. He clearly had some fame in the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom. If such a thing were to be known by others, he would definitely become a laughingstock in a short period of time. Perhaps there would be a crack in his mental state because of this. As a result, his cultivation stagnated. Of course, some thick-skinned people did not need to care about these minor details. Ningqi smiled and looked at Feng Sisi. The smile that flashed in the depths of her eyes did not escape Ningqi's eyes. Patriarch Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to invite such a person to do things for you. I have underestimated you on this point. Ningqi smiled. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Brother Lin and I are best friends. Will you stop me if I want to take him away? Feng Sisi said indifferently. As long as the other party wasn't a fool, there was no way he would stop him after knowing Lin Xian's identity. Unless he wanted to go to war with the ancient God sect. Even the existences of the top 100 sects would not easily become enemies with the forces of the top 100 sects, or they could directly start a war. There would be many implications in this. Today, he had deliberately pointed out Lin Xian's identity for a simple reason. This was the only way he could spread the news to the Eternal God sect. He would not need to waste a single soldier to use the Eternal God sect to deal a fatal blow to the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. His Feng family would still be one of the heavyweights of Heavenly Tripod City and would not need to participate in this battle. For a moment, Feng Sisi was very pleased with his plan. You can try. I might not stop you. Ningqi smiled. Everyone understood when they heard this. They thought that Ningqi was giving them a way out of this embarrassing situation. From the moment Feng Sisi revealed Lin Xian's identity, they knew that the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce would be defeated. If the Rising Dragon Merchant Association failed, the primordial gods would come after them to punish them. Even if the Rising Dragon Merchant Association was not destroyed, it would be skinned alive. Feng Sisi, smiled faintly and walked in front of Lin Xian, reaching out to pull him up from the ground. He did not take any precautions because he was sure that Ningqi would not dare to attack him. Bang! Before Feng Sisi's palm could touch Lin Xian, he knelt down with Lin Xian, shoulder to shoulder on his body. The incomparably majestic aura was like a giant mountain, pressing down on him firmly, making him unable to even move a finger. You. Feng Sisi looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Ningqi smiled. Do you really want to become enemies with the Eternal God sect? Feng Sisi's face darkened. As the head of the Feng family, he had been publicly suppressed by Ningqi in front of countless people. After today, the Feng family would definitely suffer. From today onwards, the Feng family would definitely be affected by the rumors. You're not from the Eternal God sect. Why use it to suppress me? Ningqi smiled. He paused. Even the Eternal God sect has to be reasonable. This person was provoked by you and came to the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce to cause trouble. In the end, he was suppressed by me. I believe that even if the Eternal God sect knew about this, they wouldn't suppress me. Instead, you deliberately exposed this person's identity and caused the Eternal God sect to lose face. You should think about how to explain this to the Eternal God sect. It explains everything. Ningqi looked at Lin Xian. You can see through his tricks, right? Stop pretending. Let's have a good talk. Feng Sisi's expression instantly turned ugly. She subconsciously looked towards Lin Xian, only to see Lin Xian slowly open her eyes. Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes and her expression was even darker than his. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, no waiting, =. Chapter 3941. Feng Sisi's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Lin Xian looked at him coldly. It could be seen that under that deep gaze, there was anger that could explode at any time. Brother Lin, don't listen to this kid's provocation. I only told him your identity to make him feel apprehensive, lest he harm you. Feng Sisi hurriedly transmitted his voice. I have my own decision on this matter. Lin Xian replied telepathically and ignored Feng Sisi. Instead, she looked at Ning Qi and said, Sir, I'm not as good as you today. I admit that I lost to you. That's good. As long as we talk properly and don't pretend to faint, everything can be discussed. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Sir, can I leave now? Lin Xian asked. Answer my question first. Did Feng Sisi send you here? Ning Qi smiled. Everyone's ears perked up, looking at Feng Sisi and Lin Xian with a strange expression. After a long silence, Lin Xian glanced at Feng Sisi, then nodded. He was the one who instigated me to come here today. Feng Sisi's expression changed slightly. He knew that Lin Xian was extremely dissatisfied with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said this. However, things weren't out of control yet. Based on his understanding of Lin Xian, he wouldn't let this matter rest. As long as he could use Lin Xian to eradicate the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he could accept losing a friend like Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian's everlasting god sect had never given his Feng family any benefits. It was worth it to use the last bit of friendship to eradicate a dissident. Patriarch Feng, it seems you're not satisfied with the previous bet. Ning Qi smiled at Feng Sisi. Feng Sisi snorted coldly, no longer speaking. Lin Xian made another request to leave. Ning Qi smiled, leaving his easy. 30 billion god domain stones, and I'll let you leave. 30 billion god domain stones. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Ning Qi's asking price was far too ruthless. 30 billion god domain stones. Even to a mid-level, 6th grade realm of the God's Warrior, this was a considerable amount of wealth. Even the 4 great families of Heavenly Tripod City might not be able to gather such a sum in a short time. Sir, are you really going to fight to the death with the Eternal God Sect? Lin Xian suppressed the anger in her heart and said coldly, I've never wanted to fight to the death with the Myriad God Sect. This matter is between you and my rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. What does it have to do with the Myriad God Sect? Ning Qi laughed. Lin Xian was so angry that she was speechless. If I don't take these 30 billion god domain stones, what will happen? Will you kill me? Lin Xian said coldly. Try it. Maybe I won't kill you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Ning Qi had said that to Feng Sisi, but in the end, Feng Sisi was kneeling beside him. As for you, it's also 30 billion divine domain stones. If you can't take it out, there will no longer be a Feng family in Heavenly Tripod City. Ning Qi looked at Feng Sisi and smiled. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of Feng Sisi's eyes, mixed with some shock. Could it be that the other party dared to openly attack in Tianding City? Wasn't he afraid that the giant ghost hierarch would punish him? It was one thing to quietly destroy the family of a grade 6 god realm warrior, but there were so many people here today. If he did such a thing in front of everyone, the giant ghost hierarch would definitely react. You wouldn't dare. Thinking of this, Feng Sisi sneered at Ning Qi. XDW8 bang. Ning Qi's palm landed on Feng Sisi's right shoulder. A loud sound rang out, and everyone felt a wave of energy sweep past them. In the next moment, they saw that half of Feng Sisi's flesh had already been destroyed by the energy. Her flesh continued to grow, as if she was trying to grow back. However, the aura on her body was much stronger than Feng Sisi's. If they didn't expel this aura, Feng Sisi's flesh wouldn't be able to grow back. PFFF. Feng Sisi spat out a mouthful of blood. A grade 6 god realm warrior's body was extraordinary. Even the slightest bit of damage would cause severe injuries. Although Ning Qi's attack didn't kill Feng Sisi, it directly took half of her life. A trace of horror flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. She suddenly felt that the smiling and gentle Ning Qi was a madman who didn't care about the consequences. Patriarch, the Feng clan's elders that Feng Sisi had brought along subconsciously shuddered. Feng Sisi, 30 billion god domain stones to buy your life. No, it should be the lives of everyone in your Feng family. It's already a good deal, much better than the price I gave your friend. I hope you can understand this. Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'll pay. Feng Sisi decisively admitted defeat. He immediately ordered the Feng family elders to return and gather the money. At the same time, he handed over the 10 billion god domain stones he had on him to Ning Qi. No matter what, I must preserve my life. Only then can I see the eternal God sect annihilate him. At that time, he will definitely kneel and beg for mercy, regretting his actions today. Feng Sisi said to himself inwardly. Only then would the humiliation in his heart lessen. Feng Sisi has already paid. What about you? Ning Qi looked at Lin Xan with a smile. I don't have any god domain stones on me. Lin Xan said with an ugly expression. Why don't we send a message to the eternal god sect and have them bring money to ransom you? Ning Qi said with a smile. Lin Xan's eyes lit up, but he immediately shook his head and rejected Ning Qi's suggestion. If he sent a message to the eternal god sect, he could indeed be saved, and he could also kill this disgusting guy in front of him. However, if he did that, things would really reach a point of no return. The great reputation he had built over the years would be destroyed in a day. The city lord is here. The crowd outside suddenly parted to form a path, and Lu Lingyu walked over quickly. When she saw Lin Xan kneeling in front of Ning Qi, her expression changed several times. As for Feng Sisi, she had already subconsciously ignored him. Steward Wu, you hid your cultivation very well. Last time, I didn't even realize that you were a 6th grade powerhouse. Lu Lingyu looked at Ning Qi and said in a low voice, Last time, I really was a 5th grade powerhouse. I just got lucky and advanced to the 6th grade. Please don't misunderstand, City Lord. Ning Qi smiled. Lucky? Everyone curled their lips inwardly. Who was lucky enough to advance to the 6th grade in such a short time, and even suppress a genius from a top 100 sect like Lin Xan? This was simply impossible. Then, congratulations, Steward Wu. He is my senior brother. Can you give me some face and let me take him away? Lu Lingyu glanced at Lin Xan. Lin Xan hurriedly closed his eyes and continued to pretend to be an ostrich. When children cause trouble, adults always have to clean up after them. City Lord Lu is fair and just, and I admire him very much. Today, for your sake, I'll let him go. Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, Lin Xan suddenly felt the aura suppressing him disappear, and his body regained its freedom. Chapter 3942. Lin Xan stood up immediately, still brooding over Ning Qi's words. She said coldly, Although I am your opponent, but that doesn't mean you can humiliate me. Who are you calling a child? Lu Lingyu had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after Lin Xan said this, the aura on his body appeared again. Now, like a mountain, he was forced to kneel on the ground again. The ground seemed to shake a few times because of this huge force. You. Lin Xan was flustered and exasperated, glaring at Ning Qi. She was in disbelief. Just because of one sentence, Ning Qi actually attacked again. Hands? Was he really not afraid of the eternal God sect at all? Just now, when Lu Lingyu showed up and Ning Qi agreed to let her go, Lin Xan thought that Ning Qi was looking for trouble for himself. Although he said he wasn't afraid of the everlasting God sect, he was still afraid in his heart. But now he was doubting his own judgment. Yes, Steward Wu. Lu Lingyu looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. City Lord Lu, I respect you as a person, but this person has provoked me time and time again. Does he really think that the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce is afraid of the top 100 sects? No matter how strong the Eternal Divine Sect is, there's only a few high, grade 6 sections. Although the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce does not have as many rank 6 experts as the Eternal God Sect, in terms of high rank 6 experts, we may not lose to the Eternal God Sect. Grandmaster. What? Feng Sisi subconsciously raised her head and looked at Ning Qi in bewilderment. Lin Xian was also stunned. Everyone, including Fei Yan, felt a strange feeling in their hearts as they thought about how Ning Qi knew about Lin Xian. Even after knowing his identity, he still didn't restrain himself. There was even a hint of fear in him. This seemed to indicate something. The Rising Dragon Merchant Guild really did not need to fear the Eternal God Sect. As long as the Rising Dragon Merchant Guild had 4 high-level grade, 6 experts, then the Ancient God Sect wouldn't start a war so easily. Steward Wu, how can I get you to release my senior brother? Lu Lingyu sighed. She knew that she wasn't as good as Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was easily suppressed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi's aura just now made her feel that he felt an extremely strong threat. If she were to fight, she would probably have to kneel here as well. Today, I'll give City Lord Lu some face. He can leave with 10 billion God domain stones. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Ning Qi looked at Lin Xian again. Don't tell me you can't even take out 10 billion? Lin Xian was speechless. He really didn't have 10 billion God domain stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Feng Sisi's invitation. I'll help him. Lu Lingyu nodded slightly. She could still take out 10 billion God domain stones. Junior sister, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to worry about it. Lin Xian only felt humiliated. Lu Lingyu ignored him. After she gave Ning Qi 10 billion divine domain stones, she didn't stay there for long. Lin Xian quickly left. Everyone, there's nothing more to see here. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and waved at the crowd. When the crowd heard this, although they wanted to stay a little longer, they didn't dare to disobey Ning Qi. The blocked road suddenly became much quieter. Other than a few Feng family elders who stayed, the rest of the people left one after another. Even if they were curious, they would only stop and watch for a while. He would leave on his own accord. Gentlemen, we can start the transaction now. Fei Yan looked at the stewards of the other chambers of commerce and said with a smile, who knew that they would look at each other with embarrassment on their faces. Using the excuse that they had something to do, they fled dejectedly. Senior Wu. Fei Yan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi. They're afraid of the Eternal God Sect, so they don't dare to trade with our Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. But our Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce can do business anywhere. It doesn't matter even if we don't have Heavenly Tripod City. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Feng Sisi sneered inwardly, but he didn't dare show it. He could guarantee that the Eternal God Sect would definitely come out for revenge. But if the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce really had a few high-level grade 6 experts, like Ning Qi said, it might not achieve the effect he wanted. This matter would most likely be left unsettled. Realization flashed in Fei Yan's eyes. He already understood Ning Qi's meaning. Patriarch Feng, it's just 30 billion God domain stones. Why haven't you sent it yet? Do you want to keep kneeling in front of me? Ning Qi looked at Feng Sisi and smiled. 30 billion God domain stones is not a small amount. I'm afraid I can't gather it in a short time. Why don't you let me go first? I'll stay here and wait for 30 billion God domain stones to arrive before you let me go. Feng Sisi said solemnly. In your dreams, kneel here before the God domain stones arrive. Ning Qi said indifferently. Feng Sisi gritted his teeth. If he could, he would really skin Ning Qi alive. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Ning Qi was too great. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Whether or not he could get his revenge depended on the reaction of the everlasting God Sect. Right at this time, several figures suddenly walked into the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. They were Chu Tianxian and his son. Patriarch Feng? The news is actually true. Chu Feng looked at Feng Sisi in a daze, a trace of disbelief on his face. Chu Sin, who was standing at the back, was deathly pale. There was no longer the disgust in her eyes when she looked at Ning Qi, but fear. Even a grade 6 expert was kneeling here. She no longer had the courage to argue with Ning Qi. She even regretted it. Why had she been so impulsive and offended Ning Qi? Chu Tianxian exchanged a look with the Feng family elders, and they all looked away. Then, Chu Tianxian looked at Feng Sisi. He said to Ning Qi with a strange expression, "Brother Wu, I heard from the servants that there was a grade 6 expert from the Eternal God sect. You suppressed a God realm warrior?" "Yes, he was taken away by City Lord Lu." Ning Qi nodded. "That's good." Chu Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly transmitted his voice. "My patriarch also knows a disciple from the Eternal God sect. Should we ask the patriarch to mediate this matter?" "There's no need for that. If the Eternal God sect really dares to cause trouble, I'll take it on." Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. So what if the Eternal God sect was a top 100 sect? The rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce was just a shell that could be abandoned at any time. If the Eternal God sect really dared to retaliate, Ning Qi would choose to ambush the Eternal God sect's early and mid-level God Realm warriors. When the time came, Chu Tianxian thought that Ning Qi still didn't know how powerful the Eternal God sect was, so he hurriedly transmitted his voice to explain. Ning Qi still didn't take this matter to heart. He couldn't help but reevaluate the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's strength. This time, Ning Qi had suddenly become a grade 6 God Realm warrior. That was shocking enough, but some time ago Hierarch Quicksand's wanted order had reached Heavenly Tripod City. They were prepared, but they didn't expect that Ning Qi would be able to suppress an Eternal God sect's genius disciple. This was the truly shocking part. Was he still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? You're still looking for the most powerful dragon slaying system for free? Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. Read quickly without waiting. Chapter 3943. Chu Tianxian hinted again and again, but seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of reconciling with the myriad ancient god sect, he casually chatted for a bit. She hurriedly left with Chu Feng and Chu Sun. "Chu Feng, Chu Sun, don't go to the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce for the time being." After walking a few streets, Chu Tianxian said in a low voice. Chu Feng was slightly stunned. "Father, are you afraid that the enmity between the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the myriad god sect will implicate our Chu family?" "Not bad." Chu Tianxian sighed softly. "Although Brother Wu is strong, he's still an ant compared to the Eternal God sect. Originally, I didn't want to lose a friend like Brother Wu because of this, but the foundation of our Chu clan is in Heaven Tripod. If the two sides really start fighting, we can only choose the Eternal God sect. There's no other choice. Father, does grandfather know about this?" Chu Feng's eyes flickered. "Your grandfather told me that if Brother Wu is willing to reconcile with the myriad ancient god sect, he can act as a go-between. If so, then our Chu clan can only stay out of this matter and not get involved in this mess." Chu Tianxian said. "I understand." Chu Feng sighed. Chu Sin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. "What if the everlasting god sect is no match for the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" "Sun, you don't know much about the myriad ancient god sect. It's one of the top 100 sects, and the rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce might be powerful as well. But compared to the top 100, the gap is not small." Chu Tianxian shook his head. Back then, he only revealed his advanced 5th stage strength, and we all underestimated him. Now, it has been proven that his strength is 6th stage, mid-grade or even high-grade 6. He could even suppress the number 1 genius of the Eternal God sect. Behind him was Sheng, The Dragon Merchant Association might not necessarily be powerless to fight back. Chu Son said. Chu Tianqian and Chu Feng looked at her with a strange expression, as if they hadn't expected Chu Sun to say such a thing. Little sister, do you have a fever? Chu Feng said in a daze. Father, big brother, why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong. Last time, he was able to hide his cultivation. If they were that simple, why would they rise up during this period of time? We don't understand the goods that the Chamber of Commerce buys. Chu Sun pouted. Chu Tianquan's expression turned solemn as he nodded slightly. Sun, Ai's words might not be unreasonable. The rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's actions are strange. Using a price higher than the market price to buy those cultivation resources that are useless in our eyes. Not to mention this point, not to mention that. Your grandfather, and I can't understand it either. How about this? If there's any movement from the Eternal God sect, you guys can send a message for me. This time, we can't let the Everlasting God sect find out. Senior brother, you've learned from your mistakes this time. Feng Sisi isn't a good person, so don't ever do this again. I contacted him. After returning to the city governor's mansion, Lu Lingyu sighed softly when she saw that Lin Xian had not said a word. Junior sister, as you said, Feng Sisi is not a good person. Lin Xian was silent for a while before she spoke. There was a trace of resentment in her tone. If it wasn't for Feng Sisi, how could his identity be known by everyone? Don't worry, senior brother. I will issue a gag order. If anyone dares to gossip outside, I will capture him and bring him back to the city lord's mansion. Lu Lingyu said, Thank you, junior sister. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been waiting for the sentence, but he had not been willing to bring it up. After a pause, he said, I can't swallow this. Junior sister, do you know what the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce is? Their background? And who is that Wu Yin? I've never heard of him before. Lu Lingyu frowned slightly. Senior brother, if you plan to use the sect to suppress him, then what happened today can't be hidden anymore. I think it's better to let this matter go. I can't let it go. He asked for 10 billion divine domain stones. I'll only be satisfied if I make him cough up 30 billion. Lin Xian shook her head. It's just 10 billion divine domain stones. Why make a mortal enemy of a god realm warrior who might be an advanced 6th rank? Lu Lingyu still did not quite agree with Lin Xian's idea. He humiliated me like this today. If I don't pay him back, my state of mind will crack, and it will be difficult for me to advance to the 6th rank in the future. Junior sister, you don't want to see me like this, do you? Lin Xian said. Without waiting for Lu Lingyu to speak, Lin Xian sneered. I'm on good terms with the 6th rank warriors under the Divine Giant Ghost's command. As long as they find me, they will definitely help. Junior sister, help me keep an eye on this kid's movements. I'll be back soon. In half a month, at most a month. With that, Lin Xian got up and left. Seeing that she could not persuade him, Lu Lingyu's eyes flashed with hesitation. She did not know if she should report this matter to the sect. But if she did, Lin Xian would definitely think that she had betrayed him. If she did not report it, and something happened to Lin Xian, she would also have to bear the responsibility. She was really in a dilemma. Patriarch Feng, if I don't see the 30 billion divine domain stones in another 2 hours, then you're dead. What do you think? Do you want to send someone to hurry them up? Ning Qi sat on the deck chair, rocking up and down leisurely. Fei Yan was standing to the side, holding a fan in his hand. Feng Sisi was kneeling in front of Ning Qi again, his face pale and ugly. This scene looked like a spoiled brat bullying an honest person. The feeling of a spoiled brat bullying an honest person. What are you waiting for? Feng Sisi's expression was ugly. He turned to look at the group of Feng family elders behind him, his eyes bursting with strong killing intent. Yes, Patriarch. We'll hurry them up right now. The few Feng clan elders looked at each other and ran away in a flash. An hour later, they reappeared with pained expressions on their faces. There are 30 billion divine domain stones in here. Can our patriarch leave now? One of the Feng family elders handed the interspatial ring to Ning Qi with trepidation, then immediately took a few steps back, as if afraid that Ning Qi would vent his anger on him. Ning Qi vented his anger and was also suppressed here. Ning Qi scanned the ring with his divine sense. After confirming the number, he got up and smiled. Well said, well said. This transaction was very pleasant. I hope we can work together again next time. Feng Sisi felt the pressure on his body disappear, but the power in his wound still remained and could not be removed. He was about to speak when he suddenly thought of how Lin Xan had been suppressed twice in a row today. He immediately swallowed the words he was about to say. But Ning Qi's words almost made his divine soul fly out of his body. Steward Wu, we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. We will take our leave now. Feng Sisi threw down these polite words and planned to leave. Unexpectedly, his arm was immediately grabbed by someone. He turned his head to look. It was Ning Qi. Steward Wu, what are you doing? Feng Sisi was a little scared. You just said that we will meet again in the mountains and rivers. I think it's better to do it now. Ning Qi grinned and said, It's over. The Feng family elders' hearts sank into the abyss. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3944. Steward Wu, what I said just now was just a casual remark. Please don't take it to heart. Feng Sisi tried to remain calm. A casual remark? A grade 6 God Realm warrior's words are like a nail in a spit. How could they be spoken so casually? Since family head Feng wants to meet again in the mountains and rivers, it's obvious that you are unwilling to leave. Ning Qi smiled and pressed down with his hand, forcing Feng Sisi to kneel again. Steward Wu, we've already given you the God Domain Stones. You can't go back on your word. The elders of the Feng clan turned pale. 30 billion God Domain Stones was truly enough to take the Feng family's life. They had just used many of the Feng family's businesses to borrow this sum of money from the other 3 great families. If Feng Sisi didn't leave today, that 30 billion God Domain Stones would be wasted, and the Feng family would fall apart. I've already agreed to let him go. He's the one who can't bear to. What can I do? Ning Qi said helplessly. The Feng family elders looked at Feng Sisi with resentment. Lin Xian's previous example was right there, yet Feng Sisi insisted on leaving some empty words. Wasn't this asking for trouble? Just say it. How many God Domain Stones do you need to let me leave? Feng Sisi suppressed the anger in her heart, trying her best to maintain a calm state of mind so that Ning Qi wouldn't use it against her again. 30 billion God Domain Stones. Ning Qi smiled. Feng Sisi's state of mind collapsed. Just now, 30 billion, now 30 billion again. How can a mere Feng family have so many God Domain Stones? Your Feng family went to the Hague City to buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit. Don't tell me you can't even take out 30 billion God Domain Stones? You must have some hidden stash. Be direct, don't be wishy-washy. Ning Qi smiled. You even know about this. Feng Sisi's eyes flashed with shock. She stared at Ning Qi. That time I ordered people to buy the Phoenix Nirvana fruit, but both the people and the fruit were lost. You did this? Yes, at that time, your Feng family was very arrogant, provoking me for no reason. I could only accept that Phoenix Nirvana fruit. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Feng Sisi's heart became extremely heavy. He had originally thought that the enmity between him and Ning Qi had started from the last bet, but he didn't expect that the Feng family had actually had enmity with Ning Qi a long time ago. Thinking of this, Feng Sisi smiled miserably. Even if I give you another 30 billion God Domain Stones, you will still find all sorts of reasons to keep me here, right? You can doubt everything about me, but you cannot insult my character. I mean what I say. As long as you give me another 30 billion god domain stones, I will definitely let you go, Ning Qi said. Feng Sisi closed her eyes, no longer speaking. The several Feng family elders exchanged glances. One of them smiled sheepishly. Senior Wu, let's go gather more god domain stones. Okay, hurry up. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After they left, Ning Qi smiled at Fei Yan and said, Pack up, we are leaving Heaven, Tripod City. Feng Sisi's eyes suddenly opened. Seeing Ning Qi looking at him, he quickly closed his eyes. He was a little excited. If Ning Qi wanted to escape from Tianding City, he would at most be suppressed for a few days, and the aura on his body would definitely dissipate. Yes, Fei Yan nodded. From the beginning, he had already guessed that he would leave Heaven Tripod City with Ning Qi. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Fei Yan had finished packing. From start to finish, Feng Sisi knelt quietly, not uttering a single word. Family head Feng, it's time to go. You still want to kill me? Feng Sisi opened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't even have the chance to ridicule Ning Qi. But Ning Qi actually wanted to kill him? You sent people to my Rising Dragon Merchant Hall to cause trouble. If I wasn't strong enough, the one kneeling by your side would be me, right? Since you want to form a death grudge, do you still expect me to show mercy? Ning Qi laughed. You will die a horrible death. Feng Sisi's eyes were filled with hatred. The winner is king, the loser is the thief. If you don't even understand this principle, I really wonder how you managed to cultivate to the 6th grade. Ning Qi chuckled, slapping his palm on Feng Sisi's forehead. A majestic force erupted from his palm, instantly destroying Feng Sisi's body. Starting from his head, his body crumbled like sand, turning into a pile of ashes. Sea God Kingdom, Divine Capital. The news that Ning Qi had disguised himself as a water moon dragon and killed nearly 300 rank 6 Sea Clan experts had spread throughout the entire Divine Capital, causing the Sea Clan to be outraged. Not long after, almost everyone pointed their fingers at Vampiric Ghost. As Ning Qi was captured by Vampiric Ghost and had gone missing in Vampiric Ghost territory, many Sea Clan ultimate gods demanded an explanation from Vampiric Ghost. Shui Gui sat on a chair in the middle, while Ling Keisai stood beside him with a pale face. He thought he would have a bright future by following Shui Gui. Never did he expect Shui Gui to cause such a huge trouble before he could even advance to the ultimate god realm. This time, if the matter was not resolved and he gave a convincing explanation, Shui Gui might even be stripped of his qualification to advance to the ultimate god realm. Chai Qing, useless scholar, and the other human clan, rank 6 experts, stood in front of Shui Gui with a strange and complicated expression. They had also heard about Ning Qi disguising himself as Aqua Dragon and killing hundreds of Sea Clan rank 6 experts. They were shocked and relieved at the same time. At the same time, they were a little nervous, as they did not know if the Sea Clan would vent their anger on them. Although their emotions were different, everyone had the same thought. Ning Qi had escaped from the Sea God Kingdom and returned to the Stellar Sky Divine Kingdom. In that case, the news of them being captured by Shui Gui must have spread. Perhaps it would be a turning point for them. You should have heard about it. I know you're feeling proud. However, although he escaped, you're still in my hands. You must always remember this. Shui Gui glanced at Chai Qing and the others and said faintly. Chai Qing and the others did not say a word. After a few breaths, Shui Gui spoke again. Do any of you know anything about that guy? I want all his information. If the information satisfies me, I can make the decision to let him go. I'm sure you've heard of my reputation. You don't have to worry that I'll go back on my word. Everyone still did not say a word. However, many people had a strange expression. Unfortunately, they knew nothing about Ning Qi. Otherwise, there might be someone who would take this opportunity to betray Ning Qi in exchange for a chance to leave the Sea God Kingdom. You don't want to say? Shui smiled faintly. His gaze swept across the faces and finally landed on Chai Ching. This person can disguise himself as a Sea clan member. This is unheard of. According to your understanding, which human lineage has this technique? Every one of us knows the art of transformation. Chai Ching said in a low voice. You know that I'm not talking about the art of transformation. He transformed into an aqua dragon and passed by me, but I couldn't sense his human aura. This is something that ordinary art of transformation cannot do. What do you think? Shui smiled. Ling Keisai's heart trembled. He understood Shui. The more indifferent and calm he appeared, the angrier he was in his heart. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3945. I'm only a middle rank 6, and you're a high rank 6. If even you don't know about this spell, how would I know? Chai Ching said indifferently. If you feel humiliated because Brother Wu escaped from your hands and returned to the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom, what do you plan to do? You don't have to find any other excuses to vent your anger on us. Use whatever methods you have. As soon as he said that, the expressions of many rank SXS changed right away. They looked at Blood Ghost in horror. Ling Keisai did not move. Instead, he looked at Blood Ghost. After remaining silent for over 10 breaths of time, Shui chuckled and said, All of you are going to be used as sacrifices, so I naturally won't let you off lightly. Master Ling Ku, take them away and watch them well. If there's one less person this time, I'll use you. Make up for it. Ling Keisai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly nodded. Yes. After Ling Keisai left with Chai Ching and the rest, Shui Gui's expression turned extremely ugly. He stood up and paced around the room. After walking around for a while, he left the cave and headed straight for the land. You managed to escape once. Let's see if you can escape again. Shui Gui sneered in his heart. This time he wanted to personally go ashore and bring Ningqi back to the Sea God Kingdom's divine capital. Senior Wu, where are we going this time? Fei Yan was brought along by Ningqi and had long since left the territory of Heavenly Tripod City. He was very curious as to where Ningqi was taking him. Logically speaking, offending the myriad ancient god sect as they had done before was not considered safe in the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom. However, Fei Yan really wanted to know the strength behind the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Ever since he started his money-making plan with Ningqi, he had not seen the other members of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Fei Yan asked around through other channels, but the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce did not exist anywhere else. This piqued her curiosity. Then, haven't you always wanted to know about the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce's background? Ningqi smiled faintly. Fei Yan was overjoyed in his heart, but a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Senior Wu, I'm finally going to become the core of the Rising Dragon Merchant Association. Are there any members? You have to think this through. It is not easy to become a core member of the Rising Dragon Merchant Association. Only death awaits you. Ningqi laughed. Fian replied without hesitation. Senior Wu, this junior understands. I'm indebted to Senior Wu for thinking so highly of me. As a core member, I will never betray you. No matter what, you won't betray me. Ningqi paused and looked at Fei Yan with a faint smile. Seeing this, Fei Yan immediately swore an oath. He was just a rank 4 God Realm warrior. Normally, he would want to climb up to a rank 5. Now he could become a core member of the Rising Dragon Chamber of Commerce, which had many rank 6 powerhouses. It was like a pie falling from the sky. How could he not cherish it? You must have always been curious about why the Chamber of Commerce buys those useless things. Ningqi smiled. Fei Yan quickly nodded, but then immediately shook his head. If this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce, Junior would rather never know. Shao, as long as you follow me, You will find out about this sooner or later. I can tell you right now that these things are in this world. They're useless, but in the great world I came from, they're expensive items. Ning Qi said lightly. Great world? Fei Yan didn't react at first, but after 3 or 4 breaths of time, he suddenly felt his entire body turn cold. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Shenluo demon. Fei Yan looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. He never imagined that the powerhouse he had followed would actually be a Shenluo demon. Even the 4 god kings of the creation divine realm hated the Shenluo demon. Perhaps rank 1 and rank 2 god realm warriors didn't know much about the Shenluo demon, but as long as they were rank 3 or above god realm warriors, they would at least have heard some rumors about the Shenluo demon. Perhaps rank 1 and rank 2 god realm warriors didn't know much about the Shenluo demon. Fei Yan had heard countless rumors about the Shenluo demon, but the Shenluo demon's strength was generally low. In the eyes of the great divine realm warriors, they were like clowns that had sneaked into the creation divine realm from somewhere. The creation divine realm's treasures were like mice in a rice coop. Everyone wanted to beat them up. You should have guessed my identity. If you don't want to become a core member of the Chamber of Commerce, you can leave now. XIN, I won't silence you, because no one will believe your words. Ning Qi smiled lightly. Fei Yan only had one thought in his mind. Rumors were a fearful thing. Those rumors were T, who said that the Shenluo demon was just a clown. He had followed Ning Qi for so long, and from the start he had thought that Ning Qi was only a rank 5 divine realm warrior. Now, Ning Qi could suppress the myriad ancient god sex geniuses with a wave of his hand. This was enough to prove that the Shenluo demon was many times stronger than the rumors said. Senior Wu, no matter where you come from, I, Fei Yan, have decided to walk this path to the end. Junior once had to carefully calculate the myriad god domain stones, but ever since I followed Senior Wu, earning millions of god domain stones is nothing. As long as it is within my grasp, this junior will definitely be sincere. Senior Wu, please understand. Fei Yan cupped his hands and bowed. At this moment, he didn't care about the Shenluo demon's identity at all. He was very sure that Ning Qi and the human race were no different. There was no difference between a god's domain warrior and a fiendish demon. Ning Qi glanced at Fei Yan and smiled. Let's go. He could see that Fei Yan wasn't lying. The two flew for another hour or so before Fei Yan's attention was attracted by a scene in front of them. Little Baldy, that stalk of holy moon grass was painstakingly planted by us brothers, yet you quietly took it away without saying a word. Not very authentic? 5 rough-looking men who looked somewhat similar to each other were surrounding a bald child who seemed to be 7 or 8 years old. Their eyes carried a trace of ridicule, a trace of greed. Amit Ba, that holy moon herb has no owner. Why can't I take it away? The bald child wore a moon-white monk's robe. His skin was fair and tender, and his lips were red. He looked very delicate, just like a porcelain doll. Like a child, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Even though he was facing 5 strong men whose cultivation was a level higher than his, he did not panic in the slightest. Senior Wu, the holy moon grass is a grade 5 spiritual herb. It's very effective for a grade 4 god realm warrior's cultivation. Fei Yan whispered. Ning Qi smiled. Why don't you guess if this little guy can beat these 5 strong men? Fei Yan was slightly startled. He seriously looked at the bald child and the 5 strong men, thinking for a moment, this child's cultivation is only at the middle stage of grade 4. Of the 5 strong men, 3 are at the middle stage of grade 4, and 2 are at the high stage of grade 4. Logically speaking, he won't be able to beat them, if the 5 of them work together. Tathagata, some people say that you aren't a match for these 5 people. Don't disappoint your father. Hearing this, Ning Qi laughed loudly. The little Baldy looked at Ning Qi with a pleasantly surprised expression. Father, Only then did the 5 men discover Ning Qi and Fei Yan. When they sensed Ning Qi's unfathomable aura, when they felt that Ning Qi's aura was unfathomable, their expressions changed. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3946. Senior Wu, is this your son? Fei Yan was shocked. Ning Rulai flashed and broke away from the encirclement of the 5 strong men and arrived in front of Ning Qi. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown a little. Ning Qi smiled and caressed Ning Rulai's bald head. Dad, Mom said that my physique is special. I grow very slowly. Normally, I should be this tall by now. Ning Rulai raised his hand and gestured. It's okay. We have time. You'll grow up sooner or later. Ning Qi laughed. After a pause, he looked at the 5 strong men who were planning to leave quietly. Did I let you leave? The 5 grade, 4 god realm warriors looked embarrassed at Ning Qi's words. One of them turned to Ning Qi and said, Senior, we suddenly broke through. However, I remember that the holy moon grass we planted has already been eaten. The one that little brother found is ownerless. Everything is just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's up to me. Ning Qi laughed. The 5 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They vaguely sensed Ning Qi's intention. The first person to speak spoke again. Senior, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We brothers still have important matters to attend to, so we will take our leave first. Since Senior Wu didn't allow you to leave, you can't leave. Fei Yan sneered. Whoever dares to leave will have their legs broken. Amitabha. Father, forget it. Master said that one should forgive and forget whenever possible. Ning Rulai placed his palms together. You can listen to half of what Randang said, but don't listen to the other half. There's no such thing as forgiving in this world. If we let them off today, won't they still rob other people's things next time? Ning Qi shook his head with a smile. The best way is to kill them so that no innocent people will be hurt by them in the future. The Buddhists also have glaring vajras, right? That sounds about right, but Ning Rulai frowned slightly. Senior, we merely had a misunderstanding with your young master. Yet you want to kill us? The cultivation of us 5 brothers is low. Wei, I'm also a grade 4 god realm warrior, and I also have a backer behind me. Why don't I apologize to this noble young master on behalf of my brothers? Apologize and I'll let this matter go. How about it? Is your backer at level 6? Ning Qi laughed. A trace of a grade 6 god realm warrior's aura flowed out from his body, and the 5 grade 4 god realm warriors felt as if they had been struck by lightning. A huge mountain pressed down on them, and their feet sank into the ground. Everyone revealed an expression of shock, not daring to move. He looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Why would the son of a grade 6 god realm warrior appear in the wilderness? A 5th grade holy moon grass. To such an existence, wasn't it easily obtainable? If they had known about Ning Rulai's background, even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't have dared to touch that holy moon grass. Good idea. I won't bully you. As long as you can beat my son, I'll let you leave alive. Ning Qi smiled. The 5 of them were originally in despair, but when they heard this, their expressions instantly became spirited. It flickered. This kid is only a middle rank 4. We have middle rank 4 and upper rank 4. If we work together, there's no reason we can't beat him. Get past him. But will they allow us to work together? Let me ask. One of them looked at Ning Qi and said respectfully, Senior, are you talking about a one-on-one or you guys work together? Ning Qi smiled. The 5 of them instantly revealed a look of ecstasy. Ning Rulai looked at Ning Qi and sighed softly. He stepped in front of the 5 of them and put his palms together. Amitabha, you guys make your move. Young master, be careful. The 5 of them looked at each other. In the next moment, they acted in unison, sealing off Ning Rulai's escape routes. With this move, as long as the opponent's strength did not exceed the rank 5 range, there was no reason they wouldn't be injured. From this scene, the 5 of them seemed to be afraid of Ning Qi and didn't make a killing move. However, capture this kid, or else we won't be able to escape death today. Yes, the 5 of them communicated privately. In an instant, they came up with a strategy. In their opinion, even if they beat Ning Rulai, Ning Qi wouldn't let them go. As long as they offended a grade 6 god realm warrior without a strong backing, they would basically die. Instead of that, they might as well take a gamble. As long as they could capture Ning Rulai alive, they would have a chance. Escape from this place. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the 5 changed slightly. One of them suddenly made a killing move. If he dodged, he would immediately fall into the other 4's trap and be captured alive. A few breaths later, as expected, Ning Rulai was captured alive by the 5 of them. His face revealed a trace of shame as he lowered his head in embarrassment. "Senior, your son is in our hands. As long as you let us live, nothing will happen to him." One of the strong men grabbed Ning Rulai's neck tightly and spoke to Ning Qi in a deep voice. He had never threatened a grade 6 god realm warrior before. His heart was beating very fast. "If you plan to kill us, then we'll kill him. At most, we'll be buried with your son. Come to think of it, it's worth it. You deserve it." Another person sneered. "To Thagata, you've shown mercy, but they clearly don't appreciate it." Ning Qi said lightly. The god domain warriors didn't have immortal palaces, but Ning Rulai did. Even if his corporeal body was destroyed, he could be reborn in the immortal palace. As for the damage to his origin, Ning Qi's methods could easily repair it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them go so easily. He let Fong Lingming and the rest train in the Fortune God domain. Show mercy? "Senior, you are indeed a grade 6 god realm warrior, but he isn't. Against the 5 of us, do you think he'll be able to do anything? Facing the 5 of us, do we need to show mercy?" One of the strong men said coldly, "I'll leave this matter to you." Ning Qi looked at Ning Rulai indifferently. At most, they'll just destroy his corporeal body. "Father, I understand." Ning Rulai nodded. In the next moment, he transformed into a giant ape. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the 5 strong men, he stomped his foot. Then Ning Rulai returned to his original form and flew to Ning Qi's side with his head lowered. He looked like a little kid who had done something wrong and was waiting to be punished. A child. As for the 5 grade 4 god realm warriors, they had already turned into minced meat. They didn't have any immortal palaces. Their corporeal bodies were destroyed, and their primordial spirits couldn't survive. If he stayed, he would die. Fei Yen looked at Ning Rulai in a daze. Waves of shock rose in his heart. He never imagined that a mid-grade 4 god realm warrior would be captured alive. After being captured alive by the 5 grade 4 god realm warriors, the god realm warrior managed to turn the tables in the blink of an eye. Ning Rulai's ability to transform into a giant ape had shocked Fei Yen. In that instant, he felt a monstrous blood energy from Ning Rulai's body. He reckoned that even if he were to face Ning Rulai, he would be blasted apart with a single punch. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched Speed Reading Pavilion. No waiting. =. Chapter 3947. It didn't take long for Ning Qi's group of 3 to return to the Ancient Star Pavilion's branch in the Fortune Divine Realm. This time, Fong Lingming and the others had all returned. Aside from a few people who weren't here, basically everyone that Ning Qi brought to the Fortune Divine Realm was here. After a lively month or 2, Ning Qi arranged for Fei Yen to be with Grand Elder Duan. He told Grand Elder Duan to take care of Fei Yen and open up the purchasing and selling channels in the Fortune Divine Realm. Seeing that the opening of the bone burial site was getting closer and closer, Ning Qi returned to the Moon Elephant sect. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Zhao Lei and the others didn't know that while Ning Qi was in closed-door cultivation, his cultivation had leaped to the peak of the 6th rank of the Great Emperor realm. He only needed an opportunity to reach the 7th rank of the Great Emperor realm. Ning Qi planned to hide his cultivation until the opening of the bone burial site so that the other great emperors of the Moon Elephant sect wouldn't be able to enter the bone burial site. Time passed day by day. Less than 2 years before the opening of the bone burial site, Zhao Lei suddenly rushed to Ning Qi's cave dwelling. Senior Brother Wu, Chen Zhong, and Ming Xiong have been detained in Qinghe Market. They say that they stole someone else's belongings. The owner of Qinghe Market said that if the Moon Elephant sect doesn't come forward to solve this matter, he will kill them. The door of the cave dwelling slowly opened. Ning Qi walked out and frowned. Qinghe Market? Zhao Lei hurriedly explained in a low voice. This Clear River Market is in our Moon Elephant sect's territory. I heard that the owner is an imperishable realm cultivator. Because this market has good quality and low prices, and you can occasionally encounter some rare cultivation resources, cultivators from all over the world like to go there whenever they are free. Most of the cultivation resources that the 3 of us bought before were also bought from Clear River Market. Does the owner know of my existence? Ning Qi smiled. Probably not. The 3 of us try not to use Senior Brother Wu's name when we're outside. Zhao Lei smiled bitterly. Lead the way. We'll go take a look. If Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong are really up to no good, then I won't stand up for them. Ning Qi smiled. There was one thing he didn't say. The 2 of them were servant disciples that the Moon Elephant sect had assigned to him. If someone really wanted to frame them, then he wouldn't be merciful. Clear River Market. Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong's bodies were already riddled with injuries. At this moment, they were paralyzed on the ground. They could only use their furious gazes to stare fixedly at a figure standing not far away. That figure was the master of Clear River Market, an imperishable realm expert who had made a name for himself many years ago. Normally, it was impossible for such an existence to have any interaction with the 2 of them. However, this time, when they came to Clear River Market to purchase cultivation resources, they were suddenly framed, saying that the 2 of them had stolen a young man's belongings. Coincidentally, that young man was the nephew of the Clear River Market Lord. In the end, even the identity of their Moon Elephant sect's servant disciple was useless. He was imprisoned here and suffered a round of torture. Are you 2 still not going to tell the truth? The item on my nephew was given to him by me. As long as you hand it over, I can let you leave on account of the Moon Elephant sect. The middle-aged man with a long beard looked at the 2 indifferently. There were countless figures standing around them, and they were looking at the 2 of them with mocking gazes. One of them looked similar to the mayor of Clear River City. He didn't look very old, and he stared at the 2 of them viciously. Big Uncle, it seems like the 2 of them won't say anything even if they die. Let's just kill them. A mere servant disciple of the Moon Elephant sect actually dares to touch me. They're too bold. I didn't know that as one of the divine sects, the Moon Elephant sect actually has such a thief. The young man sneered. Bullshit. When did we steal anything from you? We've searched you and tortured you. Why must you frame us like this? What are your intentions? Chen Zhong said angrily. You dare talk back? The young man saw this and went forward to torture them again. He beat Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong until they vomited blood. However, he didn't kill them because the Clear River Market Lord did not. 10 minutes later, the Clear River Market Lord raised his hand lightly. Seeing this, the young man immediately stopped. However, he was still angry and kicked the 2 before retreating to the side. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I have already sent a message to the Moon Elephant sect. I heard that you 2 are servant disciples. Your senior brother will explain it to me then. The Clear River Market Lord smiled. Ming Xiong coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked at him with disdain. Do you know who our senior brother is? I don't need to know. The clear river market lord smiled faintly. I've been in the imperishable realm for many years. Even if I talk to the direct disciples of the Moon Elephant sect, I'm talking to them as equals. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Wu is an emperor. Direct disciple? What is a direct disciple to Senior Brother Wu? Xinzhong ignored the pain on his body and laughed out loud. We didn't want to trouble Senior Brother Wu for such a small matter. Yet you sent a message to Senior Brother Wu. You are courting death, courting death. Emperor? The crowd was startled. Even the owner of the Qinghe town was startled, but he soon frowned. Martial monarch? You think you are qualified to serve an emperor? You want to threaten me with such words? So naive. Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong didn't explain and only sneered. The young man who attacked the two viciously seemed to be shocked by the news and subconsciously looked towards the Clear River Market Lord. The Clear River Market Lord looked at the two indifferently. After 7 to 8 breaths, he glanced towards a certain direction. A few breaths later, his expression turned better and he smiled at the two. So what if he is an emperor? You were in the wrong first. Do you think he can twist the facts? Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong didn't speak anymore. Fortunately, no one dared to torture the two in the next 2 hours. The two recovered a lot of energy. 2 hours later, a rebirth state cultivator hurried to the Clear River Market Lord's side and whispered a few words. Invite him over. The Clear River Market Lord said plainly. Yes. The rebirth state cultivator turned and left. Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong suddenly opened their eyes. They had a premonition that Ning Qi had arrived. Soon, Ning Qi and Zhao Lei were led to the yard by the rebirth state cultivator. When Zhao Lei saw the injuries on Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong, her expression changed again. She thought that the two were only detained. She didn't expect that someone would really dare to torture the disciples of Moon Elephant sect. From the injuries on the two, they must have been tortured. Are you their senior brother? The Clear River Market Lord looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Ning Qi ignored him and looked towards Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong. Did the two of you steal anything? Absolutely not. They are framing us. Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong said without hesitation. Chapter 3948. Owner of Qinghe City Square. You should have heard it clearly. The two of them did not steal anything from Qinghe City Square. Why did you detain them here and punish them? Ning Qi waved his hand lightly and Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong's injuries healed instantly. The two of them quickly stood up and stood behind Ning Qi, glaring at the owner and his nephew furiously. The other cultivators in the yard didn't dare to make a sound. Even the arrogant nephew of the Qinghe workshop looked away, not daring to meet Ning Qi's eyes. After a few breaths, the owner smiled and said, You must be the new great emperor of Moon Elephant sect, Senior Wu, right? Yes, I am. Ning Qi said lightly. If the two of them had revealed Senior Wu's identity earlier, I might have let it go. However, since it has come to this, I have no choice but to continue. I have given my nephew a treasure to help him break through the bottleneck, but it was stolen by the two of them. Senior Wu, you won't take advantage of your identity as a great emperor to bully us juniors with low cultivation, right? The owner smiled and said, Bullsh *T. When did we steal anything from him? Chen Zhong was furious. He had heard that there was a cheap item for sale here, so he specially rushed over. He did not expect that he and Ming Xiong would be framed as soon as they arrived at Qinghe City Square. Now, the owner of Qinghe City Square still dared to frame them in front of Ning Qi. He was insane. Senior Wu, I can give up on the item. For the sake of Moon Elephant sect, I only hope that you will discipline your subordinates in the future and not bully the kind. The owner of Qinghe City Square looked at Chen Zhong and sighed softly. The person is you, and the ghost is also you. If I were to bring them away like this today, then I'm afraid that in the future, There will be rumors that I'm taking advantage of my position to bully others and allow my subordinates to dominate the market. Ning Qi smiled and said, Senior Wu, how should we deal with this? Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, the heavens are watching. I don't even intend to ask for the item back. Senior Wu, are you going to kill me? Although the 13 divine sects are strong, the Supreme Saint Council will uphold justice, the Lord of Clear River Square said solemnly. After a pause, he continued, Coincidentally, I also know a senior from the Supreme Saint Council. He happens to be in Qinghe Market. Why don't we ask this senior to come forward and uphold justice? Everyone was stunned when they heard that, including the Lord of Qinghe Town's subordinates and his nephew. None of them knew about this. When they heard it from the Lord of Qinghe Town, they were overjoyed. They finally realized why the Lord of Qinghe Town was fearless, even though he knew the enemy was a great emperor. No matter how strong the 13 sacred sects were, they still had to bow down to the Supreme Saint Parliament. After all, in the Shenluo world, the path of advancement of a cultivator was completely controlled by the members of the Supreme Saint Parliament. Within the 13 sacred sects, there were also many great emperors who were members of the Supreme Saint Parliament. The Supreme Saint Parliament was undoubtedly the #1 force in the Shenluo world. As expected, you left the 2 of them behind to lure me out. Ning Qi's eyes flickered when he sensed a familiar aura. Before this, he actually did notice that there was a great emperor hiding here. This meant that the other party's aura concealment technique was very special and could hide from a rank 6 great emperor like him. A screen of swords suddenly appeared in the sky. Numerous swords that emitted powerful sword qi descended vertically, surrounding the entire courtyard within it. Seeing this, the Lord of Clear River Square immediately cupped his fists and bowed to the void. Greetings, Sword Emperor Changsheng. Please uphold justice for me today. Sword Emperor Changsheng? The subordinates of the Lord of Clear River Square were shocked. This was a rank 4 great emperor expert. Even in the immemorial land, such experts were rare. Moreover, the other party was a great emperor from the Supreme Saint Council. Although he wasn't as terrifying as those great emperors with the title of Wujiang, he was more than enough to deal with the great emperors of the Moon Elephant sect. They imitated the Lord of Clear River Square and bowed to the void. The expressions of Zhao Lei and the other 2 changed slightly. They understood something from Ning Qi's words. It was very likely that Chen Zhong and the other 2 were detained here on purpose by the Lord of Clear River Workshop. His purpose was to lure out Ning Qi, who was behind the 2. Someone with bad intentions. The 3 exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Following this, they immediately looked at the void with vigilance. They were already prepared to fight to the death. Space twisted and a figure walked out from it. It was none other than the Longevity Sword Emperor, who had pursued Ning Qi back then. However, his pupils had returned to their normal state. When Ning Qi thought about the curtain of swords around him, he suddenly understood. Sword Emperor Longevity's unique eyes, surrounded by countless swords, must be his great emperor magic. Ning Beixian, you really disguised yourself as Wu Yin and hid in the Moon Elephant sect. Today, I've set up the lifeless swords formation. Even a rank 5 great emperor won't be able to break it in a short period of time. Without Heavenly Moon Emperor's help, it'll be very difficult for you to leave this place today. The Sword Emperor Sheng stood in the void and looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. He had been hiding in the Moon Elephant sect's territory for many years just to find a chance to complete the mission his master had given him. He thought the mission would take a long time, but he never thought he would get the chance to kill Ning Qi so soon. In his eyes, Ning Qi was still the junior who had just become a great emperor. So what if he was strong in his previous life, and even his master was afraid of him? Being able to reach this step was already the end of it. Ning Beixian? The 3's expressions changed slightly, but they weren't too surprised. Even when they were outside, they often used aliases. Lord of Clear River City, do you think Sword Emperor Longevity is your backer? That's why you dare to test me. Even now you're still so calm? Ningqi ignored the Sword Emperor Changsheng and looked at the Lord of Clear River Square with a smile. The Lord of Clear River Square said softly, "The Sword Emperor Changsheng isn't my backer. He's just helping me uphold justice." "All right, I'll see how he's going to uphold justice for you." Ningqi nodded. He glanced at the sword veil around him and said softly, "Break!" An incomparably tyrannical aura swept out from his body, shattering the surrounding sword veil in an instant. The shattered swords flew back into the Longevity Sword Monarch's pupils, forming a circle of sword pupils. However, the Longevity Sword Monarch's eyes were bloodshot, and water kept flowing down from his eye sockets. The sword pupils that were supposed to be neat and tidy were now in disarray. "How did you—" The Longevity Sword Monarch looked at Ningqi in shock. His lifeless formation had trapped countless martial monarchs. Even a fifth transformation martial monarch would be trapped for more than 10 breaths' time. However, Ningqi had broken through his martial monarch divine art without even making a move? How was this possible? "You're crying. Dry your tears before talking to me." Chapter 3949. The courtyard fell into silence. The Clear River City Lord's expression changed again. He never expected the Eternal Life Sword Monarch to ask him to lead the great Emperor out, who was so much stronger than the Eternal Life Sword Monarch. Even the Eternal Life Sword Monarch's ability was broken so easily. If he didn't handle this matter well, his Clear River City Lord would be destroyed. I shouldn't have listened to the Eternal Life Sword Monarch so easily. The regret in the Clear River City Lord's heart was at its limit. He could only hope that the matter could be resolved peacefully. That way, he might still have a chance to turn the situation around. Qinzhong and the other two exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Their faces were relaxed. The moment Ningqi appeared, they knew that the outcome wouldn't be as they had imagined. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch's tears were still flowing. Even though they evaporated the moment they left his eyes, the water in his eyes was still gathering. It was as if he had dug a fountain. This situation had never happened before. Even if someone could break his lifeless sword formation, he would be able to retract it in time. Withdrawing the great Emperor Mystic art would at most make one's eyes dry up. How could there be such a situation today? He wouldn't be able to use his ability in a short period of time. He would probably need a few decades to recover. What's your cultivation now? The Eternal Life Sword Monarch looked at Ningqi with bloodshot eyes. If someone who didn't know what was going on saw this, they would think that Ningqi had done something extremely cruel to him. I told you to dry your tears before talking to me. Why would an Eternal Life Sword Monarch cry to communicate with someone? This doesn't make sense. Ningqi said indifferently. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch wasn't angry at Ningqi at first, but now, even if his master didn't ask him to make a move, he still wanted to kill Ningqi with his own hands. Go on your way. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch's forehead flashed. A talisman appeared out of nowhere and shot at Ningqi with lightning speed. Ningqi's eyes flickered. He immediately opened the 9 inner hidden gates. At the same time, he no longer concealed his strength as a rank 6 great emperor. He adjusted his state to its peak, and then his physical body transformed, turning into a giant ape. He punched out at the talisman. The Eternal Life Sword Monarch was only a rank 4 great emperor, but the talisman's aura seemed to be stronger than a rank 8 great emperor. An all-out attack from a powerful existence. Although it might not be comparable to Shuai, it was very likely that it was equivalent to the full power of someone who had just entered the 9th transformation of the great emperor realm. Ningqi had to use his peak state to deal with it. If there had been a slight mistake, his body and spirit might have been destroyed. Rank 6 great emperor. The Sword Emperor Longevity's face was filled with shock. He finally understood why his master insisted on killing Duan Ling Tian. It had only been a short time since they last met, but his cultivation had increased so quickly. This was simply unheard of. Even if he was a great emperor, reincarnating and recovering the memories of his previous life shouldn't have reached such a terrifying level, right? If he was given another 3 to 5 years, wouldn't he become a 9th revolution great emperor? Hee hee! The longevity sword monarch could not stop himself from laughing out loud. This is my master's life-reaping curse. It's comparable to a full-powered attack with half of his cultivation base. You won't be able to escape today. It's done! The owner of the Clear River Workshop was overjoyed. What kind of person was the longevity sword emperor's master? An all-out attack with 50% of his cultivation would not be able to kill his opponent. A great emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? As long as Duan Ling Tian died, with the longevity sword monarch as his backing, he was not afraid of the Moon Elephant sect taking revenge. He knew that the longevity sword monarch was a member of the sacred parliament. There must be a reason why he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother is in danger. The expressions of Zhao Lei and the other, too, turned extremely ugly. Even with Ning Qi bearing most of the pressure for them, the aura of the life-reaping curse still sent chills down their spines. They felt that if this life-reaping curse was thrown on an ordinary city, the entire city would probably be turned into ashes. Time seemed to have stopped. Ning Qi's full attention was focused on the life-reaping curse. Then his fist and the life-reaping curse collided in the void. An invisible shockwave swept out in all directions with a loud boom. At this moment, the people who were swept by the shockwave felt their heads spin. The people who were swept by the aftermath of the wave all felt dizzy. It was as if at this moment their souls did not belong to them. They were about to fly out of their bodies. The people in the courtyard felt the same way. By the time they came back to their senses, 10 minutes had passed. Ning Qi had already returned to his human form. He looked a little wretched. The longevity sword monarch stood in front of him in a daze. The injured Ning Qi couldn't make a sound for a long time. At the same time, on the other side of the primordial land, a black-robed youth slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The life-reaping curse has been activated. Looks like the longevity sword monarch has found Ning Beixian, but he still needs to use my life-reaping curse with his cultivation. Looks like Ning Beixian's cultivation has improved during this period of time. After a pause, the black-robed youth's lips curled up slightly. But it's a pity. I can kill you countless times, but this time isn't an exception. I don't know when we'll meet again. I'd like to see how many times you've reincarnated. How many more times can your soul endure the pain of reincarnation? Clear River City Market. In the courtyard, the longevity sword monarch's eyes were still flowing with tears. The Clear River City lord looked at Ning Qi in a daze. His legs were already trembling uncontrollably. That move just now was your strongest move, right? Although I don't remember who your Shifu is, I've seen him over and over again. From the fact that San Sheng sent you to kill me, it can be seen that I definitely had a deep grudge against him in my previous life. Ning Qi smiled. The longevity sword emperor didn't say anything. He was looking for an opportunity to escape from this place. The other party could even withstand the life-reaping curse. The longevity sword emperor had lost his will to fight. And this Clear River City lord, sword emperor longevity, when you used him to lure me out, didn't you tell him that I'm not a threat? A boundless realm cultivator from the Holy Assembly? Ning Qi said faintly. After saying that, he even smiled at the Clear River City lord. It was this smile that made the Clear River City lord's knees buckle. Soft, staggered back a few steps. Boundless cultivator? Senior. He's also a boundless border cultivator? The Clear River City lord looked at Sword Emperor Longevity in a daze. It's over. It was all over this time. He never would have imagined that the person the Longevity Sword Emperor wanted him to deal with was also a boundless border cultivator and was equivalent to an ordinary person like him. No matter which side won, he would be expelled from the Holy Saint Council. Denounce him. The Sword Emperor Longevity ignored Clear River City Lord. In his eyes, Clear River City Lord was merely a part of his plan. However, their plan had failed, and the only thing they could do now was to preserve their lives. Thinking to this point, the Sword Monarch Longevity slowly opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say something to buy himself some time, he realized that he did not know what to do. He seemed to be enveloped by some kind of special power, and his body was constantly undergoing a strange change. He seemed to be getting younger. You're still looking for the most powerful dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3950. How could this be? The Sword Monarch Longevity felt his hair stand on end. Ever since he became a martial monarch, he had never felt such extreme danger. A martial monarch's life form was different from an ordinary person's. It could be said that many techniques did not pose much of a threat to a martial monarch's body. However, even so, if his body underwent any changes, it would still greatly affect him. I've broken your lifeless sword formation. Now, it's your turn to break my martial monarch ability. Ning Qi smiled. As expected, it was his martial monarch ability. The Sword Monarch Longevity's eyes flickered with astonishment. He wanted to resist and escape, but he felt like he had turned into an ordinary person, stuck in a muddy swamp. His every move was greatly restricted. It felt like time had been changed, slowed down, or even stopped. The Clear River City Lord stared at the Sword Monarch Longevity's transformation in astonishment. The Sword Monarch Longevity was becoming younger, to the point of being ridiculously young. His height and physique were also gradually shrinking. In just a short while, the Sword Monarch Longevity had turned into a teenager. His aura had also dropped to a level that was even weaker than the Clear River City Lord. What kind of martial monarch longevity is this? The Sword Monarch Longevity's voice had become slightly childish, but the fear in it was even stronger than before. A martial monarch longevity that can make you disappear from this world silently. Theoretically speaking, you shouldn't even have the right to reincarnate. Ning Qi smiled calmly. Impossible. No matter how powerful a martial monarch ability is, it can't interfere with the reincarnation of 10,000 worlds. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Supreme Sacred Assembly will definitely not let the matter rest. You have no reason to kill me. The counselors will surely punish you. The Sword Monarch Longevity roared fiercely. He never thought he would one day use such a method to threaten his enemy to spare his life. However, at this moment he knew that begging for mercy was useless. Only by threatening would he have a chance of survival. You are a boundless Jiang cultivator, so am I. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It's that simple. If the Supreme Sacred Assembly wants to punish me, it doesn't matter. Ning Qi smiled. He wasn't even afraid of the Supreme Saint Council. The Sword Monarch Longevity was filled with disbelief. His figure soon turned into the size of a 5-year-old child. At the same time, he could clearly sense his cultivation decreasing rapidly. Currently, his aura was only comparable to a second-step cultivator. Even the 3 servant disciples beside Ning Qi could easily pinch him to death, let alone a martial monarch. The Sword Emperor Eternal Life wasn't sure if this was an illusion or an irreversible technique, but he knew that he didn't want to die. Don't you want to know why I'm chasing after you? Sword Emperor Longevity tossed out his final trump card. Once he used this trump card, if the other party still didn't let him go, then he would have no other way. However, if the other party was a little curious about this, then he would still be able to gain some buffer time. A few breaths later, the Sword Emperor Longevity noticed that the changes to his body had indeed stopped. He heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi. "I'll give you a chance." Ning Qi smiled. "Grasp it well and tell me some valuable information." An aura barrier appeared beside Ning Qi and the Sword Emperor Longevity. At this moment, not only could the others not see their appearances clearly, but they also couldn't hear any sound. The clear river city, Lord's expression changed. He wanted to use this opportunity to escape, but he was suddenly suppressed by an aura. It was as if he would be torn to pieces if he moved. The clear river city, Lord's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts of escaping. "It's my master. He knows you from your previous life. No, it should be you from many lifetimes ago. You had several reincarnations, but my master killed them all before you grew up." There was a flash of hesitation in the Sword Emperor Longevity's eyes, but for the sake of his life he still betrayed his master. "Some of your previous lives were just born. Some were only at the first step, and some were only at the second step. My master calculated your location and ordered me to kill you. However, my master found out that when you reincarnated through some unknown method, there would be a special change in you every time you reincarnated. It became more and more difficult for my master to find out where you reincarnated. It was only when you reached the reincarnation realm that my master calculated your location. At that time, I wasn't entirely, so I sent a message to Jiang Yueshao to kill you. However, I didn't expect him to cause such a huge commotion, and the Archaic Star Pavilion found out about it. The news spread all the way to the Holy Assembly, and someone came forward to question him. However, my master also suppressed the matter. Otherwise, someone would find some clues that would be disadvantageous to my master." The Sword Emperor Longevity sighed in his heart and looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. "I didn't expect my master to only notice you when you reached the Martial Emperor realm in this life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. What's your master's name? Which sect is he from? Show me his appearance. I'll think about who I offended in the past for someone to chase after me." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "My master isn't a human, but a dragon," the Sword Emperor Longevity said softly. "Dragon?" The smile on Ning Qi's face widened. Two faces appeared in his mind, but the possibility of the Sword Emperor Longevity's master being representative White Dragon was too low. The curse he used just now contained 50% of his master's full strength. Judging from this, his master's cultivation should be around the 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm, not even comparable to Shui Gui. "I don't want to repeat the question again. Tell me everything at once." Ning Qi said calmly, "My master is the young master of the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 sacred clans. At the same time, he's also the boundless Martial Emperor of the Holy Saint Council. His name is Azure Dragon because he's already decided to be the next patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan. This is my master's appearance." The Sword Emperor Longevity forcefully used the extremely thin energy in his body to form a figure. It was a young man in black with a cold expression. His appearance was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would instantly disappear. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, but if one were to take a closer look, one would notice that his gaze was filled with arrogance and disdain no matter what he looked at. The figure was the black-clothed man that Ning Qi had seen in his past life's memories after consuming the life-changing flower. It was the black-clothed man who had discussed the Tao with him. Back then, he had claimed to be his subordinate to Representative White Dragon and had tried to persuade Ning Qi to give up on the Tao. "So he's your master. I didn't expect him to be so afraid of me." The smile in Ning Qi's eyes grew wider. The black-clothed man was already in 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm back then. Ning Qi did not expect him to still be in 9th cycle of the Martial Emperor realm after so many years. A formidable opponent? I'm afraid he's not worthy. Chapter 3951. You do remember my master? The fear in the Sword Longevity Monarch's eyes intensified. Even though he knew that Ning Qi was as powerful as his master in his previous lives, Ning Qi was still just a junior in his eyes. As long as he followed his master's instructions and killed Ning Qi, everything would be settled. But now, when he discovered that Ning Qi's memories actually remembered his master, the Sword Longevity Monarch, the fear in his heart surged like a flood. He could not stop it no matter what he did. It was as if he was not facing a junior that he thought was infallible, but an old monster that was of the same generation as his master and that his master was constantly on guard against. The Sword Longevity Monarch's current state made the Clear River City Lord's hands and legs tremble uncontrollably. His subordinates and nephews were already regretting what had happened today. However, they did not know that it was not their bad luck or a coincidence that things had turned out this way. The Clear River City Lord had purposely done this in order to climb on the Sword Longevity Monarch's coattails. That's right, I remember him. Ning Qi smiled. The Sword Longevity Monarch's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smile. You promised! The power on his body changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Sword Longevity Monarch had shrunk by a few years, returning to the appearance of a 3 or 4-year-old. However, his body no longer changed, but his aura had plummeted. He no longer had the aura of a cultivator. He looked like an ordinary 3 or 4-year-old child as he stared blankly at Ning Qi. Just what kind of technique is this? The Clear River City Lord felt his hair stand on end. A mighty emperor had turned into this in the blink of an eye. It was even more terrifying than having his life taken away. It was easier for him to accept the death of an emperor, but he could not accept the fact that an emperor had returned to his natural state. His cultivation had been taken away, and even his consciousness seemed to have been lost. Xiao Lei. Ning Qi smiled. Senior brother, I'm here. Xiao Lei stepped forward. Bring him along. Let's return to the sect. Ning Qi said. Xiao Lei was slightly taken aback. She looked at the Sword Emperor Longevity with a strange expression. Then, she stepped forward and hugged him. The Sword Emperor Longevity was not afraid of making any noise. Instead, when Xiao Lei hugged him, the fear in his heart dissipated somewhat. His eyes were no longer dull, and they became much more spirited. The fact that he could become a martial monarch means that he has great potential. With my martial monarch mystic art, I might be able to use this method to recruit all the geniuses. Ning Qi's mind moved slightly. In this way, although he would lose some experience, he would have one more seed that could be nurtured into a great emperor. It was fine to do it occasionally. Plop! The Clear River City Lord suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times to Ning Qi. Senior, what I did was forced by the Sword Emperor Longevity. I'm only a 5th-step cultivator, and I dare not disobey the Sword Emperor Longevity's order. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf on account of the fact that I haven't made a huge mistake yet. His nephew and his subordinates were dumbfounded, but they had also guessed the whole story. The Clear River City Lord's nephew had a strange expression. He subconsciously looked at Qin Zhong and Ming Xiong, but he immediately saw their furious gazes. He quickly lowered his head, and his body was trembling. This time he had really been tricked by his eldest uncle. Up until now, how could he not know that the sudden disappearance of the item on his body was definitely his eldest uncle's doing, and it was not stolen by Qin Zhong and the other man at all? Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. When Xiao Lei and the others saw this, they felt a little strange. However, seeing that Ning Qi had no intention of denouncing them, they did not dare to say anything and left with Sword Emperor Longevity. Seeing that Ning Qi and the others were about to walk out of the courtyard, the owner of the Clear River town let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. His forehead was covered with dense cold sweat. He was lucky to be able to keep his life this time. No, I have to report this to the Supreme Saint Assembly. Otherwise, the Sword Emperor Longevity will disappear in my Clear River City, and I'll be the scapegoat. With the Supreme Saint Assembly protecting me, he probably won't come after me. The owner of Clear River Town immediately began to rack his brains, thinking about how to deal with this matter safely. However, just as Ning Qi and the others left the courtyard, 4 long swords suddenly fell from the surroundings of the courtyard. The 4 long swords floated in the air in different directions. This is the Clear River City. Lord stood up in shock. However, before he could react, the 4 long swords had already pierced through everyone's hearts. The terrifying power even chased after the connection between them and the immortal palaces, causing the immortal palaces hidden in the void to shatter. In less than half a breath's time, the only living person in the courtyard was the Clear River City Lord. The rumbling of the immortal palaces collapsing could be heard in the void. His subordinates and nephews' miserable cries could be heard. A trace of despair appeared in the Clear River City Lord's eyes. He looked at the courtyard door with extreme resentment. Before he could finish speaking, the 4 long swords pierced through his body at the same time. He died on the spot. At the same time, in a grand immortal palace hidden in the void, the Clear River City Lord's primordial spirit opened its eyes and was about to flee with the immortal palace in fear. However, in the next moment, the 4 long swords appeared again and instantly destroyed his immortal palace. The Clear River City Lord's primordial spirit stood alone in the void and looked at the long swords floating around him. He was filled with despair. The destruction of his primordial spirit meant that he was truly dead. Although he could still reincarnate according to the rules of reincarnation, he would no longer have anything to do with his next life. Even if he cultivated to the rebirth realm in his next life, he wouldn't be able to recall any memories of this life. That was because he would be completely destroyed in this life. "Can't you just give me a way out?" the Clear River City Lord murmured to himself. The 4 long swords destroyed his primordial spirit at the same time before disappearing into the void. Moon Elephant Sect. "You'll be in charge of this kid from now on." Ning Qi looked at the Sword Emperor Longevity and rubbed his head gently while smiling at Zhao Lei. "Senior brother, he won't remember anything, right?" Zhao Lei smiled bitterly. She was only a low-level cultivator. Yet she had to take care of a terrifying existence who was once a great emperor. This made her feel uneasy. A hint of confusion appeared in the Sword Emperor Longevity's eyes. He clearly didn't understand what the two were talking about. "I can't remember. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. From now on, you'll be called Zhao Chongsheng." Ning Qi smiled at the Sword Emperor Longevity. "Zhao Chongsheng." The Sword Emperor Longevity repeated in a child's voice. He seemed to understand, but not really. "Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free?" Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3952. Clear River Market. A black-robed young man stood in the void and looked down calmly. After a while, he looked over at Moon Elephant Sect. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Not long ago, his heart throbbed. If the Azure Dragon race had a pure enough bloodline, they would have a kind of heaven. This kind of divine ability couldn't be actively used, but as long as there was a trace of danger, they would be able to sense it. The black-clothed youth relied on this racial talent to avoid countless dangerous situations. This time, when he sensed that something was wrong, he was already too late. Ning Beixian, the black-robed young man, murmured to himself. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards Moon Elephant Sect. Moon Elephant Sect. When the black-robed young man arrived, Vice Sect Master Yin, Vice Sect Master Shui, and the other great emperors of Moon Elephant Sect sensed something. They walked out of seclusion and looked in the same direction. Azure Dragon. The great emperors of Moon Elephant Sect were shocked when they saw the black-robed young man. One of the 4 sacred races, the Azure Dragon race. Why did the young master suddenly come to Moon Elephant Sect? Although they were all great emperors, they rarely interacted because of the difference in their races. The 4 sacred races were also very far away from Moon Elephant Sect. The Moon Elephant Sect's territory was very far away, and it was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators to see the existence of the four sacred clans. Taoist Azure Dragon, may I know what brings you here today? Vice Sect Master Yun soared into the sky and stood opposite Azure Dragon. You recognize me? Azure Dragon sized up Vice Sect Master Yin and smiled faintly. A white cloud that has turned into a spirit can also cultivate to the 8 revolutions Great Emperor realm. That's really rare. Although his tone sounded normal, if one listened carefully, one could hear a hint of disdain in it. Vice Sect Master Yun's expression didn't change. He smiled. Taoist Azure Dragon, as the young master of the Azure Dragon race, cultivated to the 9 revolutions Great Emperor realm. I'm afraid I'm still a drifting white cloud. I've naturally heard of such an existence. Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly, and the smile on his face gradually turned cold. How could he not understand the hint of mockery in Vice Sect Master Yun's words? That hint of mockery in Vice Sect Master Yun's words. He had reached the 9th revolution of the Great Emperor, while his opponent was just an ordinary white cloud in the primordial era. But now he was still a 9th revolution of the Great Emperor. Fong Nan was already an 8th cycle martial monarch. The difference between their cultivation was only a step. At this moment, Vice Sect leader Shui and the others seemed to have noticed the tension between the 2 sides and appeared one after another. May I know why young clan leader has come to my Moon Elephant sect today? If he wanted to see the capital Moon sect master, it was likely that the young clan leader was by. I'm here. Vice Sect leader Shui smiled. Bloodless Blade and the other Moon Elephant sect Great Emperors were too weak in terms of cultivation and experience. Hence, at this moment they did not make a sound. Looking at the legendary existence of Azure Dragon, the only person in the Moon Elephant sect who could compare to him in terms of seniority was the land of Tylee. As for the other Great Emperors, their qualifications were much lower than Azure Dragon's. It's nothing much. I was just passing by and decided to pay a visit. For someone to have a conversation here, it shouldn't be your esteemed sect. Is that how you treat your guests? Azure Dragon said with a faint smile. Vice Sect leader Shui glanced at Vice Sect leader Yun and saw him nod slightly. He then smiled and said, It's our fault for not being a good host. Young clan leader, please follow us to the guest hall. Many Moon Elephant sect disciples were shocked to see Vice Sect leader Yun and the others clustered around an unfamiliar young man. They secretly guessed the young man's origin. One thing they could be sure of was that the young man's cultivation was definitely at the Great Emperor realm. Domain. Guest hall. After everyone was seated, Azure Dragon looked around and said with a faint smile, I heard that your esteemed sect has a new Great Emperor, Wu Yin. Why isn't he here? Brother Wu might be in seclusion. Bloodless Blade said. Azure Dragon looked at him sharply. In the next moment, Bloodless Blade, who was also at the Great Emperor realm, felt like he had experienced a bloodbath. The massacre made his hair stand on end, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Bloodless Blade's expression was unsightly. Before he could speak, Vice Sect leader Yun frowned. Taoist Azure Dragon, what do you mean? Some junior Great Emperors don't know how to respect their seniors. What happened just now was just a small lesson. Only by calling all the Great Emperors of the Moon Elephant sect over would it be befitting of my identity. Otherwise, if word got out, people would know about your Moon Elephant sect has neglected me. I don't know how the Azure Dragon race will react. Azure Dragon smiled. This person doesn't seem friendly. Vice Sect leader Shui transmitted to Vice Sect leader Yin. He specifically wants to see Wu Yin. There might be some connection between the two. Wu Yin is a boundless border cultivator. With such an identity, I am not afraid of him acting recklessly. I'm not afraid of him acting recklessly. Go and call Wu Yin over. I want to see what Azure Dragon's motive for coming here today. Vice Sect leader Yun transmitted. When Vice Sect leader Shui heard this, He stood up and smiled at Azure Dragon. Young clan leader, we have indeed failed to consider this matter thoroughly. I will go call those Taoists who are in seclusion over. Azure Dragon nodded his head in satisfaction and grunted softly. Just as Vice Sect leader Shui was about to leave the guest hall, a figure walked in from outside. Azure Dragon saw this person clearly. A strange look flashed across his face and eyes. His right index finger twitched, but it was very strange. However, he quickly suppressed it, and a faint smile appeared on his face again. Brother Wu, you came at the right time. Let me introduce you. This is... When Vice Sect leader Shui saw Ning Qi, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Azure Dragon Race Young Clan Leader Azure Dragon. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, and their expressions turned weird. They knew that when Ning Qi came to Moon Elephant Sect, he was only a fifth-step cultivator. A fifth-step cultivator, this kind of existence, could actually recognize the origin of the green dragon with one glance? Azure Dragon, why are you still standing there? You are just sitting on a chair when you meet an old friend that you haven't seen for so many years? You're just like that. What a cold-blooded person. Ning Qi smiled at Azure Dragon. When Vice Sect leader Yun and the others heard this, their expressions changed. When Azure Dragon heard this, he stood up and stared at Ning Qi. Ning Beixian, you remember me? How can I not remember you? When I reincarnated, you treated me as a formidable opponent. But when I reincarnated, you paid attention to each of my lives. For example, in this life, you even specially sent Sword Emperor Longevity to talk to me. I will never forget such a friendship, even after reincarnation. Ning Qi smiled. Impossible. Back then, that person personally killed you. Even if I don't know how you did it, you can't possibly remember the past. Reincarnation, you can't possibly remember the past. Azure Dragon's eyes moved, and he looked at Ning Qi carefully. Sixth transformation, Great Emperor. Did longevity die in your hands? Zhong, was he the one who told you about my information? Ning Qi looked at Azure Dragon with a faint smile, holding the stars and plucking the sun and moon. There is no one like me in the world. Azure Dragon, you should still remember this, right? Azure Dragon was like an old cat, and an undetectable fear flashed in his eyes. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Just as he was about to attack, Vice Sect leader Yun scoffed. Moon Elephant Sect's mountain protecting array is enough to kill a great emperor. Ninth transformation. When Azure Dragon heard this, the tense atmosphere instantly calmed down. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 3953. The Moon Elephant Sect was one of the 13 godly sects. Since Vice Sect leader Yun and the others dared to let Azure Dragon, a 9th Revolution martial monarch, into the godly sect when sect leader Du was not around, they were extremely confident. The defensive formation of the godly sect was extremely powerful. Even a 9th Revolution martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. What? You want to kill me now? You can try and see if I'll die or not. Ning Qi smiled at Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon was bewildered. At this moment, apart from being wary of the Moon Elephant Sect's protective mountain formation, he was also suspicious of Ning Qi. Since the other party still remembered his memories and dared to appear in front of him, perhaps he really had a trump card that he did not know of. For example, the Azure Dragon had not been able to find the source of the secret of Ning Qi's reincarnation all these years. He did not know why Ning Qi would immediately reincarnate after being killed every time. Not long after, Ning Qi would once again appear before him. Furthermore, every reincarnation was harder to fathom than the previous one. Just like this time, he only sensed it when Ning Qi became a martial monarch. This made Azure Dragon even more afraid. If he killed Ning Qi this time, Wouldn't he only know that Ning Qi was a ninth revolution great emperor the next time he reincarnated? Concealing the fear in his heart, Azure Dragon glanced coldly at Ning Qi and walked out. Not long after, he left the Moon Elephant sect. After a few breaths, everyone looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. Sixth Revolution, Great Emperor. You are indeed a reincarnation of a great emperor. In such a short time, you have completed the journey that we have spent countless years to complete. Vice Sect Leader Yin said to Ning Qi with a strange expression. After a pause, she showed a hint of curiosity. From your conversation with Azure Dragon just now, you should remember your identity in your previous life, right? You are of the same generation as Azure Dragon. Bloodless Blade and the others immediately pricked up their ears. Azure Dragon's generation was similar to Du Yu's. If Ning Qi was of the same generation, they should have heard of Ning Qi's name. I only remember a little. I was just bluffing him. Ning Qi laughed. Vice Sect Master Yin did not pursue the matter. Ning Qi's current status was extraordinary. Putting aside the fact that he was already a sixth revolution emperor, a top-notch existence in the ancient land, the fact that Ning Qi dared to ridicule the Azure Dragon and the latter left without saying a word. They could already guess that Ning Qi's previous life would have the upper hand in the battle against the Azure Dragon. In the entire Moon Elephant sect, Do Yu was probably the only one who could be on equal footing with such an existence. The others were all half a generation lower than him. 2 years later, the burial ruins will open. Our Moon Elephant sect will have a huge battle with the martial monarchs of the other sacred sects. There might even be other factions joining in. You should prepare yourself. Vice Sect Master Yin smiled. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Okay, 18 years ago, the reason why he came to the Moon Elephant sect was to enter the burial ruins. Now that he had finally confirmed it, all he had to do now was wait patiently for the time limit to be up. If I had taken on the Moon Elephant sect's mountain protecting Grand Array, I should have been able to kill him. Why didn't I make a move? Azure Dragon pondered as he flew towards the clan grounds. In the end, he came to a conclusion that even he was unwilling to admit. He was afraid. He wasn't afraid of the Moon Elephant sect's martial monarch, but Ning Qi, who had the memories of the past. He was afraid that he would have to face the nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. Even though the King of Nightmares had been killed by Senator White Dragon, his cultivation had stagnated for a very long time. Ever since that incident, Azure Dragon's cultivation was stagnant. However, he wouldn't admit that it was because he didn't kill Ning Qi with his own hands that there was a crack in his state of mind. Perhaps I should kill him with my own hands. Thinking of this, Azure Dragon's eyes flickered. He suddenly realized that his bottleneck seemed to have loosened. Just a thought could have such an effect. If he really killed Ning Qi of this life with his own hands, he might really step into the peak of the 9th transformation martial monarch. In the future, he would have the chance to take the 6th step and become a true big shot in the Shenlua world. Azure Dragon was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have let his subordinates kill Ning Qi's reincarnations again and again. Instead, he should have done it himself. In this way, his cultivation would definitely be much higher than what he was seeing now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Many things couldn't be repeated. The past was the past, and there was a very important factor. Azure Dragon had always known the reason why he didn't do it himself. It was just that he wasn't willing to admit it. Until now, he wouldn't admit it. He was even afraid of Ning Qi's reincarnation. In 2 years, the burial site of Tai Li Land will open. This place used to be the site of Xin Yuan Celestial Sect. Now, it is controlled by the 13 divine sects. The 4 sacred clans also control a similar place, and it will open at that time. Perhaps I should leave the opportunity in my clan to others. As the Moon Elephant sect's martial monarch, Ning Beixian must go to the burial site. This time, not only will I fight for the opportunity to take the 7th step, I will also completely eliminate this inner demon. The azure dragon's figure moved, and he stood in the void for a full 10 breaths of time before he changed his direction and prepared to head directly to the land of Tai Li. Xianyuan Lin, don't run anymore. Give me the ring in your hand. I promise I won't kill you for the sake of our friendship. This kind of treasure is a complete waste in your hands. Only I can bring out its full potential. Brother Zhang is right. Brother Lin, give me the ring. We have chased him all the way from Tai Li land to immemorial time. We are tired. Let's not run anymore, okay? Don't you guys want the ring? Then let's go. Xianyuan Lin stopped and turned around with a smile. There were 4 figures in front of him. Each of them was much stronger than him. The strongest among them was already in the rebirth realm. Seeing that Xianyuan Lin had stopped, the 4 of them suddenly sped up, just as they were about to catch Xianyuan Lin. Xianyuan Lin moved and disappeared on the spot. Damn it, he escaped again. What is that ring? How can it be so powerful? The 4 of them stopped. One of the women's eyes were filled with anger. Sister, don't be angry. Hurry and see where the goo worm you planted in his body is. The rebirth realm cultivator said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the woman immediately took out a compass. There was a small red dot shining on it. Over there. The woman pointed in a direction and said, Over there. It seems to be the territory of the Moon Elephant sect. The rebirth realm cultivator frowned and then waved his hand. Continue to chase. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3954. Where is this? Xianyuan Lin looked around blankly. Around him, there were many people standing in the same place, looking at him strangely. They had just seen Xianyuan Lin suddenly appear here with their own eyes. Who are you? A middle-aged man walked slowly to Xianyuan Lin and asked with a frown. I'm sorry, I'm just passing by. Xianyuan Lin smiled embarrassedly. Passing by? Passing by our Moon Elephant sect? The middle-aged man sneered. Before Xianyuan Lin could react, an aura fell on him. He was instantly imprisoned by the aura and couldn't even use the divine sense on the ring. Moon Elephant sect? One of the 13 divine sects? How did I come to such a place? Xianyuan Lin's face turned pale. He hated the ring. Every time he used the divine sense on the ring, he would encounter something terrible. He had to wonder if he had to pay a similar price to use the ring. You must be tired of living. There are still spies who dare to sneak into Moon Elephant sect. You'd better tell me where you came from. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your immortal palace when I hand you over to the great emperor. The middle-aged man said coldly, Wait, it's really a misunderstanding. I was chased by someone and came here by mistake. Xianyuan Lin said hurriedly, Chased by someone? How could you come into Moon Elephant sect by mistake with your cultivation? It's ridiculous. Do you really think the big formation of Moon Elephant sect is useless? The middle-aged man was so angry that he almost laughed. Spies like you are usually very stubborn. But don't worry, I have 100 ways to make you talk. Xianyuan Lin wasn't too afraid of his threat. As long as he was given a chance, he could escape with the divine sense on the ring. But at the beginning, he might have to suffer a little. Just when the middle-aged man was about to leave with Xianyuan Lin, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from a mountain in the distance. Everyone's eyes were lit by the fire. There was a pillar of fire that reached to the sky. The terrifying temperature made even the cultivators at Step 5 feel that they would die if they approached it. Within the Moon Elephant sect, be it the direct disciples, outer sect disciples, or servant disciples, all of them looked towards the direction of the pillar of fire with bewildered expressions. That direction seems to be Elder Wu's cave abode. Could it be that Elder Wu has cultivated some kind of special spell technique? This flame seems to be extremely strong. A 5th step cultivator said with a solemn expression. There was a great distance between him and the pillar of fire, but the moment the pillar of fire appeared, the sense of danger made his hair stand on end. It was clear how powerful this pillar of fire was. No, there's something inside the fire pillar. Some sharp-eyed individuals cried out in alarm because they saw the Qilin. Even in the primordial land, it was very difficult to see a Qilin. Is that a Kirin? The Qilin race, ranked third among the 10,000 ancient races? Why would it appear in our moon elephant sect? Everyone's faces turned deathly pale. If there was a race with the smallest population in the primordial land, it would be the Qilin race. However, in the Qilin race, 8 out of 10 were great emperors. The ratio of great emperors was also the most terrifying existence among the 10,000 ancient races. Although no one knew the specific identity of the representatives in the Supreme Saint Council, everyone was sure that the current Qilin king was definitely one of the representatives. Compared to the Qilin race, the human race's status in the primordial land was very far away. The Qilin race's range of activity was also very far away from the moon elephant sect's territory, and it was slightly closer to the 4 sacred races. To be honest, the Qilin race's status in the primordial land was comparable to the royal families of the human dynasties. It was extremely high, so when everyone saw a Qilin in the moon elephant sect, they were so shocked. Ning Qi stood tens of feet away from the fire pillar, and his expression kept changing. If Zhao Lei and the others weren't enveloped by Ning Qi's aura, they would have been vaporized by the surrounding temperature. The cave abode that was originally green and lush had turned into a pile of charcoal. The fire pillar seemed to have the trend of burning bigger and bigger. If this trend continued, the entire mountain would be engulfed by it. In the fire pillar, the fire Qilin that had turned into an egg had already broken out of its shell. Its appearance was also completely different from before. In the past, the fire Qilin was burning with red flames, but now the fire Qilin was burning with golden flames. Its scales were completely golden, and under the illumination of the fire, it reflected a dazzling halo. "Senior brother, what is this?" Zhao Lei hugged Zhao Changsheng and looked at the fire pillar and the fire Qilin floating in it, dumbfounded. Ning Qi didn't reply, but Chen Zhong and Ming Xiong looked at each other and gasped. "This looks like a Qilin." "Qilin." Zhao Lei finally confirmed that she wasn't seeing things, and her eyes lit up. She had been in the divine Luo world for so long, but this was the first time she saw the Qilin race, and it was so close. Ning Qi's expression was a little strange. After the fire Qilin's nirvana, the egg had been stored in his sea of consciousness. He originally thought that there wouldn't be any changes in a short period of time, but just now he sensed a very dangerous aura and took out the Qilin egg in time. Otherwise, his physical body would have been melted by this fire pillar. She is just a nirvana. How can she have such a terrifying aura? Her aura has already surpassed that of a normal great emperor, right? Ning Qi muttered to himself. At the same time, Vice Sect Master Yun and the others appeared one after another. They easily came to Ning Qi's side and looked at the fire pillar with him. As for Bloodless Blade and the other great emperors, they could only stand hundreds of feet behind them. Their cultivation levels were lower, and when they felt the threat of the fire pillar, they didn't dare to stand so close like Ning Qi and the others. Elder Wu, this is... Vice Sect Master Yin looked at Ning Qi and then at the fire Qilin with a strange expression. They had just sent off the young clan leader of the Green Dragon race, and now there was another existence from the Qilin race? Qilin. Ning Qi smiled. We know it's a Qilin. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Vice Sect Master Yin obviously wanted to ask about the origin of this Qilin. We don't seem to have a Qilin in our moon form sect. I wonder if Elder Wu knows about its origin? Vice Sect Master Shui asked tactfully. But just as he finished his sentence, the void in the sky suddenly tore open, and a huge eyeball appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone's expression subconsciously became more respectful. Apart from the members of the Holy Assembly, There was no one else who could appear in such a way. King Qilin. The old King Qilin is not dead yet. How did a new King Qilin appear in this world? The eyeball stared at the fire Qilin, and at the same time, a loud voice came into everyone's ears. Chapter 3955. Hong Zhongdalu's voice seemed to have a special kind of magical power. After everyone heard it, they felt much more at ease. However, they could also sense an inviolable majesty from this voice. However, the message that this voice conveyed made everyone dumbfounded. King Qilin? The most powerful person in the Qilin clan? The terrifying existence that could command thousands of clans in Shenlua world, not to mention Vice sect leader Yun and the others. Even the current sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were only the juniors of King Qilin. They had never even seen King Qilin with their own eyes. This kind of existence was already a living legend. The moment the eyeball appeared, Ning Qi's attention had already shifted from the fire Qilin to it. Ning Qi was familiar with this eyeball and the voice that it had just made. This eyeball was the one that had appeared when Ning Qi was undergoing the heavenly tribulation in Shenluo mystic realm. At that time, the silver dragon had helped Ning Qi sneak into Shenluo world. This had angered the other party and caused Ning Qi to enter the forsaken land of the gods. He was unable to advance normally and could only join the Dark Parliament. King Qilin? I don't think so. If he is, what he said just now was contradictory. White Dragon Counselor, or the existence behind the 4 sacred clans. The 4 sacred clans might not have counselors. The origins of these counselors can't be judged by common sense. They could also be some unknown clans. I just don't know if there are any 7th step cultivators in the human clan. If there are, the forces under them should be extremely famous. They might really be from one of the 13 deities' clans. Ning Qi's heart raced. However, apart from the 2 counselors that he could confirm, he really didn't know anything about the other counselors in the Supreme Saint Council. Even in a powerful force like the Moon Elephant sect, he couldn't find any clues in this aspect. These counselors are so mysterious and don't show themselves. They control the advancement of all the cultivators in Shenlua world. Do they like to be bosses behind the scenes, or do they have some unspeakable reasons? In the era when the Shenyuan celestial sect still existed, 7th step cultivators were not so mysterious. Although they were also big shots in the cultivation world, there were records in some ancient books that 7th step cultivators often appeared in front of ordinary cultivators, such as holding some Tao discussion ceremonies. Second counselor. Someone's expression changed abruptly as he looked at the sky in shock. Another eyeball appeared in the void. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this eyeball was slightly different from the previous one. This meant that the person behind this eyeball should be another councilman. But before the shock subsided, a second eyeball appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Finally, everyone saw 9 eyeballs spread out like stars on a chessboard, appearing in all directions. And the place they were focused on was the nirvanic rebirth of the fire Qilin within the pillar of fire. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely quiet. No one dared to make a sound. Even their breathing slowed down, subconsciously. Ever since they could remember, they had never heard of 2 members of the Holy Assembly appearing at the same time. Moreover, there were 9 of them. Many people were excited. The scene today was enough to prove that the Holy Assembly had at least 9 representatives. These were 9 7th step cultivators. Their impression of the Supreme Saint Council became even more majestic, dignified, and powerful. 9. At least 9 7th step cultivators. If not for the lack of 8th step cultivators, Shenlua world's strength should be comparable to the god nations in the creation, divine, territory. Ning Qi's expression was extremely solemn. 9 representatives had appeared to observe the fire Qilin's nirvanic rebirth. This was enough to show the seriousness of the matter. If these 9 representatives had ill intentions towards the fire Qilin, things would be difficult to handle. Ever since the second representative appeared, other than the sound of the fire burning in the fire pillar, there was only the faint sound of the wind passing through the forest. Silence. Dead silence. The 9 representatives didn't communicate at all. Ning Qi noticed that one of the eyeballs was completely golden. The pupil and the white of the eye were both golden. The aura of this eyeball seemed to be slightly stronger than the other eyeballs. It was just that this difference was difficult for ordinary people to detect. 10 breaths later, the first eyeball that appeared turned to look at the other 8 eyeballs. Then it disappeared into the void. The remaining eyeballs also disappeared, one after another. Only the golden eyeball was left. It kept staring at the fire Qilin in the void, and there was no emotion in its eyes. No one could guess what the existence behind this eyeball was thinking. About half an hour passed. The fire pillar suddenly started to descend from the top. Finally, it completely entered the fire Qilin's body. The fire Qilin, whose body was burning with golden flames, slowly opened its eyes. Her pupils were almost exactly the same as the eyeball in the void. They were both golden in color. Even the white of the eye did not have any other color. It was like the purest gold. The two of them stared at each other for about 10 breaths of time. This caused everyone to slowly become nervous. Then the eyeball in the void slowly turned its gaze and locked onto Ning Qi among the crowd. "She has signed the life and death contract with you." It was the same loud and clear voice, but it was different from the first eyeball. This voice did not calm people down. Instead, it brought about an extremely terrifying pressure. Vice sect leader Yun and the others who were standing around Ning Xuani heard the voice. Their legs turned to jelly and they all knelt on the ground. With a crash, almost all the cultivators present knelt down. Only Ning Qi remained standing. He looked at the golden eyeball without a change in expression. It was not that his cultivation was strong enough to fight against it. Instead, when the voice sounded, a special power surged into Ning Qi's body from the fire Qilin. It gave him the ability to resist the pressure. Life and death contract? Vice sect leader Yun and the others were shocked. They subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. They had never imagined that the Qilin that had attracted the attention of the 9 representatives was actually Ning Qi's spiritual beast. Treating the Qilin as a spiritual beast? Wasn't this like the birthday boy lighting a lamp in the toilet? Was he courting death? That's right. I have signed the life and death contract with her. Ning Qi spoke slowly. If it was a blessing, it was not a curse. If it was a curse, it could not be avoided. With the other's strength, if it really wanted to kill him, it would probably only take a glance. Ning Qi even suspected that even if the silver dragon appeared, it might not be able to fight against it. Even if the silver dragon's former strength was not weaker than the 7th step, its current condition was really worrying. It would fall into a deep sleep at the slightest provocation. If the existence behind this eyeball was really the king of the Qilin clan, then the silver dragon should not be a match for it. The Qilin clan cannot be a spiritual beast for you ant-like humans. She can be considered a traitor of the Qilin clan. Next, the experts of the Qilin clan will come to capture you and bring you to the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. The golden eyeball glanced indifferently at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin before disappearing into the void. Chapter 3956. Disappeared? Ning Qi's expression turned strange. That golden eyeball was 100% King Qilin. It was obvious that the other party was unhappy with the fire Qilin's contract, but he didn't attack them on the spot. Instead, he asked the experts of the Qilin race to capture them. Was it because of his pride as a 7th step cultivator that he wasn't willing to attack personally? Furthermore, the eyeball that had appeared first had sent Ning Qi a very important message. That eyeball said that the current Qilin king was still alive. So how could there be another Qilin king? This sentence contained a special meaning that was very important. Suddenly, Ning Qi had a strange thought. Could it be that the first eyeball was purposely reminding everyone? Before Ning Qi could think about it, the fire Qilin landed in front of him and said, Things are a little troublesome." It was indeed a little troublesome. Ning Chi nodded slightly. He looked around and cupped his fists at Vice, Sect, Master Yin, and the rest. "Everyone, please head back first." "All right." Vice Sect Master Yin nodded. He looked at the fire Qilin and turned to leave with a strange expression. Everyone else left one after another, but there was still a trace of shock in their hearts. This time round, the appearance of the 9 representatives in Moon Form Sect was an unprecedented event. Moreover, Ning Chi had actually signed a contract with the Qilin race. That was even more shocking and frightening. Ever since they could remember, they had never heard of the Qilin race signing such a contract with another race. Thinking about what the King Qilin had said, they couldn't help but feel worried for Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin. As for whether or not Moon Form Sect would be implicated because of this, they weren't worried. The Supreme Saint Council had always been fair, and they believed that they would make a fair decision on this matter. The cave abode. After Zhao Lei and the rest served tea, they left, leaving only Ning Chi and the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin transformed into a human and wore a golden armor. Ning Chi suspected that the armor was formed by the golden flames on its body, and it gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. There can only be one King Qilin in this world. The Fire Qilin said slowly, "You mean that the current King Qilin will deal with you because of this?" Ning Chi frowned. This should be the so-called 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain, right? The Fire Qilin nodded slightly. "My bloodline was originally very ordinary in the Qilin clan, but who would have thought that I would undergo nirvana this time? In the Qilin clan, only the next Qilin king will show signs of nirvana. Normally, when the previous Qilin king's lifespan is about to end, the current Qilin king must have already chosen the next successor. But with an anomaly like me, not only can the Qilin he chose not become the next Qilin king. If the current Qilin king's lifespan is not about to end, his fate energy will also be affected by me. I can feel that there is always a special power flowing into my body, and it is this power that allowed me to break through several great realms and reach the 8th transformation of Great Emperor. What kind of power is this?" Ning Chi could not help but reveal a trace of envy in his eyes. He had put in a lot of effort to reach the 6th transformation of Great Emperor, but the Fire Qilin had gone through nirvana and directly reached the 8th transformation of Great Emperor. It was truly enviable. "I don't know, but I suspect that this power is related to the current Qilin king. If I continue to absorb it, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and it is even possible for me to reach the 7th step of Ascendant. Therefore, not long after, the experts of the Qilin clan sent by the Qilin king will come as promised, and they will not allow me to cultivate in this state." The Fire Qilin said in a deep voice. She wore a solemn expression. She should have been in high spirits after reaching the 8th transformation of Great Emperor, but now the Qilin king had noticed her the moment she advanced, and they were in a unique situation. Even if the Qilin king did not intend to bully the weak and personally took action, the experts of the Qilin clan he sent would not be easy to deal with. "My guess is that he will send the next Qilin king that he has chosen to come here and kill you, the anomaly." Ning Chi said, "That is indeed possible. Only by doing so, we can shut everyone's mouths. After my nirvana, I gained a lot of inherited memories. In order to become the Qilin king, I will have to convince the experts of my clan. This is probably the reason why the Qilin king did not personally take action, as he is afraid that the Qilin clan will be disloyal." The Fire Qilin nodded. "Let's sort it out. The reason why the Qilin king did not take action personally is because he wants the other experts of the Qilin clan to kill you openly. Therefore, as long as they cannot find you, they will not do anything to me. Because if I die, you will die too. This will not be considered fair, and there will be different opinions in the Qilin clan, right?" Ning Chi smiled. "Something like that." The Fire Qilin nodded. "Then things will be much simpler." The corner of Ning Chi's lips curled upwards. 15 minutes later, in the creation sacred realm, in the courtyard, the The fire Qilin wore a strange expression. The power is still pouring in endlessly. I will be able to break through to the 9th transformation of the great Emperor realm soon. So, even the creation's sacred realm can't stop you from absorbing the power from the Qilin King? Although I'm not sure if the power is from the Qilin King, you should cultivate well in the creation's sacred realm and strive to break through to the 7th step as soon as possible to become an ultimate god. By then, even the Qilin King will not be able to do anything to you. Ning Qi smiled. The worry in the fire Qilin's heart had disappeared. He smiled and nodded slightly. As long as they were in the creation's sacred realm, the Qilin King would not be able to do anything to her. After all, this was not the Shenlua world. The Qilin King would not be able to deal with her unless he personally chased her to the creation sacred realm. However, the possibility of a 7th step cultivator coming to the creation sacred realm was slim. Jiang Posha, who was hanging on Emperor Lu, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the fire Qilin and Ning Qi passing by the tree in disbelief. How is this possible? She has successfully undergone nirvana? If that's the case, why didn't the Qilin King kill them? Jiang Posha was shocked. At the same time, he could not understand why the Qilin King could not see the huge commotion caused by the Qilin's nirvana. He thought that if it was him, he would definitely kill the fire Qilin immediately. In that case, Ning Qi, who shared a bond with her, would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the Qilin King's pride. The fire Qilin suddenly stopped and walked in front of Emperor Lu. This star monster is about to become an emperor. Yes, but it's still a little short. However, the creation's sacred realm is rich in spiritual energy, and the laws are different from the Shenlua world. It's inevitable for him to become an emperor. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Perhaps I can lend him a hand. The fire Qilin muttered to himself and suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Emperor Lu. The next moment, Emperor Lu's aura surged like boiling water. Chapter 39:57. Jiang Tianshu, Jiang Wankong, and the others who were pretending to be dead were awakened by Lu Huang's aura. They opened their eyes and stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Emperor Lu's aura was terrifying to begin with. He was just a little bit away from entering the Emperor realm. Moreover, back in the divine Lua world, Emperor Lu was also a very famous existence among the star demons. Because Emperor Lu had lived for too long, his accumulation was tens or even hundreds of times thicker than ordinary 5th step, imperishable realm cultivators. When the fire Qilin placed its palm on Lu Huang's body, the tiny veins on Lu Huang's body all emitted a dazzling golden light. Immediately after, everyone saw a similar golden light appear on the ground. The golden light continued to spread in all directions, almost enveloping the surrounding territory of thousands of miles. In the distance, many figures flew into the air from the ancient star system pavilion. Led by Pavilion Elder Duan, everyone stared in the direction of Lu Huang. Lu Huang is about to become an emperor, the old lord said slowly. Emperor realm. A trace of envy appeared on the bull demon king's face. But in addition to envy, hope also rose in his heart. He already knew about Lu Huang's experience in the Shenlua realm. He had no hope of becoming an emperor for so many years. How many years had it been since he came to the fortune divine realm? If Lu Huang could become an emperor, so could he. The old lord is right. Lu Huang is indeed about to become an emperor. The corners of Grand Elder Duan's mouth rose slightly. With Ning Qi and Lu Huang becoming an emperor, they now had 2 emperor realm cultivators in the fortune divine realm. Compared to the giant cities that only had 1 or 2 grade 6 god realm warriors guarding them, they were now considered a first-rate force. The golden veins on the ground continued to spread. Soon, everyone saw golden seeds emerging from the veins. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the seeds continued to germinate, grew, and turned into towering willow trees that were hundreds of feet tall. The surface of these willow trees glowed with a faint golden light. The territory within thousands of kilometers was almost turned into a sea of trees by these countless willow trees. Some of the god realm warriors who passed by could not help but be shocked. Someone is breaking through to grade 6 here. Retreat, lest we get caught in the crossfire. Everyone turned around and fled. It was common knowledge that when a martial artist broke through to the 6th grade of the realm of the gods, they would have an extremely powerful aura. Sometimes this aura wouldn't cause any harm to others, but the vast majority of them would more or less injure a 4th or 5th grade realm of the gods. As for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade realm of the gods, there was no need to mention them. If they encountered this sort of situation, they could only flee. Otherwise, just a wisp of the aura of a 6th grade realm of the gods would be enough to consign them to eternal damnation. This state lasted for an entire day and night. A green-robed, middle-aged man appeared in front of Ningqi. He first bowed deeply to Ningqi, then to the fire Qilin. "Thank you, Taoist Qilin, for helping me break through the last bottleneck and finally become an emperor." There's no need to stand on ceremony. I also sensed it. This should be my great monarch divine ability. The fire Qilin smiled. To put it bluntly, she and Emperor Lu were the same as Ningqi. They had signed the life and death contract. If they could help her, they would help her. Otherwise, Emperor Lu's cultivation was too low. If he was killed, not only would Ningqi die, but she would also die with him. "You are Emperor Lu?" Ningqi had a strange look in his eyes. The middle-aged Lu Huang smiled and nodded. "Then what is this?" Ningqi pointed at the willow tree in front of him. This was Emperor Lu's body. Jiang Posha and the others were still hanging on it. However, this willow tree no longer shone with golden light. Chiang Hai's willow tree had also returned to its low-profile appearance, with all the golden light hidden. "Taoist Ning, this is my outer body incarnation. Not only this, but all the willow trees within a radius of thousands of miles are all my incarnations," Emperor Lu explained with a smile. "Outer body incarnation? This should be your great monarch divine ability, right?" Ningqi was a little surprised. He could vaguely sense that the willow tree in front of him still had a terrifying aura, which was comparable to an ordinary 6th grade celestial realm warrior. As for the other willow trees, those with slightly lower cultivation might not be able to see anything special and would only think that they were ordinary willow trees. However, with Ningqi's cultivation, he could see that any one of these willow trees was comparable to a 5th grade celestial realm warrior. There were about 100 of them that were comparable to a 5th step celestial realm warrior. The closer the willow trees were to the courtyard and the archaic star pavilion, the stronger their aura was. Among the 100 willow trees that were comparable to a 6th grade celestial realm warrior, more than 30 of them were surrounding the archaic star pavilion, while the remaining 70 or so were like stars, guarding the courtyard in all directions. "This is my great monarch divine ability." Emperor Lu nodded with a smile. "It's really a good divine ability. If you also cultivate those outer body incarnations to the Emperor realm, won't your enemies be in deep despair?" Ningqi smiled. "Taoist Ning is right. It's just that it's already so difficult for me to become an emperor, let alone cultivate these incarnations to the Emperor realm. Perhaps in the future there will be a chance." Emperor Lu did not deny it. This was the growth potential of his great monarch divine ability. However, it was different from ordinary great emperors. The growth potential of the great emperor divine ability was related to the cultivation of the great emperor divine ability. The stronger the cultivation, the more powerful the divine ability. However, Emperor Lu's great emperor divine ability was different. Even if his cultivation increased, the impact on these outer body incarnations would be negligible. He could only increase his strength by letting his outer body incarnations cultivate as well. In the divine realm of creation, opportunities are everywhere. It might be difficult in the divine Luo realm, but might not be the case here. No matter what, in the future, with you here, this place will be the strongest fortress. Ordinary Emperor Realm warriors won't be able to break in. Ningqi was very satisfied with Emperor Lu's great Emperor divine ability. With such a divine ability guarding this place, the safety of Wang Muting and the others would be guaranteed. It was as if the territory of thousands of miles had been turned into a city and belonged to Ningqi's sphere of influence. Whoever dared to behave atrociously here, a willow tree could teach them a lesson. My life is over. Jiang Tianshu closed his eyes in despair. Jiang Posha, Jiang Wankong, and the others were not any better. They had always held a glimmer of hope in their hearts that they could escape this place. But now, Emperor Lu had become an emperor in front of them, and they were still imprisoned by Emperor Lu's outer body incarnations. There was a sea of outer body incarnations around them. Although they were weaker than the one that imprisoned them, they were still powerful enough to crush them. Their hope of escaping this place was zero. We congratulate Emperor Lu for becoming an emperor. Grand Elder Duan and the others flew across the sky and congratulated Emperor Lu. You're too polite. I hope you can take care of me in the future. Emperor Lu cupped his hands and smiled. Such a joyous occasion. Of course, we have to set up a few tables. Ningqi smiled. After a pause, he looked at Grand Elder Duan. Not only that, I have a suggestion. The commotion caused by Emperor Lu becoming an emperor is much bigger than mine. The sea of trees here can't be hidden from the surrounding divine realm warriors. Why don't we send out invitations and invite them to visit us? If that's the case, the reputation of the ancient Star Pavilion will spread. If the other sects in the divine Luo realm find out. Grand Elder Duan pondered. I've already made a decision. The ancient Star Pavilion is still not domineering enough. From now on, this place will be called the Heavenly Court. Ningqi smiled. As soon as he said that, the old lord's eyes flickered. The eyes of the Bull Demon King and the others lit up like stars. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3958. Heavenly Court? Grand Elder Duan was startled. Then he smiled bitterly and glanced at Ningqi, thinking of Ningqi's previous identity. It was very likely that it was his ancestor, so he said, The name of the Heavenly Courts is indeed much more impressive than the Star Pavilion. It's a good way to hide the fact that the Star Pavilion has the means to enter the creation divine realm and avoid being suppressed by the Holy Assembly. The prodigies who belonged to the ancient Star Pavilion that Ningqi had brought into the creation divine realm were originally unhappy. This place should still be called the ancient Star Pavilion. But even though they were unhappy, they didn't dare to say anything. After Grand Elder Duan agreed, he thought about the two words, Heavenly Court, and gradually agreed. Beixian, are you going to establish the Heavenly Court today? The old lord stroked his beard. There's no time like the present. Since Emperor Lu has become an emperor, there's no way to hide it anymore. It's better to establish the Heavenly Court. Ningqi smiled and nodded. After establishing the Heavenly Court, I should be able to get an official position, right? Bull Demon King suddenly said with a smile. Ningqi glanced at him. I'll let you be the horse protector. After pausing for a moment, Ningqi smiled at Old Supreme Lord and said, I'll have to trouble Old Supreme Lord to worry about the matters of the Heavenly Court. I still have some matters regarding divine Luo world. I still have some matters to attend to in Shenlua world. After Ningqi left, Bull Demon King looked at the old lord in a daze. He really wants me to be the horse protector? Isn't that a monkey? Is there anything else? The little monkey is not back yet. You can take over for now. The old lord smiled. Bull Demon King, Shenlua world. Moon Elephant Sect. Ningqi was at ease leaving the creation divine realm to the old lord. Plus, Emperor Lu and Fire Qilin were there. Even if someone was unhappy and wanted to cause trouble, the two could deal with it. Not to mention that Emperor Lu had millions of avatars. His strength was probably comparable to a third-rank emperor with his deep foundation. His avatar, which was also an emperor, was comparable to a sixth-rank god realm warrior. Fire Qilin was even more powerful. He had just succeeded in Nirvana and inherited something, but his cultivation level was already at 8th rank emperor. It was rare to see a 6th grade god realm warrior in the Fortune Divine Realm. Once the heavenly court was established, its strength would directly surpass that of the Hague city. In the Fortune Divine Realm, although it couldn't compare to those 100, the foundation of a powerful sect could also stand firmly below the top 100 sects. After returning to Moon Elephant Sect, Ning Qi immediately headed to Vice Sect Master Yun's cave abode. Why are you here? Vice Sect Master Yun was deeply surprised by Ning Qi's visit as he subconsciously looked behind Ning Qi. The Fire Qilin has already left the Moon Elephant Sect. The Qilin King has spoken directly, intending to bully the weak. She came to capture me and the Fire Qilin. If she continues to stay in the Moon Elephant Sect, she will only bring trouble to the sect. Ning Qi laughed. Vice Sect Master Yun heaved a sigh of relief, but there was a hint of pity in his eyes. If it were any other time, Moon Elephant Sect would be able to befriend them. An expert of the Qilin clan was naturally a good thing. Unfortunately, this Qilin was too strong. It was actually born from the Qilin King, and the current Qilin King was still alive. Even if she was a human, she knew that the Qilin clan had a saying that 2 tigers could not live on the same mountain. Actually, you will also be in danger if you stay in the Moon Elephant Sect. The Qilin King said that he will capture both of you. Vice Sect Master Yun said in a low voice. I know this, so I intend to discuss with you whether we should go to the Tai Li land first, instead of staying in the Moon Elephant Sect. Why don't we go there first? Ning Qi laughed. This Vice Sect Master Yun glanced at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Even if you go to the Tai Li land, the Qilin clan will still chase after you. If you go, won't that put pressure on the sect master and the rest? What are you afraid of? The sect master is a 9th transformation great emperor, and the Qilin clan is probably only a 7th step cultivator. The rest are the strongest, but they are comparable to the sect master. Given the sect master's strength, you can still intimidate them. When I get the opportunity from the Tai Li land, my cultivation level will soar. Why would I be afraid of the Qilin clan experts? Ning Qi smiled faintly. His tone was full of confidence. Vice Sect leader Yun realized that the situation before him would be dire for any other cultivator. But for Ning Qi, he actually didn't care at all. Was he pretending, or did he really not care? Vice Sect Master Yun's heart stirred. He recalled that Ning Qi knew the young patriarch of the Azure Dragon clan, Azure Dragon, and even scared him away. Then, a Qilin appeared as a spiritual beast. All of this seemed very inconceivable, enough to prove it from the side. This meant that Ning Qi's status in his previous life was probably above the 13 divine clans. He must be an old monster that has lived for a very long time. Vice Sect Master Yin looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Back then, she only felt that Ning Qi was a good junior and could be guided. Now her attitude towards Ning Qi was already worlds apart. From the bottom of her heart, she treated Ning Qi as that kind of person, an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Seeing that Vice Sect Master Yin didn't say anything and only looked at him, Ning Qi smiled and waited quietly. I heard that the opening of the Bone Burial Ruins this time has an opportunity to attain the Tao. Otherwise, the sect master and the others wouldn't place so much importance on it. With his ability, he might really be able to get something out of it. After pondering for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Vice Sect leader Yin nodded. All right, we'll head to the Bone Burial Ruins in advance. Ever since I entered the sect, I have never met the sect master. This time, I will be the one to introduce you. If you go alone, I am afraid that you will not be able to meet him. Sect master will be suspicious. That's the principle. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up when he saw Vice Sect Master Yun nodding in agreement. If he had met with the Capital Moon Sect Master, he would have gone to the bone burial site by himself, and there would have been no need to ask for Vice Sect Master Yun's permission. Vice Sect Leader Yun was a swift and decisive person. Since she had made the decision, she only used a day's time to make the sect big and small. After making some arrangements, she left an Emperor Realm elder to guard the place. The rest of the emperors boarded her flying ship and flew away. Just as the boat was about to take off, a fifth-step cultivator ran over with a youth while trembling in fear. Elders, please wait. Vice Sect Master Shui, Bloodless Rin, and the other great emperors looked at the fifth-step cultivator. Bloodless Rin frowned and said, "Disciple, son, what are you doing?" "Master, this brother said that he knows Elder Wu. I am afraid that I will delay Elder Wu's important matter. I am here to confirm it." The fifth-step cultivator glanced at Bloodless Rin, then looked at Ning Chi with some fear. He was so nervous that he could die. If he was tricked by this kid, who knew whether Ning Chi would punish him or not. Vice Sect Leader Yin and the others were all on the ferry boat. Clearly, they were going to do something important. "Boss, I have been looking for you for so long." Xian Yuanlin looked at Ning Chi and howled. Ning Chi looked at Xian Yuanlin with a strange expression. How did this guy find this place? At the same time, Xian Yuanlin was also very shocked. How did this guy become an emperor? He even had a Qilin as a spiritual beast? It was simply unbelievable. And he was still looking for the most powerful Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed Reading Pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. == Chapter 3959. The two people who hadn't seen each other for many years suddenly met at this moment, but they each had their own thoughts. Xian Yuanlin, why are you here? Ning Chi asked with a strange expression. Vice Sect Master Yin and the others sized Xian Yuanlin up. Ning Chi knew either the Azure Dragon or the Fire Qilin. They subconsciously thought that Xian Yuanlin was also a big shot, but they were disappointed. He was just an ordinary fourth-step cultivator. When the fifth-step cultivator saw this, he hurriedly removed the restriction on Xian Yuanlin's body. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't been ruthless. Otherwise, wouldn't he have indirectly offended Elder Wu? "Boss, I was being chased and accidentally entered this place. In the end, I happened to see Boss show his divine might and subdue the Fire Qilin. Boss is mighty." Xian Yuanlin flattered him. "Elder Wu, who is this kid?" Vice Sect Master Yin was a little unhappy that Xian Yuanlin seemed to be a little glib. "An old friend." Ning Chi smiled. With a thought, Xian Yuanlin felt a force wrap around him and he flew to the immortal boat. The boat. "Seniors, I've known Boss for many years. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be too polite. You can just call me Little Lin." Xian Yuanlin smiled and cupped his hands at everyone. Slap! Ning Chi slapped the back of Xian Yuanlin's head, and he looked at Ning Chi with some grievance. Ning Chi didn't even look at him. Vice Sect Master Yun smiled and said, "Vice Sect Master Yun, we can set off. This kid came from Ty Li. We'll send him back on the way." Vice Sect Master Yun nodded slightly. With a thought, the immortal boat broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The fifth-step cultivator who had sent Xian Yuanlin earlier looked envious. He envied that Xian Yuanlin could actually sit on the same immortal boat with so many great emperors. It was already an incredible opportunity for an ordinary cultivator to sit on the same immortal boat with so many great emperors. On the immortal boat, Vice Sect Master Yun and the others returned to their cabins. Ning Chi and Xian Yuanlin looked at each other for a while. Yuan Lin was the first to speak. Boss, so many great emperors are going to Tylee. Are you going to do something big? It's not a big deal. It's just that the restrictive spell in the bone burial ruins is about to be broken. Opportunities can be picked up. Ning Qi smiled. What? You want to go to my house? No wonder all the sect masters of the 13 divine sects are at my house. Come to think of it, there are already a dozen great emperors on this immortal boat. Then the other divine sects. You actually plan to send several hundred this time? Great Emperor, are you going to rob my house together? Xian Yuan Lin stared at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. What, your family? Your Xian Yuan immortal sect was destroyed many years ago, and I cut you out of the heavenly source stone. Damn it, your house is gone. Ning Qi sneered. He vaguely remembered how arrogant Xian Yuan Lin was back then. He still thought that he was the young master of Xian Yuan Immortal School. Even if my family is exterminated, that place is still my home. Boss, don't blame me for not reminding you. My home isn't that easy to enter. Back then, my father and the other elders had died with hatred in their hearts. That resentment was enough to drive a martial emperor into madness. At least no ninth transformation, great emperor cultivation, I definitely can't withstand this kind of resentment. Xian Yuan Lin frowned slightly and transmitted his voice. How do you know? Ning Qi smiled. I went in once and almost died. The resentment doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Even if I have the Xian Yuan Immortal School, it won't help. Xian Yuan Lin said. No matter what, I have to get something in the bone burial site this time. Only by getting that thing can I be at ease. Otherwise, I will always be worried that one day I will suddenly die. Ning Qi looked at Xian Yuan Lin and said, If you have the same plan as me, I won't give it to you. Let me tell you in advance. If you want to fall out with me, I will suppress you for tens of thousands of years. Isn't this what bandits do? Xian Yuan Lin was dumbfounded. This time, you can just treat me as a bandit. Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. Xian Yuan Lin's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Boss, what do you want? Do you want the opportunity to advance to the 7th step? Ning Qi paused and turned to look at Xian Yuan Lin. You can say that. I actually have a little bit of understanding in this area. Xian Yuan Lin said shyly. Continue. Ning Qi smiled. I know it's very difficult for me to obtain such a thing with my current cultivation. If it's taken by boss, it's better than nothing. If boss gets it, it's better than nothing. Don't stutter. Say it all at once. What conditions do you have? If boss gets that thing, can you help me take revenge for the extermination of my family? Xian Yuan Lin said embarrassedly. His eyes flickered. Obviously, he felt embarrassed by his condition. The only reason he was still alive and standing on this side was all because Ning Qi had cut him out of the heavenly source stone back then. If it was another heavenly source master, he would probably have been cut in half. Revenge for the extermination of my family? Ning Qi smiled. As long as the information you tell me is useful and allows me to get the opportunity to advance to the 7th step, I will take the karma of your Xian Yuan immortal sect. Not to mention revenge for the extermination of my family. It's not difficult for me to help you establish a new orthodoxy. Establish a new orthodoxy? Xian Yuan Lin was slightly stunned. Then his eyes flashed like 2 light bulbs. Are you serious? Forget it if you don't believe me. I believe you. Xian Yuan Lin was afraid that Ning Qi would go back on his words. He immediately revealed the information that he had hidden just now. Actually, it wasn't too difficult to advance to the 7th step in the glorious era of the Xian Yuan immortal sect. At least there was hope. However, it was basically impossible to advance to the 7th step in this era. The heaven tribulation was controlled by the Supreme Saint Council in some way. There is one important thing. What is it? Ning Qi's eyes moved. The silver dragon said that it wanted him to seize the divine spark. He didn't know if what Xian Yuanlin was referring to was the same as what the Silver Dragon said. However, the era of the Silver Dragon was probably much earlier than the era of the Xian Yuan immortal sect. Source. To advance to the seventh step, you have to integrate a source. Xian Yuanlin said with a solemn expression. Source? Ning Qi frowned slightly. What you said is too general. What is it? I don't know the specifics, because I've never seen what the source looks like. However, my father once said that after the seventh step of cultivation, a cultivator will leave behind a source after they die. This source is a necessary condition to advance to the seventh step. There is no other. But today in this era, the source no longer exists. I've been asking around for information all these years, but no one knows about this thing. Even the ancient books didn't record it. I suspect that the Supreme Saint Council blocked the information. Xian Yuanlin said through gritted teeth. He suspected that the Supreme Saint Council members might be the ones who destroyed the Xian Yuan immortal sect. The culprit of the immortal sect. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read quickly without waiting. =. Chapter 3960. Your suspicions are not impossible. All these years, the Supreme Sacred Council seems to have been planning something. So many seventh-step cultivators died. Countless sects with seventh-step cultivators and continuous providence were annihilated overnight. It could be for the source that you mentioned. Ning Qi pondered for a moment before transmitting his voice. Xian Yuanlin was slightly stunned. Then, a trace of hatred appeared in his eyes. These guys are really despicable and crazy. Killing people to obtain the source? How could they think of that? One source is enough for a seventh-step cultivator. What are they trying to do? Perhaps their target was also the godhood. Source and divinity might not be the same thing, but there was definitely a connection between the two. Gradually, Ning Qi felt that the fog in front of him had dissipated a lot. He had a clearer guess as to why the group of counselors had been controlling everyone's advancement all these years. Boss, when the resentment in Xian Yuan celestial sect dissipates, take me in. I'll point you to a place. If my father was prepared, the source that my father left behind might be there. Xian Yuanlin transmitted his voice. We'll talk about it then. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He didn't know whether or not he would be able to smoothly find godhood when the boneyard opened this time. The powerhouses of the Qilin clan should be arriving soon, and there was also that azure dragon. Based on Ning Qi's judgment, he was probably already plotting how to kill him. The speed of Vice Sect Leader Yun's ferry boat was very fast. It did not take them long to pass through the teleportation formation and arrive at Heaven Connect City, which belonged to the Tylee land. After arriving, Vice Sect Leader Yun did not immediately head to the burial site. Instead, he made a short stop. The huge ferry boat stood in the void and attracted the attention of countless cultivators. When those cultivators realized that almost all the people on the ferry boat were Emperor Realm experts, they gasped in shock. At the same time, they were a little frightened. They did not know why so many Emperor Realm experts had come together. Sky Connect City's boundless cultivator, Hanwei, greets all the seniors. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures flew into the sky. The leader bowed respectfully to everyone. It was Hanwei who had told Ning Qi that the burial site was about to open. After obtaining the Qilin's heart, the power of his spirit had grown a lot stronger. His cultivation had also broken through. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his cultivation speed was extraordinary. No need to be so polite. We're just passing by today. It's nothing. Vice Sect Leader Yun nodded slightly. When Hanwei saw this, he was just about to leave when he saw a familiar face and cried out involuntarily, "Brother Wu!" The expressions of Bloodless Blade and the other martial monarchs darkened. A mere boundless border, cultivator, dared to address the Moon Elephant Sect's great emperor as Brother Wu? This was simply disgraceful and disregarding seniority. Perhaps Han Wei had sensed the change in the great monarch's emotions, but he was shocked. He apologized profusely. "Seniors, please forgive me. I must have recognized the wrong person. I stayed in Heaven Connect City for a while. This little guy's strength is not bad, and his temperament is not bad," Ning Qi explained to everyone with a smile. Hearing this, Han Wei's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he really didn't recognize the wrong person? Is he really that Brother Wu? Han Wei, Brother Wu's reputation has been rising recently in the primeval lands. I wonder how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to be able to receive his praise. A voice sounded above everyone's heads. The Heavenly Moon Emperor nodded at the crowd with a smile, then looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "Greetings, City Lord." Han Wei hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed to the Heavenly Moon Emperor. Compared to Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others, as a boundless border cultivator, Han Wei naturally knew that the Heavenly Moon Emperor's strength was stronger. After all, he was a famous, boundless border great emperor in the Holy Assembly. There were only over 30 such existences in the entire primeval lands. Little Cloud, almost all the great emperors of your Moon Elephant sect are here, right? Are we going to that place now? Calculating the time, there's still more than a year before it opens, right? The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. Seeing him address Vice Sect Leader Yin as Little Cloud, Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. If this Heavenly Moon Emperor was really the Heavenly Wolf Counselor, then how strong were the other counselors' cultivation bases? Could it be that the rumors about the counselors' cultivation bases in the Dark Parliament were all wrong? When he first entered the Dark Parliament, according to the information Ning Qi obtained, the strength of the counselors in the Dark Parliament could only be considered average in the outside world. For example, they were around rank 5 or rank 6 great emperors. However, from the looks of it now, his judgment of the Dark Parliament's strength should be wrong. That's true. If even I can determine the strength of the Dark Parliament, as long as there are a few traitors, wouldn't the Holy Assembly be able to deduce their identities in the outside world? Big Brother Heavenly Moon, can you stop calling me by this nickname? After all, I've been an emperor for so many years and have countless disciples and grand disciples under me. If others find out about this, I'll lose my face. Vice Sect Leader Yin rolled his eyes. Vice Sect Leader Shui and the others chuckled and didn't say a word. Obviously, they already knew that Vice Sect Leader Yin and the Heavenly Moon Emperor had a close relationship. I want to call you by this nickname. Back when you were just a puny rebirth state, I already called you by this nickname. Although you're already a rank 8 great emperor now, and almost caught up to me, I still want to call you by this nickname. The Heavenly Moon Emperor smiled. All right, up to you. I'm just passing by today. I still have to rush to the burial site, so I won't chat any longer. Vice Sect Leader Yin waved his hand helplessly. After greeting, Vice Sect Leader Yin left on the ferry boat. Just as the ferry boat flew out of Heaven Connect City, Ning Qi suddenly heard the familiar voice of the Heavenly Wolf Counselor. Be careful of the flowing water on this trip. Be careful of the flowing water, Counselor Lu? Ning Qi turned around slightly and saw the Heavenly Moon Emperor looking at him with a smile. The Heavenly Moon Emperor then nodded and disappeared. Brother Wu, what are you looking at? Bloodless Blade sensed Ning Qi's movement and turned around curiously. However, there was nothing. Nothing. Ning Qi smiled. However, his heart became heavier because of that sentence. Could it be that Counselor Lu would also appear in the burial site? Or Counselor Lu was one of the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects. If that's the case, the strength of the Dark Parliament is a little terrifying. Counselor Lu seems to dislike me and knows my real identity. If he was the sect leader of the divine sects, I wonder if he would secretly make a move. Unfortunately, Counselor Sirius did not finish his words. If I could know Counselor Lu's real identity in the outside world, I would at least have a countermeasure. Ning Qi muttered in his heart. When they reached the boundary of Tylee Land, the speed of the ferry boat increased, and it didn't take long to get close to the burial site. However, everyone saw that there were already countless ferry boats parked outside the burial site. Among them, there was no lack of ferry boats with the flags of the 13 divine sects. Chapter 3961. Bei Do Sect, Demon Aspect Sect, Dragon Tiger Sect, Sun Moon Sect. Including us, the 13 sects are all here. Vice Sect leader Yin looked at the ferry boats with a strange expression. She thought that she was early enough to come here a year earlier. She didn't expect that the 13 sects were the last to arrive. Apart from the 13 sects, there were also some sneaky forces waiting at the side. These forces also had powerful great emperors from all clans. On the Beidou sect side was a huge ferry boat. Su Qingqiu, Shi Lung, and the other great emperors stood on the deck with cold expressions. When they saw Vice Sect leader Yun's ferry boat, Su Qingqiu and the others quickly glanced around and finally fixed their eyes on Ningqi. Third elder, that guy is really here. Shi Lung subconsciously touched his neck and then transmitted a message with a face full of resentment. The sect leader said in advance that there will be a big conflict in the bone burial site. If you want to take revenge, this is your only chance. After this matter is over, it's basically impossible for you to take revenge on that guy with the surname Wu. Su Qingqiu transmitted a message with a calm expression. Shi Lung nodded slightly. Not only did the other party destroy his physical body, but he also sent Bu Qingxiao to Samsara. The Beidou sect would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, this time, the Beidou sect had already planned to take revenge after the bone burial site was opened. Otherwise, the other sects would think that the Beidou sect was a pushover. At this moment, a few figures suddenly flew up from the ferry boats and landed in front of Vice Sect leader Yin almost at the same time. Miss Yin, long time no see. A handsome young man dressed in red cupped his hands towards Vice Sect leader Yin. Elder Wu, this is Su Tong, the young master of the True Void sect. He is an 8th Revolution Great Emperor and has an extremely strong cultivation. I heard that he is much younger than Vice Sect leader Yin. Bloodless Blade introduced in a low voice. He knew that Ning Qi had just become a great emperor not long ago and should not know much about the 13 sects. The young master of the True Void sect? What a show-off indeed. Ning Qi nodded slightly. As Bloodless Blade heard this, a strange color flashed across his face. He carefully looked at Su Tong and couldn't help but agree with Ning Qi's evaluation. There were so many cultivators present, and most of the female cultivators weren't wearing red clothes. Yet, Su Tong was wearing an incomparably gorgeous red robe. At this moment, another young man who looked like a scholar glanced at Su Tong with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Su Tong, I heard that you recently married another concubine. What does it have to do with you? Su Tong frowned slightly. Elder Wu, that is the young master of the Magic Light Academy, Menglong, who is also an 8th transformation martial monarch. The other one is the Vice Sect leader of the Stainless Sect, Do Qianfan. They are both famous existences in the 13 divine sects, and they're very fond of Vice Sect leader Yin. Bloodless Blade transmitted. When Ning Qi heard this, he looked at the other young man who had an indifferent expression. Only when he looked at Vice Sect leader Yin would there be a trace of fire in his eyes. Elder Rin, these 3 people should be geniuses with extremely high cultivation bases despite their young age, right? Our Moon Elephant sect doesn't have such a person. But what about the other divine sects? Why don't they come over to greet us? Ning Qi transmitted with a smile. There is one in the Demon Image sect too, but he is indifferent and won't take the initiative to greet others. He should be here today. Bloodless Blade took a look at the ferry boat of the Demon Image sect, then looked at the Mountain Sea Temple. I heard that among the monks there was an Arhut who appeared 3,000 years ago. He is also a reincarnation of a great emperor, and he still remembers his past memories. I wonder what his cultivation base is now. Maybe he is already a 7th transformation martial monarch. Among the great emperors, every 3 transformations was a watershed. A 7th transformation martial monarch was equivalent to a 6th grade upper realm in the creation celestial realm, which was already very different from an ordinary great emperor. Are there no younger geniuses in the Beidou sect? Ningqi looked in the direction of the Beidou sect and saw that Shileng had already reformed his physical body and seemed to be still looking at him. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Shileng immediately looked away. There are younger ones, but they are not as famous as Menglong and the others, and they are not strong. Shileng is very young, but his physical body has been destroyed a few times, so he has no future. Bloodless Blade couldn't help but laugh when he said this. Thinking of how Vice Sect Leader Yin had destroyed Shileng's physical body once and Ningqi the other time, he couldn't help but pity Shileng. Su Tong, Menglong, Do Qianfan, and the one from the Demon Image Sect, Mount Tanxi Temple. Vice Sect Leader Yin can probably be counted as one of them. Other than these 6, the rest of the 7 divine sects should be controlled by the older generation. Even if the new generation of great emperors have some strength, they can't be compared to these 6. Ningqi calculated in his heart. When they entered the bone burial site, these guys could all be enemies, including Vice Sect Leader Yin. Other than them, the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects were also very difficult to deal with. It was very difficult to find the Godhead or the source that Xian Yuanlin mentioned in such an environment. Miss Yin, I heard that a new great emperor appeared in your sect some time ago, and he is very strong. Not only did he kill Shileng of the Beidou sect, but he also sent Buqing Xiao of the Beidou sect, whose strength is similar to ours, into the samsara. May I know where this brother is now? At this moment, the topic of Su Tong and the others seemed to have shifted to Ningqi. Hearing this, Ningqi looked at them and coincidentally met their eyes. Obviously, they already knew Ningqi's identity, but they just wanted Vice Sect Leader Yin to introduce him. Elder Wu, let me introduce you. Vice Sect Leader Yin said to Ningqi with a smile. Then, she introduced the 3 of them. Hearing this, Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. It's an honor to meet you. Perhaps sensing the perfunctory tone in Ningqi's voice, the young master of the True Void sect, Su Tong's lips curved into a smile. After sizing Ningqi up, he said, Brother Wu's skills are extraordinary. You have just become a great emperor, and you have already done 2 great things. I admire you very much. I wonder if there is a chance for me to compete with Brother Wu? That's a good suggestion. Menglong nodded slightly. Do Qianfan also said, the bone burial site won't open so soon. If Su Tong can compete with Elder Wu, it will be a wonderful thing. In that case, I will ask them to move the ferry boat further away so that Brother Wu and I can compete. Su Tong smiled and was about to turn around to inform the other divine sects. Ningqi frowned and said indifferently, Did the 3 of you come here just to test my strength? Why don't you save this opportunity for after we enter the bone burial site? By then, there will be many opportunities for us to compete. Su Tong's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and smiled at Ningqi. Elder Wu, are you afraid? Chapter 3962. At this moment, the great monarchs of Moon Elephant sect could hear the provocation in Su Tong's words. They also guessed the purpose of the trio's trip. Although the other divine sects didn't send anyone, they were very concerned about what was happening on the immortal boat. Shileng's eyes flickered with joy when he saw that Su Tong wanted to spar with Ningqi. If Su Tong could avenge him, that would be for the best. Although Ningqi had killed Buqing Xiao before, many great monarchs had researched this matter. It was unlikely that Ningqi could use the same skill again. Such a thing could only happen once, but it wouldn't happen again. Otherwise, what was the point of their years of cultivation? Do I need to be afraid of a mere young master of the true void divine religion? Ningqi smiled. As soon as the words were spoken, Not only did Su Tong's group of three have a slight change of expression, even the martial monarchs of the various factions wore strange expressions. Even some of the experienced experts of the divine sects didn't dare to speak so arrogantly in front of Su Tong. In the vast immemorial land, there weren't many Eighth Revolution martial monarchs, let alone the young master of the true void divine sect. One of the divine sects? This kid is too arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. Bu Qingshao died in his hands. Anyone would have the confidence to send a rank 8 great monarch to reincarnation. Bu Qingshao? I wonder what trick he used. He was only a rank 1 great monarch back then, right? This won't happen again. He might have obtained some fortuitous encounter from the ancient era. Using it once is already his limit. Not necessarily. If it were you, would you dare to take the risk? We are already old. Let the younger generation fight for this. I have no enmity with him. Why would I make him my enemy for no reason? Su Tong and the others have the title of immemorial geniuses, but this new great monarch has stolen their limelight. It's only natural for us to fight for it. A mere young master of the true void divine religion. Su Tong was so angry that he laughed. However, for the sake of Vice Sect Leader Yin, he didn't say anything too harsh. He only sneered, "You sound so disdainful about my identity. All the more reason to fight me." "Forget it." Ning Qi waved his hand. "You're not my opponent." The young master of the Magic Light Academy suddenly took a step forward and said coldly to Ning Qi, "Elder Wu, then let me spar with you." "You aren't my opponent either." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Oh, both of them are no match for you? Then am I your opponent?" Dou Qianfan frowned and said with a cold expression, "When Ning Qi insulted Su Tong, it was the same as insulting them. Originally, they only wanted to exchange pointers and see Ning Qi's true strength. At that time, when the burial grounds opened, they would also have a plan. They didn't want to directly become enemies with Ning Qi. But now, it seemed like they understood why the Big Dipper sect would fight with Ning Qi. You aren't my opponent either." Ning Qi smiled. Therefore, many great emperors thought that Ning Qi was afraid. They were certain that he couldn't kill Bu Qingshao a second time. "Third Elder, this kid is just SOO. If he hadn't been beaten to death by Su Tong and the others and entered the Forbidden Bone Burial Land, I would have definitely killed him." Shi Lung's heart was filled with confidence. As long as Ning Qi didn't kill Bu Qingshao, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take revenge with the trump card that Su Qingqiu gave him. "I heard that Elder Wu of Moon Elephant Sect is only a second or third revolution great emperor. It's reasonable that he didn't exchange pointers with Su Tong and the others. But if he kept a low profile, Su Tong and the others wouldn't have forced him." "That's right. Now that Su Tong and the others are angry, there will definitely be a battle today. There's still more than a year before the burial grounds opens. The divine sect master isn't here. Su Tong and the others are already considered top-notch. Only Vice Sect Master Yin of Moon Elephant Sect can fight them. I wonder if she will take action because of this kid." The other divine sect great emperors who didn't participate in this matter looked at Ning Qi with interest. You're afraid indeed. Elder Wu who killed Bu Qingshao is only SOSO. Su Tong suddenly smiled and said to the other two, "Forget it. There's no need to force him. Once the burial grounds opens, we'll know." Menglong and Dou Qianfan smiled and turned to leave. At this moment, a tyrannical aura suddenly came from afar. Everyone looked into the distance and saw 3 black dots approaching at an extremely fast speed. When the 3 black dots appeared less than a mile away from the crowd, many great emperors gasped on the spot. Vice Sect Master Yin and the others had a sudden change of expression. They then secretly looked at Ning Qi. "The Qilin clan is here too?" Shen Yuanlin was slightly stunned, then he gritted his teeth. There must be a King Qilin among the counselors of the Supreme Saint Council. This meant that the Qilin clan was definitely related to the annihilation of Xianyuan immortal sect. There were 3 Qilins in total. The leading Qilin was extremely huge. The scales on its body were light blue, and it gave off a faint chill. The other 2 Qilins were emitting a scorching aura. Their eyes were like 2 balls of fire as they slowly scanned the great emperors present. The leading Qilin had the strongest aura. It was slightly stronger than Su Tong and the others. It was highly likely to be a 9th transformation great emperor. The other 2 Qilins had weaker auras, but they were on par with Su Tong and the others. Venerable Ice. Many great emperors recognized the Qilin in the lead. Even the demon aspect sect, which had been silent all this while, flew out 2 figures. One was Kong Shan, whom Ning Qi had seen before. The other person was 10 feet tall, with purple skin and an extremely cold expression. He might be the one that Bloodless Blade had mentioned. His cultivation was similar to Kong Shan's, and their auras were similar. Su Tong and the others couldn't care less about Ning Qi. They all soared into the sky and appeared in front of the strongest Qilin, Elder Wu. That seems to be the famous Venerable Ice of the Qilin clan. His cultivation is not weaker than our sect master. He might even be stronger. You have to be careful this time. Bloodless Blade secretly transmitted his voice. He couldn't hide the worry on his face. He didn't know if the Qilin clan would implicate the Moon Elephant sect because of this. Venerable Ice? A 9th transformation, Great Emperor Qilin? Ning Qi narrowed his eyes. He might have to go to the divine realm of creation to lie low in front of everyone. With his current strength, he might have a chance against 8th transformation Great Emperor. If he were to go against a 9th transformation Great Emperor, there was almost no chance of victory. However, going to the divine realm of creation to lie low was his last resort. Before that, he wanted to see if there would be any reaction from the burial grounds to what had happened in the outside world. He wanted to see if the Capital Moon Sect Master, whom he had never met before, had any intention of interfering in this matter. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, speed reading without waiting, =. Chapter 3963. Greetings, Venerable Lord Ice. With Kong Shan and the rest taking the lead, all the great emperors present bowed in unison. The Qilin clan was one of the top clans in Shenlua world. They even had the king of Qilin, a 7th step cultivator. Therefore, even though they were of extraordinary birth, they did not dare to be arrogant. Moreover, this was a famous powerhouse of the Qilin clan. Other than the 13 sect masters in the burial site, none of the great emperors present were as powerful as Venerable Lord Ice. Venerable Lord Ice nodded lightly. His gaze swept across Kong Shan and the rest. Whether it was Su Tong, Menglong, or Do Qianfan, they were no different from the other cultivators in his eyes. His gaze only lingered on the face of an extremely good-looking monk from the Mountain Sea Temple and the purple-skinned man beside Kong Shan. This monk's cultivation base is also very strong. He has only cultivated for 3,000 years. He's probably on the verge of becoming a 9th transformation Great Emperor. Ning Qi glanced at the monk from the Mountain Sea Temple. The other party's attributes were no secret to Ning Qi. Duyu? Superfluous? Interesting. As for the purple-skinned man from the Devil Aspect sect, Ning Qi was surprised. His attributes showed that he had the bloodline of the Titan clan, not the human clan. The name, Huang Shenba, implied that his parents knew that his future would not be simple the moment he was born. Venerable Lord Ice, may I know why the 3 of you are here today? Instead of Kong Shan, it was Huang Shenba who spoke first. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not seem to be fawning over the other party, just because they were from the Qilin clan. This attitude was similar to that of Monk Duyu from the Mountain Sea Temple, the young master of the True Void Church, the young master of the Magic Light Academy, and the young master of the Stainless sect were slightly inferior. This was because when the three of them faced Venerable Lord Ice, their emotions could still be detected by the other great emperors. Don't worry, the Qilin clan has no interest in your burial site and has no intention of getting involved. There are countless ancient immortal sex sites like this in the Qilin clan. Venerable Lord Ice said coldly. From his tone, it was as if he could tell what Huang Shenbo was implying. When everyone heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If the Qilin clan wanted to encroach on this place, then the 13 divine sects' many years of painstaking efforts would be wasted. I am here to look for a human. He should be here. Venerable Lord Ice frowned slightly as his gaze scanned the surroundings. Everyone could feel a divine sense aura sweeping past them. Seeing that Venerable Lord Ice was here to look for a human, Su Tong and the rest were shocked. Could it be that some blind human cultivator had offended the Qilin clan, and now the Qilin clan was here to punish him? Only the Moon Elephant sect knew the reason for Venerable Lord Ice's visit. However, perhaps because the Fire Qilin had entered the creation divine realm, Ning Qi symbiotic aura could not be captured. Venerable Lord Ice could not locate Ning Qi at that moment. I wonder who is the human that Venerable Lord Ice is looking for? What is his name? If he's here, I can capture him for Venerable Lord Ice. Su Tong said with a hint of flattery in his tone. I only know that this person is the great emperor of Moon Elephant sect. Venerable Lord Ice spoke slowly. Moon Elephant sect? Everyone looked towards Vice sect leader Yun in unison, realization dawning on them. No wonder the people of Moon Elephant sect did not dare to greet Venerable Lord Ice. They were guilty. Over at Beidou sect, Su Qingqiu and the other great emperors were gloating. Although they did not know which great emperor of Moon Elephant sect had offended the Qilin clan, as long as something happened to Moon Elephant sect, Beidou sect should be happy. You are the cultivators of Moon Elephant sect. Venerable Lord Ice moved and appeared above Ning Qi and the rest, looking down from above. The 2 fire Qilins that followed him came to the sides of the ferry boat as well, as if to prevent someone from escaping. Isn't the Qilin clan too exaggerated? Even the cultivators of Moon Elephant sect don't recognize him? It's not exaggerated. Based on the current situation, the 13 divine sects are nothing to the Qilin clan. Many of the great emperors criticized silently. However, most of their attention was focused on Ning Qi and the rest. They were curious. Which great emperor was Venerable Lord Ice coming all the way here for? There's no need to look. The person you're looking for is me. Ning Qi said faintly. It's him? The expressions of Su Tong and the rest changed slightly. Even Emperor Shenba and Monk Duyu took a few more glances at Ning Qi. Su Qingqiu was a little surprised, but it was followed by excitement. Shi Lung, who was standing beside him, clenched his fists subconsciously as he stared at Ning Qi with a menacing smile. Third Elder, I knew that with this person's personality, he would definitely bring disaster upon himself. Don't be too happy yet. We still don't know what's going on. Su Qingqiu reminded him telepathically. It's you? You're the human who has signed the contract with the Qilin clan? Venerable Lord Ice's aura surged like waves, sending chills down the spines of the great emperors. It was only now that they truly knew how powerful the Qilin clan was. As Kong Shan and the rest often came into contact with the sect leaders of the divine sects, they felt that the sect leaders of the 13 divine sects might even be weaker than Venerable Lord Ice. Then, what shocked everyone even more was what Venerable Lord Ice had said. Life and death contract. This person had actually signed a life and death contract with the Qilin clan. In other words, he had a Qilin as a spiritual beast. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were running wild. Many of the great emperors glanced at Su Tong and the rest. These 3 fellows were just about to spar with each other, who knew that a powerful cultivator from the Qilin clan had come specifically for them. Su Tong and the rest exchanged a look of shock, then felt a sense of relief. If they had really sparred with Ning Qi and Ning Qi had summoned a Qilin, should they have attacked or not? They were in a dilemma. Luckily, yes, it's me. Didn't you follow King Qilin's orders to capture us and bring us back to the Qilin ancestral land? Why don't you even know what I look like? Is this how you do things? Ning Qi laughed. Venerable Lord Ice's expression darkened when he heard that, but his aura remained at its peak. He did not choose to make a move, obviously fearful of something. Where's the Qilin that you've signed a contract with? Where is it? I don't know, go find it yourself. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked. Was this kid not afraid of the wrath of the Qilin clan? Even a 9th transformation Great Emperor would not dare to be so casual when facing Venerable Lord Ice. You're courting death. Venerable Lord Ice's aura was raised to its peak, giving off a feeling that he would attack at any time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and said to Venerable Lord Ice, I'm the only one who can kill him. Azure Dragon? Huang Shenba frowned. Su Tong and the rest were shocked when they saw the newcomer. Why was there a Qilin and now an Azure Dragon? What was the background of this new Great Emperor of the Moon Elephant sect? Was he still looking for the dragon-slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Read without waiting. =. Chapter 3964. Azure Dragon, what are you doing here? Venerable Lord Ice's gaze finally changed slightly. There was a hint of fear in his gaze as he looked at Azure Dragon. It was obvious that in his eyes Azure Dragon was much more important than Emperor Shenba, Kongshan, and the rest. I've said it before. Only I can take this person's life. Azure Dragon glanced at Ning Qi lightly. Vice Sect Leader Yin and the rest had ugly expressions. Qilin and Azure Dragon. The opening of the burial site this time would probably cause trouble. They could only pin all their hopes onto you. Him. Venerable Lord Ice glanced at Ning Qi and asked with a strange expression, What grudge do you have with him? Can he compare to the enslaving Qilin? Enslaving the Qilin? Enslaving the Qilin, Azure Dragon's expression was complicated. Although he knew that Ning Qi would always surprise him, he had not expected that in this lifetime he would directly become enemies with the Qilin clan. If he had not met Ning Qi personally and learned of this, he would have ignored it and let the Qilin clan settle it for him. With Ning Qi, it would save him some effort. However, since Azure Dragon had already made up his mind to kill Ning Qi and eliminate the inner demon in his heart, he would not give Ning Qi's life, they would simply give it to the Qilin clan. Although the grudge between us cannot compare to the enslavement of the Qilin, this time, no matter what, I must kill this brat with my own hands. Venerable Lord Ice, you don't have to fight with me for this. Azure Dragon said in a low voice. Many great emperors were dumbfounded that things had come to this. On one side was the powerful Venerable Lord Ice of the Qilin clan, and on the other side was the young clan leader of the Azure Dragon clan. Although the Azure Dragon clan was weaker than the Qilin clan, but Azure Dragon's seniority were higher than anyone else here. Azure Dragon's seniority were higher than any of the people present. Even Venerable Lord Ice was a generation or two lower than Azure Dragon. He's just a newly ascended great emperor. Why would he have enmity with Azure Dragon? Where did he come from? Could it be that his sect has enmity with the Azure Dragon clan? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze, their hearts filled with confusion. Only Shi Lung and Su Qingqiu, who could not wait for Ning Qi to be chopped into minced meat, were secretly delighted. Shi Lung looked at Ning Qi as though he was looking at a dead man. First it was the Qilin clan, then it was the Azure Dragon clan. This time, no matter what, you are dead for sure. No one can save you, including that woman, do you? Shi Lung laughed out loud in his heart. At the same time, he glanced at Vice Sect Master Yin, and a trace of ferocity flashed across the depths of his eyes. He was secretly wondering if he could use it. He wanted to use some tricks so that the Qilin clan and Azure Dragon clan wouldn't just deal with Ningqi alone, but also drag Vice Sect Master Yun and the others into it. In this way, the thorn that had been buried in his heart for many years would be completely removed. For his cultivation, perhaps it would not be a problem at all. There were great benefits. How dare you? How can the enmity between you and him be greater than the enmity of enslaving the Qilin? I have come here today to serve the Qilin. The king has ordered me to capture him back to the clan. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding the old Dragon King and killing you here. Venerable Lord Ice shouted. You think I'm afraid of you? Azure Dragon sneered. Give it a try. Venerable Lord Ice scoffed. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just stood in midair. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little stiff. Many great emperors could tell that Azure Dragon was very afraid of Venerable Lord Ice. Similarly, Venerable Lord Ice didn't seem to be willing to fight with Azure Dragon. As such, they restrained each other, and no one dared to make the first move. Azure Dragon, if you want to kill me, you'd better chase these 3 Qilins away first. Their Qilin king saw that my spirit beast also has the qualifications to become a Qilin king. Now he's afraid and wants to silence me. I heard that the Qilin clan is the top of the Shenlua world. It seems that they're just SOO. Ningqi's voice suddenly rang. Had the qualifications to become a Qilin king? Everyone's expression changed. Venerable Lord Ice stared at Ningqi after Ningqi spoke, but he didn't make a move. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, my spiritual beast will also die. Then your old Qilin king, in order to get rid of dissidents, then your old Qilin king's name of bullying the weak will be born. Ningqi smiled faintly. Without waiting for Venerable Lord Ice to speak, Ningqi looked at Azure Dragon. And you, even if Venerable Lord Ice isn't here today, do you dare to make a move? Kill me now. Why not? Azure Dragon frowned. You don't dare. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Because you're afraid that I have a backup plan, just like when I was in the Ancient Star Pavilion. It's like I'm suppressing you. You! Azure Dragon seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned ugly. Ancient Star Pavilion? The expressions of the great emperors present became even weirder. They finally knew that Ningqi was from the Ancient Star Pavilion. In ancient times, the Ancient Star Pavilion was not weaker than the current 13 divine sects. It was just that a few extremely powerful pavilion masters died mysteriously, which eventually led to the decline of the Ancient Star Pavilion. Decline. At this moment, more and more figures shot out from the burial ruins like lightning. 1, 2, 3. Finally, 13 existences with the aura of Great Emperor rank 9 appeared in front of everyone. The great emperors of the various divine sects seeing this, they all went forward to greet their great emperors. Sect Master, the one from Moon Elephant Sect, is here. Su Qingqiu transmitted a message. Hong Yinshao, who had silver hair and an extremely handsome face, glanced at Ningqi and transmitted a message. This time the bone burial ruins is the most important. Don't cause too much trouble. Let's talk about Bu Qingxiao after this matter is over. Su Qingqiu was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement. Sect Master, you're finally out. This is Elder Wu, the new great emperor of our Moon Elephant Sect. Vice Sect Master Yun immediately came to Du, but before he could finish, Du had already waved his hand. I'm almost aware of the matter. Du glanced at Ningqi before his gaze finally landed on Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice. He said in a low voice, both of you the burial site. The 13 divine sects have been planning for many years. Now that the bone burial ruins is about to open, you two suddenly came here. Isn't this against the rules? Du Sect Master, I'm here for this lad. Venerable Ice looked at Ning Chi. He enslaved the Qilin clan. His sin is unforgivable. I'm here for this lad too, Azure Dragon said lightly. Both of you are here for him. There has to be a showdown. However, with your abilities, one of you will definitely be seriously injured. Furthermore, it will affect the bone burial ruins. The 13 divine sect masters will definitely not allow this to happen. Let me make a suggestion. After the bone burial ruins is over, you guys can decide who's better. Whoever wins will take him away. You said lightly. Vice Sect Master Yun's expression changed slightly. Sect Master? I have my own decision. You waved his hand, stopping Vice Sect Master Yun from speaking. He looked at Ning Chi. The bone burial ruins is not over yet. Before, you are still an elder of our Moon Elephant sect. Whoever attacks you now will be the enemy of the 13 divine sects. Still looking for the strongest dragon slaying system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion, read without waiting. =. Chapter 3965. Venerable Lord Ice and Azure Dragon's expressions changed slightly when they heard Duyu's words. Even a fool could tell that Duyu was protecting Ning Chi in his words. They weren't afraid of becoming enemies with the 13 divine sects. However, if they were to be surrounded by 13 ninth transformation great emperors, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. Most importantly, as long as the 13 divine sects reported the situation to the Holy Saint Assembly and said that the Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice had disrupted their exploration of the burial site, they would be in the right. Be it the Azure Dragon clan or the Qilin clan, they would not be able to take revenge on the divine sect openly. He has enslaved my Qilin clan. Venerable Lord Ice said in a low voice. I've said it before. Once this matter is over, I won't interfere in your grudges. You said lightly. Venerable Lord Ice's gaze swept across Hong Yin Shao and the other 11 sect masters. He realized that the 13 sects were still very united at this moment. All right, once this matter is settled, I will personally capture him back to the clan. At that time, I hope that the Capital Moon sect leader will not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, my Qilin clan will definitely attack you and destroy your Moon Elephant sect. Venerable Lord Ice glanced at Ning Chi coldly after he finished speaking and turned to leave with the 2 fire Qilins. Don't go. Let's see who's better. I'll be the one to kill him. The Azure Dragon rose into the air and chased after Venerable Lord Ice. Azure Dragon also knew that there was no chance to kill Ning Chi now that he had the protection of a master of the 13 divine sects. He could only wait until the bone burial site opened and find a chance to sneak in and kill Ning Chi openly. Only then would he be able to get rid of his inner demons. The bone burial site is about to open. If you can't find a fortuitous encounter in there, I won't be able to protect you. You looked at Ning Chi and said indifferently, Thank you, Sovereign. Ning Chi cupped his hands and smiled. You nodded slightly and entered the bone burial site once again. The other sect leaders also gave some instructions to their subordinates before entering the bone burial site once again. Only Hong Yin Shao didn't say anything to Su Qingqiu, nor did he look at Shi Lung and the rest. Instead, he looked at Ning Chi. Under his silver bangs, a trace of coldness could be seen. I heard that you killed Buqing Shao. Hong Yin Shao said lightly. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Ning Chi smiled. A Grand Rank 8 Emperor was killed by a new Emperor and sent into reincarnation. Logically speaking, I will not interfere in this matter. However, since both the Azure Dragon and Qilin want to kill you, your life is also in danger. This will save me some effort. Hong Yin Shao smiled faintly. Many of the female great emperors looked surprised. Then Hong Yin Shao flew into the burial ground and disappeared. Things seemed to have come to an end. Most of the great emperors looked at Ning Chi with a weird gaze before they turned around and left. They didn't want to be too close to Moon Elephant Sect. Su Tong, Meng Long, and Do Qianfan looked at each other and turned to leave expressionlessly. They no longer wanted to test Ning Qi's skills. Perhaps, after what had happened to Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice, they no longer dared to fight Ning Qi so easily. Killing Buqing Xiao was an exception, but the arrival of Azure Dragon and Venerable Lord Ice was out of everyone's expectation. Those who were targeted by the two at the same time basically had some tricks up their sleeves. They didn't dare to take the risk. Instead, it was Huang Shenba who came before Ning Qi and exchanged a few words with him. Under Kong Shan's urging, he returned to the Demon Aspect Sect's ferry boat. Then, the ferry boat flew up into the sky and pulled away from the Moon Form Sect. Amit Ba, Benefactor Wu seems to be fated with Buddha. Monk Duoyu stepped on a lotus and came to Ning Qi. He placed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Then he looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others were surprised when they saw this. They glanced at Monk Duoyu strangely. Could it be that this monk wanted to seduce their elder Wu to meditate? Someone in my family is a monk too. Therefore, you are right to say that I am fated with Buddha. Ning Qi smiled. I see. Vice Sect Leader Yun and the others had a look of realization in their eyes. Monk Duoyu frowned and shook his head. No, something is wrong. What's wrong? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everything is wrong. Monk Duoyu placed his palms together. Benefactor Wu, if you are not dead after this, you can come to Mountain Sea Temple as a guest. How can you say that? Bloodless Blade muttered softly. Monk Duoyu looked at him and was not angry. He nodded at Ning Qi and turned to leave. Elder Wu, why don't you not participate in the opening of the burial grounds this time? Leave this place quickly while Azure Dragon and Venerable Ice have left. They should not be able to find you in a short period of time. I will ask the Holy Assembly again. With your identity as a boundless cultivator, there will definitely be people in the assembly who will stand up for you. Vice Sect Leader Yun sent a voice transmission with a solemn expression. Retreat? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. To me, there is no retreat anymore. Let nature take its course. I am born with a tough life. Azure Dragon has killed me many times, and now they still fear me. So what if it is the Qilin clan? If I don't want to die, even King Qilin cannot kill me. Even King Qilin cannot kill you? Vice Sect Leader Yin looked at Ning Qi strangely. This was the biggest boast she had heard in recent years. Thinking of Ning Qi's current situation, Vice Sect Leader Yun understood. If it was her, facing the conflict between the Azure Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, her heart would be in a mess. Elder Wu, are you sure you want to stay? Vice Sect Leader Yun asked in a low voice. Of course. Ning Qi nodded lightly. He had waited for nearly 20 years just for the opening of the burial grounds. How could he choose to leave this place because of these external forces? Whether he found the godhoods or not, Ning Qi would head directly to the creation's celestial realm. He would not return to the Shenluo world until he had completed the 9 revolutions of a great emperor. Time passed day by day. The cultivators of Tai Li Land also discovered that there were many more terrifying great emperors at the burial grounds. However, when those ordinary forces saw the flags of the 13 divine sects, they immediately retreated tens of thousands of miles away. They did not dare to approach this place at all. They could only speculate that something big might have happened at the burial grounds. Finally, one day, everyone gradually discovered that the thick fog in the burial grounds began to dissipate. With the eyesight of a great emperor, they could easily see things within a range of thousands of feet. Pieces of ruins appeared in front of everyone. When Xian Yuanlin, who was standing behind Ning Qi, saw the scene, his eyes could not help but turn slightly red. Once upon a time, there was a shocking sect standing on these ruins. The entire Tai Li land had to listen to its orders. Now that many years had passed, the powerful sect of the past had disappeared, leaving only this slightly desolate place.